in an apocalyptic world of monsters, where people can turn into monsters under the influence of an infection. A teenage loser became infected and could turn into a horrible monster. The infected superhumans have created an organization to protect their species by exterminating uncontrolled transformers. The events took place in the schoolyard, where children's screams were heard. 2 teenagers were playing soccer in the schoolyard. The boy with the number 10 on his t-shirt was kicking the ball. He had brown, long hair and a beautiful smile named Jinwoo. After making a maneuver, the teenager scored a goal, knocking the goalkeeper down. His teammates ran up to him. They praised the teenager for scoring 2 out of 3 goals. Jinwoo was happy at that moment. He had everything a teenage boy could dream of. Girls shouted from the stands, openly expressing their affection for the football player. But there was one special girl in the crowd. Her name was Seo-hee. She had long blonde hair and extraordinary beauty. One of the players with the number 7 on his shirt, Hak Seok-gyo, seemed to be head over heels in love with her. He immediately noticed that Seo-hee had let her hair down. Jinwoo told his team to get ready. The next half began. The teams were tense, and the battle was getting fiercer. Suddenly, one of the players made a maneuver, and the ball went to player number 7. Hak Seok-gyo felt that this was his moment of glory. The football player ran closer to the goal and intended to kick the ball. He thought that if he scored a goal, Seo-hee would notice him immediately. Suddenly, his team yelled for him to pass the ball to Jinwoo, but Seok-gyo said that he could do it too, and he hit the ball with all his might so that it flew into the sky. Other players saw this and simply did not understand what had happened. Unfortunately, Seo-hee was also shocked by this act. Then a player number 8 ran up to Hak Seok-gyo and hit him on the back of the head, shouting curse words. The teenager just scratched the back of his head and smiled guiltily, saying that he had overdone it a bit. Hak Seok-gyo immediately ran to find the ball but tripped on the way. The team was indignant about who had put him in the game in the first place. Meanwhile, the boy had already reached the end of the field and the ball flew far away. He blamed himself for the fact that he would have been better off doing manhwa, or modeling. There, he would have been a success. Suddenly, Seok-gyo saw a dog growling in front of him, looking for something in the trash. He thought that food waste only harmed stray dogs. Suddenly, the dog returned to Seok-gyo. In its mouth, it held a human leg, which was covered in blood, just like the animal's face. The teenager could not believe his eyes that he really saw it. The dog did not look like a dog at all. It had bright yellow eyes and a rather human face. Suddenly, someone put his hand on Hak Seok's shoulder from behind. The guy was scared and screamed. He fell to the floor. One of the team members was standing in front of him, not understanding why Seok-gyo was screaming so much. The guy started muttering something incomprehensible under his breath, and eventually said that there was a strange dog in the dumpster. The football player looked at the trash, but there was nothing there, just a pool of blood. Hak Seok argued that the dog man had just been here, but his friend didn't believe him. He just said that the guy should stop fantasizing and get back on the field as soon as possible. Hak Seok-gyo did not know that the very next day he would cease to be human. The events moved to a bustling city, namely to a pizzeria. A breathless Hak Seok-gyo came running into the restaurant, saying that he had been choosing a gift for a long time and hoped he was not too late. An hour earlier, a boy came into the classroom and said that Jinwoo had invited everyone to Seo-hit's birthday party and ordered everyone to be at the pizzeria in the evening. Hak Seok-gyo was holding a watch with a cute cat on it. He smiled as he looked at his gift and hoped his friend would like it. Meanwhile, the birthday girl was already opening her gifts and holding an incredibly beautiful pendant. But it seems that Seo-hee was not very happy with such an expensive gift from Jinwoo. Her face looked very upset. Suddenly, the girl put the gift back and gave it to the boy, saying that she could not accept his gift. Meanwhile, everyone sat down at the table and ate pizza. Seo-hee said that she should have paid for the food herself. But Jinwoo said it was nothing and asked if he had upset the girl. She replied in the negative. Meanwhile, Hak Seok-gyo was hiding behind a tall flower pot and listening in on the conversation. He was very nervous and thought that everyone would make fun of him for the gift. Suddenly, Seo-hee spotted her friend hiding. Seok-gyo screamed in fright. The guy came out of his hiding place and greeted the girl, saying that he was passing by. But he didn't have time to speak. A tall guy who came up behind Hak Seok-gyo snatched the gift and started laughing at him. Hak Seok became nervous and tried to snatch the gift from the ignorant man's hands, saying that it wasn't a gift, which he immediately regretted. Meanwhile, The girls sitting at the table were watching. The girl with the black hair laughed at Seok-gyo's gift and said it was terrible. Meanwhile, Seo-hee was nice and told the boys to give her a gift. The tall guy didn't understand why she was behaving like that, and the girl said it was her gift. The teenager eventually gave the watch to the birthday girl. So he opened the gift and a sincere smile appeared on her face. The girl immediately put on her gift and said that she also liked Doraemon. She thanked me for the watch and said she would always wear it. Seok-gyo's heart beat frantically and his face broke into a smile. Meanwhile, it was already dark and the events moved to residential buildings. His mother scolded Hak Seok-gyo for watching TV for too long because he was going on a trip with his class and had to pack. But his mother's words were the law, so the teenager went to his room to pack for the excursion and simultaneously resented his life. Seok-gyo opened the cabinet in his desk where the knife was lying. He picked it up and thought to himself that he was a real man with this folding knife. Seok-gyo began to dream about how he rescued So-hee, who was tangled in a rope. He looked very brave and pumped up. The girl said that Jinwoo was giving her no peace of mind, and because of that, Seo-hee couldn't propose to Seok-gyo. Suddenly, the guy came back to reality and flopped down on the bed. He smiled like a fool and thought that Seo-hee would definitely appreciate his sincerity. Seok-gyo decides that he will definitely propose to the girl when he shows her his coolness. The boy began to fall asleep, slowly, to his dreams. He thought that after that he would take Seo-hee to look at the stars. In the end, Seok-gyo fell asleep and his last thought was that he wanted to protect her forever. Meanwhile, a gang of hooligans stood over the guy lying on the ground. The ears of the boy with black hair were covered in blood. The gang was fighting with each other. A guy with blonde hair was lying on the floor, and he seemed to be the target of the hooligans. Suddenly, one of the bandits hit him on the chin, and a whole bunch of blood poured out of the poor man's mouth. The blonde fell to the ground and shivered. The guy with the chewed-off ear, who most likely hit the blonde, whimpered and said that his ear hurt a lot. His other friend laughed and told him not to whine because he had climbed up to the poor man himself. The leader said that it was his punching bag. Meanwhile, the victim was lying on the floor and saying quietly that he was hungry. Then, the bully took a stick from his friend and said he wanted to smash the blonde boy's skull. He took a sharp swing, and it looked like the gang leader intended to kill the boy. And then, there was a loud sound of a skull breaking. Someone from the gang asked if the boy was dead, and the leader replied that he was supposed to live. There was a large pool of blood on the floor. The leader fell down to the victim and started going through his pockets, commenting that he could have just given him money, and then this would not have happened. Suddenly, the guy with the cigarette in his hand changed his face. He saw a barely alive blonde man turn into a monster with a long neck, sharp teeth, and 4 pairs of arms. The boy told his leader to look back. His voice was trembling. The bully looked up and was very angry that he was being distracted. Suddenly, his head went through. The guy started screaming and asking what had just happened to him. He said that he did not see anything, and at the same moment his eye fell on his hand. The leader noticed this and shouted. The sight was not for the faint of heart. Suddenly, someone screamed loudly. It was Hak Seok-gyo. He woke up in a cold sweat and gasped loudly. The guy said it was just a nightmare, but he was very scared. Suddenly, his face changed and expressed surprise. Seok-gyo realized that he had forgotten what he had dreamed and why he was so scared. The teenager got out of bed and began to dress, thinking about what he had dreamed. Seok-gyo was thinking that this nightmare was ill-timed before he left. Suddenly, his eyes looked at the alarm clock. They narrowed sharply and my heart beat faster. Seok-gyo realized that he was late for the field trip. He ran to his parents and shouted to his mom that he was late. The parents were in the kitchen and did not understand what was happening. The son was shouting that he was late and should have been at school long ago. But his mother asked what Seok-gyo meant and said that he might be late for school, so he had to eat faster. To which the son said that he was already late and the bus left without him. His mother was surprised and asked if Seok-gyo had forgotten to wake up because he had already gone on a field trip. The boy's face changed dramatically. He was in shock. His mother said it had been a month since he left. Meanwhile, the school bell rang in the schoolyard. 3 classmates were sitting at their desks discussing a 3rd grader named Kyung-jun who had run away from home. He was already in his 30s. The girls at the next desk were gossiping about Ga-young, who had also run away from home with some guy. Meanwhile, Seok-gyo sat alone at the first desk, smiling at his phone. The guy was looking at the photos on his smartphone and couldn't believe that he was really on the tour. He realized that a lot had changed in the past month. which he had forgotten. First, Seok-gyo didn't remember what happened during and after the trip. He thought it was an accident, but there were no marks on his body. He was also unable to talk to his parents because they thought that Seok-gyo was playing a trick on them. Secondly, the number of students who ran away from home increased dramatically. And after the first escape, no one was even alerted. After that, several more students disappeared. After that, everyone began to attribute it to problems in the family and the children's unhealthy psyche. But within a month, 29 students had already left. Some man was on the phone. It was an office where everyone was in a tizzy. People were scared and trying to prevent the publication of articles in the media. Suddenly, a man shouted Han Seok-gyo's name. The guy was scared and got up from his seat. It turned out that it was his teacher, who told him with a smile that the boy had done better than anyone else in the test and had risen to 4th place in the ranking. Everyone applauded him, which embarrassed the teenager. He didn't even remember writing anything. Suddenly, the teacher slammed the ruler sharply on the blackboard. He added that on average, the class's results dropped by 30 points. The teacher became very angry. The man shouted that they shouldn't run away from home, but start studying. He added that with such knowledge, they would be eaten by a large company. In the end, the teacher said that they should not blame their classmates who ran away, but rather stick to their personal goals like Seok-gyo. The man sharply called out to the starosta. Everyone in the class shivered and put their heads down in fear. My classmates started looking at each other. And thirdly, Hwang Jin-woo committed suicide. There were flowers and a photograph on his desk. The teenager, who was in no need of anything, committed suicide a few days after the trip. Suddenly, someone said that the boy was supposedly from an orphanage. Seok-gyo overheard this conversation in the cafeteria. His classmates were discussing the gossip, and their opinions were divided. After losing his memory, this was the most surprising news for Seok-gyo. Meanwhile, the teacher realized that the starosta was dead. He began to call out to the deputy starosta in a trembling voice. She was a girl with short hair. The teacher told her to lead the class in a bow instead of Jin-woo. The girl followed the teacher's command and everyone stood up. Seok-gyo thought about the fact that the death of the headman, the students running away from home, and his memory loss all happened in 1 month. He suddenly wondered if there was any connection between what had happened. Meanwhile, the events moved to the gym. The ball was flying up. Teenagers were playing basketball. Hak Seong-gyo made a maneuver and snatched the ball from the opponent. Others noticed this and told him to block it. Seok-gyo heard this and realized that he had to act immediately. He ran to the end of the field and stopped, and he threw the ball into the opponent's basket. Suddenly, he hit the target. He seemed to be better at basketball than football. The stands screamed. The girls were crazy that Seok-gyo had hit again. His classmates ran up to him and began to congratulate him. The guy felt like Jin-woo at a soccer game. The girls were gossiping about Seok-gyo, saying that he was not tall, but he was skilled. Another girl added that he had gotten prettier lately. Suddenly, someone called out to Seok-gyo. It turned out to be girls who brought him a few drinks. They gave him everything and ran away, ashamed and happy that Seok-gyo had taken their drinks. He felt like a real star at the time, although he realized that he could not drink that much. Suddenly, a tall classmate, Kyung-ho, came up to him and grabbed the boy's neck in a friendly manner. He said that Seok-gyo had become the new star of the school. He added that his classmate had to share his secret because he had brought the team 40 points. The guy said it was a secret. But I wondered in my mind since when he was making friends. Suddenly, Kyung-ho grabbed Seok-gyo harder and invited him to join the soccer team, adding that his friend would coach him. Then a whistle blew in the gym. The coach told the class to sit in a line. A classmate suggested that Seok-gyo study for the test together. Everyone sat down with him. Suddenly, the guy noticed something. Some girl was shouting incomprehensible words under her breath that she was hungry, and sweat was running down her face. She stood up and breathed loudly. Everyone was looking at the girl. Suddenly, she left the room. The coach yelled at her to come back to her seat. The girl was feeling sick, behaving strangely and foaming at the mouth. Suddenly, she hit her head on the pole she was holding onto. Her eyes turned yellow. The girl was just hitting her head, breaking it. Suddenly, there was a loud crunch, and her neck broke. A coach quickly ran up to the girl and grabbed her. Then, other boys came running up and held their classmate to stop mutilating herself. They laid her on the ground. The girl's face was covered in blood, as was her head. No one knew what to do next. The coach commanded everyone to leave the gym and stop staring at their classmate. The man took off his jacket and covered the girl's body with it like a corpse. He shouted for the duty officer to call 119. One of his classmates turned his head to Seok-gyo and said that he was on duty. Meanwhile, the guy was sitting on the floor holding his hand. It was throbbing. Seok-gyo felt a strong and sharp pain in his arm, as if it was about to burst. Suddenly, a classmate screamed loudly. Her friend asked what happened to her, and she was shaking. It turned out that the classmate who had been banging her head against the pillar had gotten up and was bleeding. Everyone else looked at the girl and was shocked. Seok-gyo even took his eyes off his arm and forgot about the pain for a while. We could hear terrible sounds coming from under the girl's sweater. Suddenly, my classmate started laughing like crazy and running away. She bent down on one of her classmates. The sound of tearing skin came from her broken neck. Suddenly, a mouth appeared, and a huge, disgusting tongue came out. He attacked a classmate and bit off his arm. Other teenagers just stood in silence in a stupor and watched their classmate being eaten. Blood was splattered all over the gym. None of the children or teachers even moved because everything looked so unreal. One of his classmates asked his friend if it was a prank and where the hidden camera was. The friend next to him believed his words. Suddenly, a monster's tongue entered the head of the same classmate, cutting through his head. Then the teenagers started running away because they realized that they would all be killed. Panic broke out and everyone ran to the emergency exit. A traffic jam formed near the door. Everyone was pushing and shouting because the door was closed. The lesson turned into a battle. The door lock was indeed chained, as if someone had done it on purpose. The teenagers begged for rescue. The teacher was hearing screams from upstairs because the window to the classroom was open. He asked the students which class had a lesson in the gym. They said they were in the first grade and asked him to close the window because of the noise. Meanwhile, there was a pile of blood and corpses of children in the gym. Most of my classmates were lying dead, with their body parts eaten. But one girl was still alive and laughing nervously in fear. Seok-gyo watched and held his hand. He couldn't believe he was awake. Suddenly, a surviving classmate approached him and begged for help. In response, Seok-gyo yelled at Si-young to come back. The girl trembled and asked again, even though she realized what was about to happen. Tears were streaming from her eyes. Suddenly, she was cut in half by the tongue of a classmate's monster. Si-young didn't even have time to react in time, and half of her body just started falling to the floor. She was cut like a fruit with a katana. Seok-gyo was watching. Suddenly, the monster pointed its tongue sword at him. The guy realized what was about to happen. His eyes widened sharply, but he managed to dodge it. The monster's tongue almost touched his neck. Fortunately, the tongue got stuck in the floor, breaking it. Seok-gyo realized that he had to run away quickly. He had never felt so much danger before. The guy was about to reach the door. It was open. Seok-gyo was halfway to his goal. He kicked in the door and flew out of the gym. Suddenly, the guy abruptly crashed into a closet that was near the wall. Seok-gyo started to get up, holding his head, which he had hit hard. Suddenly, he saw the monster approaching him. The boy mentally calmed himself down and ran around the room, looking for something to defend himself against the monster. Meanwhile, he was getting closer and closer. A sword-like tongue was already coming out of his mouth, about to attack Seok-gyo. Suddenly, the door of the room closed and the handles were propped up with a bat. Unfortunately, this did not help the young man much, and a monster began to crawl out through the door. Seok-gyo had to think of something quickly because the monster was about to get him. Suddenly, the teenager saw a window. Unfortunately, it was closed, so he had nowhere else to go. Seok-gyo slammed himself against the wall and thought that things just couldn't get any worse. The young man sank to the floor and hit his head, wondering if he would make it out alive. Suddenly, Seok-gyo noticed something in front of him. Meanwhile, the monster managed to break through the door and flew into the room. Its head popped out and looked around the room for a victim. Suddenly, the monster's hand stepped on something wet. The entire floor was covered in some kind of liquid, and the monster was in a stupor. Meanwhile, the characteristic sound of a match being lit was heard. After that, there was a sound of falling, and Seok-gyo threw the match into the liquid. Suddenly, the monster caught fire and screamed. Meanwhile, Seok-gyo hid between the shelves and watched his plan work. Suddenly, the monster's eyes widened sharply, as if it had noticed something. His tongue lashed out at Seok-gyo, even though the monster was on fire. There was a stick on the floor, which the beast tripped over. The monster began to fall to the ground, burning in parallel. His body fell on a basket and was pierced with sticks. The monster still screamed and tried to eat Seok-gyo with its tongue. His organ was flying very fast, and it seems that this monster was not easy to defeat. He was about to reach Seok-gyo. Suddenly, the monster's tongue fell to the floor along with its body. The guy was shivering and dripping with cold sweat. It looked like the monster was dead. His trap had worked well. Meanwhile, my classmate Seok-gyo walked across the room. He was happy to see Cho-eun. A smile appeared on his face. Suddenly, something abruptly attacked Seok-gyo. Before he could react, a piece of his body was eaten by the monster's head. Seok-gyo looked at his classmate, his face shocked. In front of him stood Cho-eun, whose hand was a monster's mouth. He was screaming that he was hungry. He sharply attacked Seok-gyo and asked that his friend give him his intestines and eyes. Suddenly, a black and furry hand grabbed Jo-eun's neck. It was Seok-gyo. His eyes suddenly turned bright yellow, and he asked Cho-eun if it would be fat for him to eat so much. Suddenly, I heard the crunch of bones breaking. It was Seok-gyo ripping off his friend's head. Blood poured out in a fountain and reached the ceiling. Cho-eun's head fell loudly to the ground and rolled around. Seok-gyo stood silently looking at his victim. The guy commented that he was hungry and wanted to eat. And then he turned his head to his friend's body and said that he didn't mind eating the meat. He turned and looked at Cho-eun's head. Strange eating sounds were heard from the closet where Seok-gyo was hiding. Meanwhile, someone was walking along the balcony of the gymnasium and looking at the horrors that had happened here. It was a girl with blonde hair who stopped to look at everything, and then her attention was drawn to the sounds coming from the closet. Meanwhile, the TV turned on. It was showing a program with a monkey and a bat, who introduced herself as Kim Won-sung, PhD, a teacher of evolutionary biology. He talked about new species and difficult scientific terms, pointing to pictures with his bat. Kim Won said that Dawkins said that evolution is a sequence of small changes. He went on to say that two scientists, Eldridge and Goodall, disagreed with this theory because no fossils were found. These scientists insisted that evolution did not progress smoothly, but in leaps and bounds. He gave the example that a certain type of lizard and a type of tree have not evolved so far and have retained their first record. In the end, Won-sung asked the audience which hypothesis they thought was more correct. Meanwhile, another channel had a report on the tragedy that happened 10 days ago at the Mongjang school where gas exploded, according to reporters. Then they showed memorable photos and flowers that were in the school. There were many students and relatives there, mourning their losses. Reporters said that there was a lot of criticism of the school because it did not give any explanation for what happened. And they still haven't found the physical education teacher. Suddenly, everything stopped. The man held a cut wire in his hands. Another man with brown hair came up to him and asked Detective Seok about the news, adding that he believed it was the physical education teacher's fault. Suddenly, he was hit in the leg. He was just saying that the children were very angry, and that's why the teacher killed them. The detective shouted and said that no fool would go into a building that he wanted to blow up himself. Then, a girl with short hair approached them and said that the schoolboy had woken up. The events moved to Hansen Hospital. A detective came to Seok-gyo's room. The man asked him how he was feeling and was going to tell him about what had happened. But the story did not upset or even surprise the teenager. Seok-gyo made a strong impression on Detective Seok. Then the boy asked the man if anyone else had survived. He replied that only 2 students had survived who simply did not come. The detective added that he expected Seok-gyo to open their eyes to the situation, but he noticed that the teenager's face changed dramatically and became frightened. Then he smiled sweetly and told Seok-gyo not to be afraid and to ignore the microphone, that it was just a formality. The guy said he didn't remember much. He remembered them playing basketball. The detective asked a lot of questions of Seok-gyo, but he didn't remember anything important. So Seok wrote in his notebook that the suspect didn't remember anything. The man realized that the boy would be of no help, so he left and added that he would return after the investigation. He also gave me his business card in case Seok-gyo remembered something. The detective looked at the guy with a sly look, as if he was waiting for something. The guy abruptly said that he had the same name as the investigator. Meanwhile, the men smoked and discussed the conversation with the teenager. The detective said that the gas made him forget everything. Then his partner said that Seok-gyo told his teachers a story about a monster that killed them all. Then Seok told In-ho to check the guy's background and find out who he had been in contact with recently. But the partner just exploded and attacked the detective, saying that he could not suspect the teenager of a crime. Then the detective asked about a laptop in their department that was very old and could have exploded. He added that after the question about combustibles, people usually list similar things. And Seok-gyo immediately said that there was nothing. The detective looked at his partner menacingly and said that the little shit was lying. Meanwhile, the boy had nightmares. He saw his classmate saying that he was hungry. He begged Seok-gyo for help and told her how much he was hurting. Then the teenager saw himself eating his classmate. Suddenly, Seok-gyo screamed sharply. He was breathing loudly, and cold sweat was pouring down his face. He tried to calm down and think that it was just a dream. Suddenly, Seok-gyo noticed that he was in the classroom at that moment. The teacher asked if the boy needed help and suggested that he go to the first aid post. But the guy said that everything was fine. Out of the corner of his ear, he heard his classmates discussing that Seok-gyo was crazy for coming to school after what he had been through. Suddenly the bell rang. The starosta told everyone to stand for a bow, and the teacher said that everyone could leave early. The students immediately began to gather. Suddenly someone called Han Seok-gyo by name. He looked up and saw 3 guys in front of him, offering him to leave. Screams and sounds of a fight were heard in the schoolyard. The burly guy attacked Seok-gyo and shouted that he was friends with Kyung-ho. And then Jinman picked him up by the collar and shouted that Seok-gyo shouldn't have survived. The teenager's face was all battered, but he said he didn't remember anything. At the time, Yoon Jun-sung's boyfriend was smoking and told the bully to finish with the poor man because he was already feeling bad. But Kyung-ho yelled at his friend and said that it was Seok-gyo who killed everyone because he didn't have a scratch on him. Then Seok-gyo looked down at his offender. Suddenly, he was hit hard in the face with a fist. Seok-gyo fell to the floor from the blow, and the other boys came over and started beating the victim. Kyung-ho shouted that they shouldn't have looked at him like that. Seok-gyo was shaking, and there was not a living spot on him. Suddenly, the teenager's teeth turned into clicks. Meanwhile, Kyung-ho called Seok-gyo names and said that he would regret being alive. Then the guy just turned around and ordered the others to leave. Seok-gyo was almost lying on the floor shaking. Meanwhile, the school was empty. Everyone had gone home. The teenager opened the door and screamed because his arm hurt. He was holding his arm and thinking that he had to go to the hospital again because his arm was completely swollen. Seok-gyo looked at her and thought about why something strange was always happening to him. He hardly cried because he had been through so much. Suddenly, Seo-hee called the guy and asked what happened to him. Seok-gyo didn't expect to see her. The girl approached her friend abruptly and reached for his face, asking where he had bruises. But the guy reacted very sharply and pulled the girl's hand away. Seo-hee was not expecting this, and neither was Seok-gyo, so he apologized. He started muttering under his breath and apologizing. Then, So-hee also started muttering about how she shouldn't have done that. They both stood there and were very embarrassed. Then Seo-hee started to say something to Seok-gyo, her face reddening. Then she looked at her friend and asked if he could walk her home. Seok-gyo hadn't expected such a development, so he was surprised, but he immediately agreed to it. He opened his locker and thought about why Seo-hee had to go with someone like him. The guy abruptly slammed the door, and the girl asked him if something was wrong with him. He looked scared. Seok-gyo lied that there was a spider, so he got scared, and then asked if Seo-hee shouldn't have taken the bag. The girl left and said she would be back soon. Seok-gyo waved politely to his friend, but was very glad to see her go. His face changed dramatically when Seo-hee left his sight. The boy slowly opened the door of his locker. Inside it was the head of a physical education teacher. Seok-gyo was trembling and did not understand anything. Meanwhile, Seo-hee picked up a wristwatch that a friend had given her. The girl put it on herself. She looked at her hand and admired the jewelry. Seo-hee walked into the classroom and told Seok-gyo that he was probably waiting for her. But the girl never received an answer. She looked around the office and realized that Seok-gyo was not there. The girl was upset and said that it looked like the boy had gone home without her, and she wanted to tell him something. Meanwhile, the subway car was racing. In it was Seok-gyo, who was holding onto his briefcase with both hands. He was trembling with fear and wondering if anyone had seen him. He thought that someone had put the teacher's head in his shoebox. The thought of going to the police flashed through his mind so that they wouldn't think that Seok-gyo was guilty. The boy recalled the words of Kyung-ho, who had beaten him, and said that he suspected him of killing the boy. At that time, he abruptly rejected the idea of going to the police, because then he would definitely be considered guilty. Suddenly, my grandmother, who was sitting downstairs, asked Seok-gyo if he was okay. The woman reached into the boy's bag and offered to hold it. Suddenly, Seok-gyo swung it and hit the woman in the face and shouted at her not to touch her. My grandmother fell to the floor and moaned in pain. The other passengers shouted in shock and looked on. They ran up to the old woman and supported her, asking if she was okay. Then, the audience abruptly turned to Seok-gyo and began calling him a criminal. It seemed to him that they were saying that they knew about the head in his briefcase and shouted that Seok-gyo had killed innocent people. Cold sweat ran down the guy's face. He was very nervous. Suddenly, Seok-gyo ran out of the subway car and shouted that it wasn't him. All the passengers were surprised by what they saw. One man started pushing the other and shouting to make way for him. He ran out of the car and shook his head, asking where Seok-gyo had gone. It turned out to be In-ho. He saw the guy running downstairs and thought that there must have been something in his bag. Meanwhile, Seok-gyo managed to run outside. He walked along it, getting lost among the people so as not to be noticed. Seok-gyo thought about himself what everyone else thought about him, that he was a weirdo or even a criminal. He decided that he should get rid of his head as soon as possible. Suddenly, someone put their hand on his neck. Seok-gyo was very frightened by this. Then, a stranger put a knife to his body and told him to keep quiet. It was a blonde girl who was on the balcony of the gym. She said that Seok-gyo had a tail behind him, so he had to not turn around. She was right, because In-ho was running after the boy. He scratched the back of his head and wondered where the boy could have gone. Suddenly, he received a call from a detective. In-ho immediately made a friendly voice, but his detective interrupted and said that his partner was running quickly to him. In-ho asked why, and was told that they had found the gym teacher on the mountain. Then from the phone I heard very loud shouts from the detective, who ordered me to run to him immediately. In-ho turned around and went to fulfill the order. A girl with blonde hair was watching. She put a knife to Seok-gyo's face and ordered him to be quiet, otherwise she would stab him in the gut. And then she added that the guy should follow her quietly. The girl led him through some strange alleys. She was so close to him that her large, lush breasts rubbed against the boy's body. When walking, it was felt especially strongly. Seok-gyo could sense this and asked her not to press against him so hard. Then she said that the guy was a pervert and only wanted breasts. Seok-gyo shouted at the girl and asked where she was taking him and if she had put his head in the box. Then I heard the sound of the wind from the knife. The girl pointed to the door of his basement and told him to go there. But Seok-gyo shouted that she had to answer his question first. But the girl did not listen to the guy's cries and simply kicked him. Then Seok-gyo flew straight down the stairs. He landed downstairs, hitting the wall. After that, the girl came up and took him by the shirt and dragged him along. And then she threw the poor thing into a room like a kitten. Seok-gyo held his head and was outraged that he had been treated so rudely. Suddenly, the door of the room slammed loudly. The guy saw this and started yelling at her to open the door. But then I calmed down because I realized that it made no sense. Meanwhile, there was a sink with a tap in the room. In general, the interior of the room was covered in blood and rust. It was as if someone had been tortured there before. Seok-gyo heard a sound and flinched. He turned toward the sound and could not believe his eyes. The guy took the hand of a corpse in his hands. Seok-gyo screamed and threw her into the wall away from him. His eyes were full of fear. Suddenly, he decided to look up. There was a monster on the ceiling, similar to the ones his classmates had turned into. Then the monster jumped to the floor. He took the boy's briefcase, and it began to scurry around, as if the monster could smell the teacher's head. The monster itself looked like a spider because it had many legs or arms. Seok-gyo immediately exploded and ran to the door. He was screaming and beating on the door for someone to help him and let him out. Suddenly, a sharp part of the monster stuck into the door. It was some kind of claw with something wet dripping from it. The monster took him out of the door and pulled him toward it. The monster girl shouted that she was very hungry and slowly approached Seok-gyo. Then the guy opened a drawer with some kitchen utensils in it. Seok-gyo picked up a knife and threatened the monster to keep her away from him. Suddenly, the same claw knocked the weapon out of the guy's hands. Then, its tentacles wrapped around both of Seok-gyo's arms. It had nowhere to go. The boy was lifted high up, screaming for the monster to let him out. Suddenly, Seok-gyo's body was pierced by the monster's tentacle claw. Foam flowed from the guy's mouth. After that, his eyes began to close and he lost consciousness. Then, Seok-gyo just fell to the ground, exhausted. The guy realized that he could not move, as if he was paralyzed. He was looking at a huge monster with another mouth at the bottom of its body. He was telling Seok-gyo to stay with him and not to run away. The guy realized that he had to get himself together and act. He saw the head of a physical education teacher in front of him. Seok-gyo realized that he could have ended up like him, so he had to come up with something. Meanwhile, tentacles were coming out of the monster's lower mouth, and Seok-gyo was about to be eaten. Suddenly, the guy's eyes turned yellow again. The furry paw grabbed the monster with its claws. Seok-gyo held onto the monster's head. His eyes were animalistic and his teeth were sharp as fangs. He was out for blood. The monster tried to get out of Seok-gyo's paw, but he failed. Common sense was still getting through to the guy's head. He looked at his hand and did not understand what was happening. Suddenly, his hairy hand simply crushed the monster's head to the floor at speed. The monster was screaming and begging to stop. Meanwhile, the sound of breaking bones could be heard. Blood was splattered all over the room. The monster was very big, so it left a lot of traces behind. Meanwhile, the old monitor showed the moment of the monster's death. A guy was sitting at the table, and next to him was the same blonde girl. They were looking at the monitor together. Then he took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. After that, he said that he hadn't seen anything like it for a long time, and added that it looked like uncontrollable. The girl commented that Seok-gyo had no control over himself and transformed whenever he wanted, so she suggested killing him right away, to which the boy replied that Seok-gyo was very strong because he had dealt with an uncontrollable person who had previously killed 2 of his kind. He decided that when the young man returned to his normal form, they would decide. The girl was not pleased, but kept silent. Then the guy said it was time to go and asked her to come with him. Meanwhile, Seok-gyo looked at his hands, which were covered in blood, and the other was even shaggy. He could not believe what he was seeing and thought he was hallucinating. Then the guy looked away. He saw broken glass and blood on the floor. Suddenly, the guy watching through the monitor told Seok-gyo that if he wanted to cut off his arm, it would be very painful and offered a bet. After these words, Seok-gyo attacked the stranger with threats and broken glass. Then, the guy turned to a girl named Jong-hye and asked her if she had brought Seok-gyo here by threatening her with a knife. He said that he had asked her not to do that. After that, some bars fell to the floor. The guy commented that it was a special invention. High-calorie chocolate bars. Seok-gyo still didn't trust these people. Then the guy explained that chocolate is very tasty, although it does not satisfy hunger, but it is just right for a snack. But he didn't finish, because Seok-gyo interrupted him and ordered him to shut up. He became angry and attacked the kidnappers, asking them what they had done to his arm. The guy approached him, but Seok-gyo threatened him with a knife again and ordered him not to come closer. Suddenly, the kidnapper simply opened one of the chocolate bars. Then, with a smile, he handed it to Seok-gyo. He added that they did not do anything to his arm, because the teenager had changed himself. Seok-gyo listened to this and looked at his food. He was shaking. Suddenly, a candy bar was snatched from his hands by lightning. The teenager began to eat it very quickly. He was really hungry. When I finished, I looked at the pile of other bars. He pounced on them and began to consume them right in the wrapper. The kidnapper looked at this and smiled. After that, he began to explain that they were people who had been reborn into a new super species. The guy started telling a story. It was a group on the beach where they were photographed near a cave. The 3 girls were laughing loudly and talking to each other. They were drinking water, and one of them commented that it was incredible and had bubbles. She advised Mother Yeon to drink it. It turned out that this particular woman had her first symptoms 10 years ago. After a while, she grabbed her stomach, which was making sounds of poisoning. Some guy noticed this and asked if my mother was poisoned. But in fact, the woman's stomach was hurting because of the mineral water she had drunk from the cave. A few hours later, in the barn, the woman felt sick again. Yo-Yo was vomiting blood. It didn't look like poisoning. Her mouth and hands were covered in blood. The woman started crying because she thought she was sick with something and thought she was dying. Then she decided to go inside the barn so that others wouldn't see her. Suddenly, she saw something. There were many piglets in front of her, grunting loudly. And on Sunday, Yo-Yeon was no longer human. Terrible sounds and screams were coming from the barn. There was a woman inside, covered in blood. The room was also covered in blood, and there were many dead pigs lying around. Yo-Young's face looked terrible, like she was a lunatic who had escaped from a mental institution. But her transformation did not end there. She started writing and reading in English, even though she had never been taught the language. She also worked effortlessly at a computer she had never seen in her life. But the most surprising thing was that she learned to drive a tractor. On one of her tractor rides, a young man in a car started mocking her and calling her a hillbilly. But Yo-Yo didn't pay any attention to it. The boy continued to mock her. The last straw was the phrase about the woman amusing the young men with her accent. After that, there was such a loud sound that the crows fled from the forest. The rich guy's car crashed. Yo-Yeon could change her body at will, both in size and density. But after returning to the human register, something terrible happened. The woman was experiencing a brutal and uncontrollable hunger. She realized that she had to learn more about herself and to find people like her. She started a club. That's how their organization was founded. The kidnapper finished his story. After that, Seok-gyo asked if he was supposed to believe this nonsense, and he advised them to read less manga. Then Jong-ye asked if Seok-gyo wanted proof and pulled out a knife. The guy asked how it was possible that a person could start transforming into another species just like that. Then the other kidnapper replied that they were all infected with something similar to a virus. He explained that the virus entered the body through water, namely through sewage and mineral water, and completely changes the human gene. But it was also known that not all people who drank water from the same source were infected. The organization was still trying to figure out why this was happening. He also added that there were people who were affected differently by the virus and just kept mutating continuously. They called them uncontrollable or defective. He added that the creatures that Seok-gyo killed in the hall were just that. Suddenly, the teenager screamed that he hadn't killed anyone and that he didn't remember anything. In response, the kidnapper told him that Seok-gyo didn't remember anything because he had good judgment. He added that the teenager also looked partially defective. After all, severe hunger was the only thing they felt after losing their minds, and the lack of food needed for the mutation led to death. He added that ordinary people catch the changes in all their glory, so to protect the species, witnesses must be removed, and that's why Jong Haye wanted to kill Seok-gyo before he was reborn. Then he said that he decided to give the teenager a chance because they were short of manpower. He then asked if Seok-gyo would join their organization. Meanwhile, the teenager was already at home. He was met by an angry mother and a father who tried to calm her down. Suddenly, the woman started crying and shouting about why her son was not picking up the phone. She was very worried about him. And then she switched to the side of Seok-gyo and asked what happened to him and if anyone had beaten him up. The guy denied everything, but the marks on his body said otherwise. The mother reached for Seok-gyo's hand and began to say that she was going to school. Suddenly, the boy waved his hand away, hitting his mother. Her father caught her and started yelling at his son to apologize to her. But Seok-gyo was just muttering to himself. After that, he just ran into his room and slammed the door loudly, shouting that it was their own fault for getting in. His parents would not let it go. So they knocked on the door and demanded that he come out immediately and talk about his behavior. Meanwhile, the boy was shaking violently. He thought about the offer to join the monster organization. These thoughts made him very nervous. Seok-gyo recalled the words of the kidnapper, who said that the teenager's life among normal people was ordered to him. After all, the boy would be constantly hungry. He added that if Seok-gyo did any harm, they would get rid of him. Meanwhile, the parents were still breaking into the teenager's room. Suddenly, Seok-gyo began to transform. His arm grew fur and his eyes turned yellow. He was shaking and thinking that he had become a monster. Seok-gyo was sitting on the bed, covered with a blanket. Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone. He looked at it and decided to revise it. It turned out that So-hee wrote to him and asked how he was feeling. After that, she asked Seok-gyo to meet her. The guy thought it was very strange that So-hee suddenly started imposing her communication on him. A new day has come. So-hee and Seok-gyo met up after all. She asked him if he was okay, because he had been away from school for a week and she was worried. Seok-gyo said that he was feeling better and asked why So-hee had called him. He replied that she wanted to cheer him on at the movies because of the fight. Seok-gyo was very excited to hear about the movie and asked what movie they were going to see. It turned out that they went to see a movie about Doraemon, the character on So-hee's watch. It seemed that Seok-gyo was not very happy when he saw this, but the girl looked happy and said she was very glad she had managed to buy tickets because it was the last day of the show. Seok-gyo then asked if So-hee really had a huge crush on Doraemon, but the girl didn't hear him, and the guy decided not to repeat it. There were a lot of people. Everyone wanted to see the movie. The teenagers were waiting for the movie, and So-hee started talking about how it was the first time they had ever been to the movies together. After that, there was a shy silence. Seok-gyo suddenly jumped up and said he was going to get food, and So-hee said she wanted to go with him. But the guy refused and ran away very abruptly, saying that he would do everything himself because So-hee had bought the tickets. The girl again did not understand anything. Meanwhile, the guy had already bought everything. Seok-gyo was very worried because he didn't understand what he was doing here with a girl like So-hee. He realized that she was definitely not connected to the organization. When Seok-gyo was walking back, he noticed that a large group of guys had gathered around So-hee. They would hit on her and offer her all kinds of indecent things. The girl was scared and asked the boys to leave her alone, but one of the guys grabbed So-hee's shoulder as she was trying to run away from them and started saying something, but he was interrupted, after which a loud sound occurred. Seok-gyo grabbed the ignorant man's arm, shielding Seo-hee. The guy was furious and demanded an explanation from the boys, squeezing the offender's hand harder. Suddenly, the boy's head became the head of an antelope. The horned animal shouted at him with a threat. Seok-gyo couldn't believe his eyes. The boy began threatening to gouge out the teenager's eyes for staring. But now there were 3 animal heads in front of Seok-gyo. He didn't even listen to the boy's ridicule. The teenager was still in a stupor and could not believe what he was seeing. He pinched the antelope's cheek and said that he had changed a lot. Then, the ignorant man decided to attack Seok-gyo, but the teenager grabbed his arm again. Then, he grabbed the antelope's neck. He lifted him up high, as if he were picking up feathers. Seok-gyo was surprised at how light the boy was. Meanwhile, behind him stood So-hee with the face of a rabbit. She was very nervous as she watched what was happening. The thought flashed through Seok-gyo's mind that it was all just a dream, so there were only animals around. He was still holding the antelope by the throat, even though it said it had no room to breathe. But Seok-gyo didn't stop. His eyes suddenly turned yellow and his heart beat faster, adrenaline pumping through his blood. Suddenly, the teenager realized what was happening. Then he abruptly let go of the guy, and he fell to the ground. Now everyone looked normal. His gang ran up to him to support him. Other visitors watched, and they were now very afraid of Seok-gyo. Seo-hee didn't know what to say, so she just said the boy's name. Seok-gyo started muttering nervously to himself. After that, he abruptly ran away with So-hee shouting after him. The events moved to a park by the river. Seok-gyo was sitting on a bench, and next to him was a large pile of food, or rather what was left of it. The teenager was very nervous because he felt like a real monster because he almost killed that guy without any doubt. He suddenly remembered the expression on his captor's face, and his words about harming others. Seok-gyo realized then that he could not stay here any longer. He was shaking and sweating. Meanwhile, a dog was tied up and floating on the water, crying loudly. In front of her stood 3 guys who had most likely committed the crime and were loudly mocking the animal. Seok-gyo saw this and heard one of the boys say that if the dog fell into the water, no one would care. After that, the children started taking pictures of it and saying they would post it on social media. Suddenly, a hand grabbed one of the guy's shoulders. It was Seok-gyo. He scolded the children for what they had done, but the boy told the teenager to fuck off because he was interfering with his movie. This phrase infuriated Seok-gyo, and he started shouting and scolding the children for their terrible behavior. Meanwhile, Seo-hee ran to the park looking for a friend. She looked around, wondering where else Seok-gyo could have run to. Suddenly, she heard a quarrel and a familiar voice. She saw Seok-gyo and the children, who were not going to listen to the teenager. The boy saw the dog swimming away and whimpering loudly. Then he decided to follow him and put his foot in the water. Seok-gyo was very angry, but he still went after the dog. When he reached the animal, the water was up to his neck. Fascinated, so he watched. Meanwhile, the children were about to leave as if nothing had happened. Seok-gyo came out of the water holding the dog and talking about how cruel children can be and how he was now all wet because of them. Suddenly, someone handed him a towel. He looked up and saw Seo-hee standing there. His reaction showed that he was very surprised. The girl began to tell a story about how Seok-gyo once took a cat down from a tall tree in the schoolyard when he was in elementary school. No one wanted to help the cat back then. Seo-hee added that she has liked Seok-gyo ever since and for a very long time. The guy was even more shocked by what he heard and did not know what to say. So he then decided to repeat herself and said that she liked the guy very much. She blushed all over. Then Seok-gyo blushed and started muttering under his breath. In his mind, he knew he shouldn't have confessed back because he was a monster. But that smile of Seo-hee's was driving him crazy, so he told her how he felt. And then his mind went blank. Meanwhile, something strange was happening in some dark basement where construction was underway. Some woman was running from fear she was being chased. She kept turning back and lost one shoe on the way. The woman tripped over a stone because of the heel on the other pair, and then she fell loudly to the ground. The woman was shaking with fear. She suddenly screamed, holding her head with her hands. We could hear the scream even outside, it was so loud. The woman was shaking, and cold sweat was pouring down her face. She said in a trembling voice that she needed to find her phone and started looking for it in her bag. When I took it out, I dropped it on the ground from nerves. She was trembling and trying to calm herself down. She turned on her mobile device, and it started slowly. Finally, the phone screen lit up, but through the light of her cell phone, the woman saw the head of a monster in front of her, who wanted her dead. In the morning, a large crowd of police officers, rescuers, and ordinary passers-by gathered near the scene. The entire room was covered in blood. The workers were looking for the victim's hand, whose corpse was being taken out by pathologists. Another corpse was photographed by another medical worker. Nearby was the body of the same woman who had fled at night. She was also photographed. Detective Seok-gyo crouched down by the body and looked at it in silence. Meanwhile, his partner was vomiting around the corner. Then the man asked how such a weakling could become a criminalist. The man said that it was the woman who had disappeared on Sunday. Another worker asked if it was done for the sake of organs, but there was no connection. He was indignant at the denial of his hypothesis because he was sure of it. At the time, Detective Seok-gyo said it was too messy for the black market, and then added that the marks showed that she had been bitten with her teeth, not cut. He added that this was the third case in a year, and it was necessary to inform the media about it. Another man with a cigarette was indignant and asked why the detective was getting out. He made a pull and said that they would not publicize anything for now and would just pretend that the bodies were scattered separately. The man added that because of public dissatisfaction, their superiors would reprimand them. And then he said that the detective had been harassed because he talked too much in Seoul, so he advised Seok-gyo to keep quiet. After that, the man started shouting at the other boy to forget what home was until they found the culprit. And when the employee left, the man said that they were all fools because it was impossible to find him. Meanwhile, the detective stepped back and noticed something. He thought that the first body was found in the neighborhood, and now the murders were getting closer. The criminal gained courage. The events moved to Seok-gyo's apartment. His mother was in the kitchen chopping green onions. She was completely absorbed in her thoughts. And then I started crying because the onions made my eyes water. She didn't even notice her son approaching her. He scratched the back of his head and said hello to his mother. But the mother was very happy to see her son, and tears welled up in her eyes. She pounced on her son with questions about his sleep and whether he would eat. A few minutes later, the whole family was eating breakfast together. His mother pulled out the egg roll that Seok-gyo loved so much. The boy felt embarrassed after that. His mother noticed and commented that her son was surprisingly serious. Meanwhile, a dog came to them with a stitch mark on his hip. The mother greeted him and said that the dog was hungry too, and Seok-gyo seemed surprised to see the animal. The dog just started eating its food as if nothing had happened. The mother commented that she was very surprised when Seok-gyo brought the dog home, but she recalled how, as a child, the boy always brought home animals he rescued and felt very sorry for them. Seok-gyo justified himself by not bringing the dog back for good. When he found the owner, he promised to return the dog immediately. The mother laughed merrily, her voice so warm and gentle. She said their son hadn't changed at all, especially when it came to animals. Seok-gyo did not expect to hear this from his mother's. He felt embarrassed because he thought he was a monster. His mother's words had a positive effect on him, and he decided that he had not changed and was just sick. Seok-gyo promised himself that he would get better and become normal. His life would go back to the way it was before. Meanwhile, the school bell rang. Seok-gyo walked down the school corridor and looked at his phone. The guy corresponded with So-hee. He offered to walk her home after school, and she agreed. Seok-gyo smiled like a fool. He was so happy at that moment. After that, he opened the door to enter the classroom. All the students were staring at the boy. The classroom immediately became loud as everyone whispered and discussed Seok-gyo's return. One of the boys standing by the teenager's desk asked if he was really in the hospital with post-traumatic stress. The boys said they were happy for Seok-gyo, that he was getting better, and expressed their support for everything he had been through. Those were the bullies who had beaten him up. But Seok-gyo just smiled sweetly and said that they shouldn't apologize because everything was fine. Then, the teenager decided to ask if anything happened in his absence, and hinted at the physical education teacher. Suddenly, my classmates began to talk excitedly about the new girl, how beautiful she was and how lucky they were. One of the boys said that she was better than even the idols. Just then, the girl walked into the classroom. The classroom door opened and a white head was visible. Then her face appeared. She looked at Seok-gyo. It turned out to be the same girl who had kidnapped the teenager. The guy was furious. He couldn't believe that Jong-hee had transferred to their class. The events moved to the school roof. Seok-gyo was dragging Jong-hee along, furious. After that, he chained the girl to the wall so that she could not move her arms. Seok-gyo started yelling at the girl for coming here and not even giving him time to think. Suddenly, Zhang Hie's face changed and she asked why the boy thought she was here for him. Then Seok-gyo shouted and asked why the girl was here. Zhang Hie's face turned sly, and she replied that she wanted to study with him in the same class and that there was a defective person in the school. After that, Seok-gyo's face also changed and became scared, and he asked if there was really another monster in the school. Meanwhile, the events moved to the noisy street. There was a building there called the Association for Environmental Research. The teenagers came there and stood in front of the office. Zhang Hie asked Seok-gyo if he had thought it through and added that they would only let him go if he was dead. The guy was silent for a while. It was clear that he was worried. Then, Seok-gyo replied that there was nothing to worry about and that he was ready, and then opened the door to his office. Inside, there was a large room with enough people just going about their business. Seok-gyo looked around. Some were talking to doctors, others were just working. Others filled out documents and registered. Zhang Hie noticed Seok-gyo's strange state and asked him why he stopped and ordered him to go check in. At the reception desk, they asked him if it was his first time here and told him what information to enter. After that, Seok-gyo had to go to the support center. The room looked like a school. There were desks, a large blackboard, and someone was telling something. The man stood up and introduced himself as Kim Philip and said he was their coordinator. He came up to the projector and started telling them that they were cannibals and joked that he would be imprisoned. It turned out that Kim Philip was talking about how to lead a normal life and not give himself away. The first rule was that hunting people was forbidden. In exchange, they would provide them with an endless supply of food to cover their needs, which would reduce the likelihood of being caught while hunting. The second rule was that transformation was allowed only in certain areas, and that mishaps had to be reported through a special program. And then Kim Philip turned around and added that if people noticed them in the process, they should be disposed of immediately. He added that it happened that superhumans accidentally killed or deliberately left someone alive. In such cases, the organization would remove both the monster and the witness. Kim Philip smiled and added that he hoped none of them would be led by emotions. The third rule was that cooperation with the media and news was prohibited, but if interaction was inevitable, the organization would take care of it. He also added that if they were photographed or filmed, they should immediately tell them about it. Seok-gyo whispered to Zhang Hie about how serious it was and that he had already broken all the rules. The girl called the guy a jerk and said that now he knew everything, because the organization had done a lot to hush up his case. And then she added that if Hyun hadn't vouched for him, Seok-gyo would have been dead long ago. After that, she commented that she didn't understand why Gu Hyun liked him so much, and then said that she hoped Seok-gyo would die soon. Meanwhile, Kim Philip continued to lecture and said that the organization was doing everything possible for their safety, and added that they were one team. He said goodbye and told me to take the brochure. The class became animated. Everyone was discussing something, getting to know each other. Seok-gyo came over to take the brochure. Suddenly, another teenager approached the boy and put his arm around him, asking if he was the one who had praised Hyun so much. He praised Seok-gyo for taking down the uncontrollable in the basement in one fell swoop. The teenager was not used to receiving such compliments. Then, the guy introduced himself as Park Jong-tae. He was the leader of the 7th group of new recruits. He asked Seok-gyo if he had chosen a group, and if he would go on patrol with him. The teenager knew nothing about it, so he was very surprised that he had to patrol something. Jong-tae explained that as soon as newcomers joined the organization, they were to immediately assemble a team and go on patrol, killing the unruly. The guy went on to say that there were supposed to be 2 more people in their group, but they died last week, so Seok-gyo was going to join them. The teenager began to panic and did not know what to say. Jong-tae noticed this and said that Zhang Hie's group was all shell-shocked, and if he went to them, he would be dead immediately. Zhang Hie then rudely told Jong-tae to shut up because she was on the phone. After that, the guy whispered to Seok-gyo that the girl was just a devil. Then, one of Jong-tae's friends said that he had to leave early because he had a funeral for his father. The guy was upset and said he wanted to see the new guys in the business. Meanwhile, the events moved to the store. Jong-tae ordered Seok-gyo to go upstairs, and they were to search the lower floors. In fact, the teenager was very afraid and trembling, lighting his way with the flashlight of his phone. He walked and was afraid of literally every creak. Suddenly, Seok-gyo heard strange sounds and screamed. The teenager shone a flashlight and saw that it was just mice. After that, he asked out loud where his life was going. Meanwhile, Seok-gyo had already gone to the restroom. He looked at the entrance and was nervous, as if he felt some kind of danger. But I decided to go there because I wanted to use the restroom myself. Seok-gyo didn't see that there were bloody handprints near the sign. He just calmly walked to the entrance and was glad to have finally found it. Suddenly, someone knocked him down. That someone was as scared as Seok-gyo was of being found. The stranger was dressed in black and was running away from the boy. But Seok-gyo didn't pay any attention to this, only indignantly saying that if he was in a hurry, he shouldn't have led everyone astray. The guy went to the restroom and began to relieve himself. Suddenly, Seok-gyo realized that it was an abandoned building. Then he thought about where the person was from and sweat ran down his face. Suddenly, he felt something behind him, and his heart beat faster. Seok-gyo turned and shone the flashlight, shouting loudly. On the other side was the corpse of a guy who had been hanged. Seok-gyo shouted loudly and began to call everyone over. Then, Jong-tae entered the restroom, pushing the door open hard. The teenager pointed to his body, but the team wasn't scared. On the contrary, Jong-tae was pleased that Seok-gyo had done a good job and began to praise him. Suddenly, he was interrupted by the sound of vomiting. It was Seok-gyo, standing by the toilet, barely able to contain himself. The guy who went to the funeral took a blood smear and said that the handwriting was like that of a field mouse. And then, he came back to the team and said that the guy was still warm. If they had come earlier, they could have captured the uncontrollable. Then Jong-tae asked Seok-gyo if he had seen anything. The teenager replied that a guy had run into him, but it was dark and he didn't notice anything. He suddenly remembered the expression on the stranger's face, or rather his eyes. Then, it was as if an understanding came to Seok-gyo. Jong-tae, meanwhile, said that Seok-gyo seemed more capable and was simultaneously crunching his fist. Suddenly, the teenager said that he seemed to know the uncontrollable. The team turned to him in shock. Seok-gyo said it was a student from his school. A new day came and the events moved to the school. The students came through the gate and everyone greeted each other. Yoon Jun-soo was listening to music with headphones on. Everyone greeted him and even bowed to him. Some people called him to play basketball, but Jun-soo refused. Then his friend came up to the teenager and asked why he hadn't picked up the phone, because they had agreed to go to a Western school. Jung-soo replied that he was visiting his sister and apologized. Jin-man felt ashamed of this, embarrassed, and asked how his sister was doing. But Yoon-soo just smiled and said that she had been discharged a month ago. Then Jin-man changed the subject to a Western school and said that he had heard that students there were extorting money from junior high school students. Jun-soo didn't say anything to that and just opened the creaking wardrobe. After that, he let out a short word, funny. Jin-man looked at his friend's closet to see what he had that was so funny. Then, Jung-soo turned to a classmate and asked if he could help him. Meanwhile, Seok-gyo stood on the roof of the school. It was clear that the guy was very upset about something and was deep in thought. He recalled a conversation with a team that wanted to cover an uncontrollable from their school. Seok-gyo was against it. Jong-hye then explained that the killer was called the field mouse, because he had played such a joke on 11 teenagers over the past 3 weeks. She added that because Seok-gyo had noticed him, he was in danger, so it was worth taking the first step. He couldn't make up his mind, but so he was still at school. He turned to leave because he could not allow another tragedy to happen. Suddenly, on the way out, he met Jung-soo. The guy was friendly and said that he was hoping Jong-hae would call him and started looking around. Then, Jung-soo threw the note they left him and asked why they didn't stick his head in instead, because that was their job. Seok-gyo was outraged and said that he hadn't done anything like that, and then added that he just wanted to talk and that no one knew he was here. Jung-soo agreed to talk, but Seok-gyo was fidgeting and couldn't get started. Then he said that he had heard what happened to his sister last year. A video popped up in the boys' minds of Jun-soo's sister crying and calling her brother for help. In that video, boys from the school brutally abused an innocent girl, which is why her sister was still in the hospital. After that, Seok-gyo asked about the corpse they found in the toilet, because it looked like it was one of those guys. The teenager began to talk about the possibility that Jun-soo may have ordered those boys to do this and wanted revenge. After he said that, Jung-soo's teeth began to chatter, and he asked if Seok-gyo was just joking. And then, the guy regained his composure and said that non-humans could not have family or friends at all. He just wanted to kill the guy, that's all. Then, Jun-soo looked at Seok-gyo. The boy's eyes turned yellow and his teeth were chattering. He explained that the guy was just pissing him off and that he had skinned him for fun. Seok-gyo could not believe what he was hearing because the teenager had broken the rules. Junsu started acting very strange and saying that as a human, he couldn't finish off that guy, even though he really wanted to. But when he became a superhuman, he lost his mind. He said that he had no sense of guilt or conscience, even though it was completely wrong. Seok-gyo then replied that they were not to blame. He started shouting and saying that they were infected with some kind of virus. Seok-gyo yelled at Jung-soo to stop killing people because he was putting them all in danger, but the guy was very calm. He said that the organization would not let him live even if he stopped, but Seok-gyo assured him that he would help Junsu and that no one would refuse him to join them. Unfortunately, Jung-soo had other plans and interrupted Seok-gyo, saying that he would think about it later. Meanwhile, the bell rang. Seok-gyo and Jung-hye were sitting at their desks discussing the situation with Jung-soo. The boy tried to tell him that his classmate was not harmful, but the girl got angry at this conversation because she had more radical views. Seok-gyo said that he was glad that everything was resolved with words rather than violence. Suddenly, the TV in the classroom turned on. Everyone was shocked by the surprise. The picture began to appear and someone's hand became visible. It turned out to be Junsu. He said that he was even a little embarrassed because it was his first time doing this. It turned out that he was not alone but with Jin Man, who was completely bandaged. Teenagers reacted differently, but most were outraged. Jung-soo said that he had thought about their conversation on the roof. After a short pause, the guy said that his answer was negative, and then he untied his classmate's mouth. Jin-man started swearing and saying that he was only asked to hold the bag. Meanwhile, Jung-soo was unscrewing the water bottle. The hostages were spinning around and trying to get out. Then, Jung-soo looked at the camera. His teeth became sharp, and he asked if this was the right argument for them. After that, he poured water into Jin-man's throat, and blood immediately flowed from his mouth. The teenager resisted, but still swallowed the water. Then he coughed loudly. Jin-man yelled at Junsu and asked him what kind of disgusting thing he had slipped him. After that, the guy started to shake and bleed more. And then, one of his cheeks began to be covered with blisters, like bubbles. Something abnormal was happening to the guy. He seemed to be turning into a monster. Suddenly, Jin-man started vomiting blood just like Yo-young. The teenagers in the class saw all this and were outraged. Suddenly, someone slammed the table so hard that it broke. It was Jung-hye who swore and called Jung-soo a rat. Meanwhile, Jin-man was feeling worse and worse. It seems that Jung-soo had poured him contaminated water, so he knew where the source of the infection was. Jung-hye abruptly ran out of the classroom. She turned on the earpiece in her ear. Jong-tae was on the other end, and the girl called him immediately. The guy was at the factory. Jong-hye explained what had happened at the school, and ordered him to come to them immediately and get people out of the building. The guy didn't understand, so Jong-hye called the code, "We are all in the room." We had to act immediately, so without thinking, the girl broke the window and flew out of it. It was quite high up, and was flying straight down head first. Suddenly a paw came out of its back. This third hand clung to the pipe. Jung-hee safely descended to the ground like a spy. And then she landed loudly on the ground, surprising the school children nearby. One of them even asked if she had jumped off the top, but Jong-hye was heading for the door. She ran back into the school and headed for the crowd that had gathered at the door. The teacher pulled the handle and ordered the door to be opened for him. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the collar, and then he threw it like a cat at school children. It was Jong-hee, and she kicked the door to the office. There was Jin Man, still vomiting and shaking, and a body lying next to him. The girl quickly broke the camera first thing so that no one would see what would happen next. She thought that Junsu had attracted too much attention and should immediately erase the recording. Then, others entered the classroom. They saw several students scattered around the room and began to get indignant. The teacher approached one of the children and told them that the joke was not funny and they had to get up. Jong-hye was furious because these people were interfering with them and witnessing them. Suddenly, one of the students pointed her finger at something and shook with fear. In front of them was the monster Jin-man had turned into. 2 more mouths with big tongues appeared in his head. Suddenly, his head separated from his body, breaking through the skin. Jong-hye couldn't believe what she was seeing. Had Jin-man become uncontrollable because of the water, since it takes at least a week to become infected? The teacher saw this and panicked. The 2 students in front of him also began to turn into monsters. One of them shouted about his hunger and grabbed the teacher's head. After that, the student began to devour his teacher. Others saw this and started running away in fear. Suddenly, the door slammed loudly in front of them. It was Jong-hye. She threw the camera tripod, which closed the door. The students tried to open them and did not understand what was happening. But Zhang Hie had a lot of strength, so the teenagers failed, even though one of them tried hard. Suddenly, he just fell to the floor. It turned out that there was a monster behind him who wanted to eat him. A second later, the schoolboy was gone, grabbed by an uncontrollable man. Zhang Hie was watching and was furious. She realized that she had no choice, so she began to undress and took off her shirt, leaving her in her underwear. Paws began to come out of her back, and Zhang Hie was transformed. They grew sharply and made the sound of bones breaking. It wasn't the best, but it was epic. On the tip of each paw was a black claw that looked like it had poison. In a few seconds, Zhang Hie completely transformed into a superhuman and looked simply beautiful. Meanwhile, the events moved to a scientific laboratory. Zhang Tai was coming out of there with his partners and talking to someone on the phone. Someone put fire to the fire indicator. The events moved back to the school. Suddenly, a siren sounded, announcing the evacuation. The students heard this and thought there was a fire. They began to run out quickly. Some guy ran out first. Others followed suit and caused panic in the school. Everyone ran out of the classroom. Only one student stalled. He saw Seok Gyo sitting at his desk, so he called him to save himself as well. But Seok Gyo remained silent, even though he was shaking. The student began to turn back and forth and did not know what to do. But he still decided to escape and not wait for Seok Gyo. The teenager was left all alone in the classroom, which looked like it was after the apocalypse. Seok Gyo hit the table hard, breaking it and cursing loudly at Junsu. The teenager's face became like a monster. He was transformed by anger. Meanwhile, the events moved to the basement of the school. Junsu was pouring some water into the tanks. A man, probably a guard, was lying near the empty water canisters. Frightened school children were tied up next to him. Junsu was calm and did his job. He jumped to the floor with the hostages behind him. One of them called him. The guy was shaking and asked if Jungsu could let them go, and another added that they were friends. The kidnapper apologized and said he didn't mean to get them involved. Then the hostage was happy and asked if he could have untied them then. But the guy didn't have time to speak, because Jungsu stabbed him in the neck with a sharp object. The kidnapper said quite calmly that he did not need their help, because it was unnecessary trouble. The guy fell to his knees. Blood was flowing from his neck. Other hostages screamed, some even called for help. Junsu said tiredly that the students were too noisy, so they could have given him away. Suddenly, Jungsu heard something. He heard someone's loud footsteps. It was Seok Gyo who was looking for Jungsu. He flew into the room and approached the frightened kidnapper. Seok Gyo grabbed him by the head. After that, he threw it on the floor, making a characteristic sound. Jungsu had a sharp weapon with him, so he swung it. He stabbed it into the arm of Seok Gyo, who tried to deflect the blow. The teenager was really very strong and capable. Seok Gyo pulled Junsu's hand, who was shocked by his skill. The teenager then twisted and broke his opponent's arm. Seok Gyo spoke in a rude tone to tell Jungsu to stop making faces because he was sick of it. He grabbed the traitor by the hair. Then he hit his head hard against the pipe. Other students were horrified by what they saw with their own eyes. Seok Gyo, meanwhile, smeared Jungsu's face against the pipes. He seemed to enjoy it because he was getting excited. Seok Gyo looked at Junsu insatiably, like a beast at its prey. The traitor said that he was in great pain and something started to come out of his neck. Suddenly, Jungsu's spine flew by Seok Gyo's neck. He grabbed his neck and let go of the teenager. Junsu stood up, two spines sticking out of his neck, and said that he was waiting for the boy later. Seok Gyo yelled at him that he could have just run away and not organized this concert. Jungsu said that he didn't want to do it himself, but an order was an order. He said that the third water tank was connected to the irrigation system on the site where the students were taken during the evacuation. Seok Gyo couldn't believe his ears. He looked at the empty bottles and realized that Jungsu wanted to infect the entire school. The guy pressed a button in his hand and said how funny it would be when everyone turned into a defective. Meanwhile, the stadium was loud because a lot of people had gathered. Someone ordered Kim's teacher to check the students on the list and call the rescue service. The students checked the news on their mobile devices because they did not believe there was a fire, because they did not see smoke. Seo-hee was also looking at her phone. She wrote to Seok Gyo, who did not respond, and everyone else was out of touch. So he was very worried about him. Meanwhile, some sounds began to come from the ground. One of the students said that the irrigation system had turned on. The students began to move away to avoid getting wet, but the water had already started dripping. They were all in danger. Meanwhile, in the basement, Jungsu tells Seok Gyo that their organization can't handle everything, so he advises her to just enjoy herself. This made Seok Gyo even angrier. His eyes were full of rage. The guy provoked Junsu by asking if he could fly him to the airport for the transformation, so he started doing it, even though he hadn't planned to. More vertebrae flew out of the guy's neck. Junsu turned into a real monster with strange hands and apologized to Seok-gyo, saying that he had to finish the job to the end. But the teenager was ready for battle, so he wanted to transform himself. His hand began to pulse and transform into a monster's paw. Suddenly she was shaking, and then she became completely normal, as if the transformation had gone in the opposite direction. Seok-gyo could not understand what was going on, but Jungsu did not wait and launched his paws from the spine into the enemy. Seok-gyo managed to dodge it. The guy said that Seok-gyo was not distracted, otherwise he was too self-confident. The students, meanwhile, could not survive such fear, so they began to run away from the basement, screaming. Junsu instantly reacted and put his paws into them. He managed to hit one of the boys and his spine went through his classmate. He apologized and commented that the students had to stay put because Junsu was dying of hunger. And then he said that they wouldn't listen to him anyway, so he offered to finish with them right away, to which the students begged for mercy. Suddenly, Junsu's head pulled to the side because someone pulled on one of his paws. It was Seok-gyo, who managed to distract the monster with his strong, pumped-up arms. After that, he ordered the students to flee immediately. They were scared, so they stalled a bit. But then, they immediately started running away as fast as they could. Jungsu was furious, so he had no choice but to attack Seok-gyo. His sharp hand swung at the boy, but he dodged, so only the pipe was damaged. Seok-gyo started running away to hide somewhere. He ducked between the pipes and hit the wall. The boy made it in time, because Junsu almost didn't hurt him with his sharp spines and paws. The monster found Seok-gyo and asked him if he had tried to run away from him, but the teenager decided not to answer and just ran away. Seok-gyo looked around. He had to quickly figure out how to escape, because his strength was not working. He saw two pipes in front of him, one with hot air and one with steam. Seok-gyo had a plan in his head, so he quickly ran to the pipes. Meanwhile, Jungsu was catching up with him, and the monster's head was about to overtake the boy. The monster opened its mouth and bit, not Seok-gyo, but the pipe. After that, water immediately poured in. The teenager's plan worked. Boiling water was coming through the pipe, so Junsu's mouth and face were burned and the monster screamed in pain. He wanted to see his offender, but could not because of the thick steam. Suddenly, Jungsu noticed something. It turned out to be Seok-gyo, who was flying at him with a trumpet. He swung at Jungsu with all his might and hit the monster on the head so hard that it flew away. After that, there was another blow in the other direction. Yi Junsu fell to the ground head first. Suddenly, one of the monster's spines took hold of Seok-gyo's trumpet. After that, Junsu's paw also wrapped around the teenager's arm, so much so that Seok-gyo's arm began to twist and he screamed in pain. The spine monster was dragging the teenager along, flying at speed. As Seok-gyo approached the wall, he realized that the collision was not transitory. The guy's body crashed into one of the system units, breaking everything. Blood poured out of Seok-gyo's mouth. Meanwhile, Jungsu stood up and said that his head was ringing from such a strong blow from the enemy. Then he asked why Seok-gyo was not transforming, but he remained silent. And then Yoon started provoking the teenager by saying that Seok-gyo was uncontrollable, so he simply couldn't transform. Seok-gyo was shocked by what he heard. Junsu added that if the uncontrollable got too excited, the transformation would disappear, which is probably why the teenager doesn't look like a superhuman. Jungsu then threw his spine paw at Seok-gyo. It flew as fast as possible, and its end was very sharp. Seok-gyo managed to react and hid behind the tin as a shield. But the end was too sharp, so he was able to cut through the defense. Seok-gyo dodged this time too, so he was not hurt, but another ridge was flying overhead. The teenager did not see this, so he cut the boy's back, and his mouth started bleeding again. The guy was all writhing from the pain he felt as a simple human being. Meanwhile, on the field, the irrigation system began spraying the crowd. A second later, they stopped watering. The students did not understand this and thought they had broken down. Meanwhile, rescuers arrived at the school. The students were surprised at how quickly they arrived. The firefighters approached Kim's teacher and asked where the fire was, to which they received a very intermittent response that it was most likely a false alarm. But the teacher was not sure, so the firefighter decided to inspect the school anyway. Kim's teacher was very nervous, so he refused to let the rescuers enter the school. Still, the head teacher agreed, so he ordered everyone to leave the school grounds. The students began to calmly leave, not feeling threatened. Meanwhile, the events moved to the laboratory. A guy who was a security guard was sitting at a table with several devices. Then he grabbed for the radio. The guy introduced himself as Monster Clark and was asked how things were going. The guy replied that he had managed to shut off the water and also hacked the system, so there would be no connection for a while. Jong Tai was on the other end, saying that their cleanup team was almost done. He also added that he wanted Clark to check the basement because Seok Gyo might be there. Clark praised him for his good work. Jong Tae couldn't disagree more. He looked at the scene and said that Jung-soo could have thought of them because every time they cleaned up the same scenario. Meanwhile, Jong-hee was eating candy bars. Jong Tae saw this and was surprised. But it is not clear whether it was hunger or because the girl was wearing only her underwear. The guy yelled at her and said that she should be ashamed to sit like that in front of everyone. He added that because of him and Nuna, he didn't like girls at all, to which he received a middle finger in response. Jong Tae wished that Jung Hae's teeth would fall out for such gratitude. After that, the guy threw the girl some clothes and told her to put them on. Jong Tae noticed that one of the defective ones was still moving and asked what had happened because the unruly ones never walked. Suddenly, a water bottle flew into his hands. Jong Hye explained that a field mouse had given everyone a drink of it, and almost at that second, they turned into defective people. Jong Tae couldn't believe his ears as the incubation period continued on Sunday. He shouted that they had to find out what kind of water it was. Meanwhile, Jong Hye got dressed, and it didn't save the situation much. She said that someone was definitely involved in this case. Meanwhile, things were not going well for Seok Gyo. Junsu was putting his paws on the boys' spines. Unfortunately, Seok Gyo did not have time to dodge them all, although his body regenerated immediately. Junsu noticed and was surprised, commenting that Seok Gyo should have died of starvation long ago and that his regeneration was too fast. And then he added that the teenager was uncontrollable. After that, Jung-soo began to turn back, saying that he wanted to live after all. His body was falling into place and it didn't look good. Seok Gyo could barely breathe and looked even worse. Jung-soo suggested that they work together, saying that it was easier to leave family and friends behind because it was impossible to keep them. Seok Gyo yelled at him in anger and said that he would be cured. He was furious, his eyes yellowed and his teeth bared. Suddenly, footsteps were heard in the room. The stranger commented that the task was a failure. The guys turned to the sound, and everyone was shocked. A man who was an investigator came to them. He said that he had given them water to test, but Junsu had ruined it. And then he asked me what the video was for and why he hadn't already run an ad calling Junsu names. The guy tried to make a joke. The man told the schoolboy to get ready, because they had to leave. Seok Gyo did not understand what was happening and asked who the man was. Suddenly, a gun was put to his forehead. After that, there was a loud sound and a lot of blood splashed. Seok Gyo fell to the ground unconscious. The man told Jung-soo that he had taught him that killing superhumans was wrong, because you would repeat their fate. After that, he just walked away calmly, as if it were a normal thing. Jun-soo stood there, looking at his classmate. But I still followed my husband. Seok Gyo remained unconscious. Suddenly, his eyes turned yellow again. Meanwhile, Jong Tae and the team tried to get out of the building. They went down somewhere. It seems to have been a basement, where they saw the hostages lying unconscious. Jong Tae complained that they had a lot of work to do, and asked Jong Hye if they could pass it off as a terrorist attack. Suddenly, he saw Seok Gyo in front of him. He called him, and Jong Hye immediately ran to the boy. The girl grabbed him by the collar and started yelling at him for creating a bunch of problems that he now had to solve himself. But the teenager abruptly pulled out of her arms, hitting her loudly. He straightened his collar and said that he had already run and fallen. Seok Gyo said that thanks to him, they were able to get through the school easily, because after school he would have run off in an unknown direction, so they should be grateful. After that, he called the girl a white-haired woman and told her to bite her tongue, which made her very angry. Jong Tae tried to resolve the situation somehow, so he hugged Seok Gyo and patted him on the shoulder. But the guy was confused by the way he called him, so he asked him again. Jung Tae and Jung Hae did not understand what was happening. Seok Gyo asked why they called him by that name. After that, the guy began to lose consciousness. He just fell to the floor, flying headlong. Jung Tae immediately began to catch him and bring him to consciousness. Jung Hae couldn't believe her eyes. Everything was so strange. But she kept her composure. The boy realized that the name he heard seemed unfamiliar to him. He could not believe that his name was really Han Seok Gyo. Meanwhile, the events moved to a different quarter. There was a white car with its headlights on. Junsu and the investigator were sitting in it. The man was ordering the boy not to screw up this time and to clean up the place. The teenager got out of the car. He opened a room with a lot of bags. It looks like it was some kind of warehouse. Somewhere in the back of the room I heard the sound of crying. The girl called him her brother and said that she was in pain and hungry. Her body was chained. She cried and looked at Junsu, repeating that she was in pain and hungry. He recalled Seok-gyo's words that everyone was in danger because of him. Junsu looked at his sister and said that everything would be fine now. He picked up 2 large canisters, and then he spilled the container. Meanwhile, some memories were emerging in his head. He could see that the boy was arguing with someone, and his sister was sitting on the floor. After that, he recalled how she got a scholarship to an elite school and bragged about her uniform. My sister said that she would never repeat their father's fate and would become a broadcaster, earn a lot of money, and start helping people in need. Junsu looked at what had happened to his sister. It broke his heart. She was a monster and screamed in pain all the time. He plunged back into his memories. Junsu ran to the room where his father was, who said that the damned teenagers had done it. The boy ran into the room and saw his sister. The girl turned to him and cried. She was all beaten up and shaking. The guy was shocked by what he saw. He was screaming about what kind of freak did this to her. Meanwhile, in reality, Jungsu was lighting a match. He kept his face calm. The boy remembered his father going through the sacks in this room. He was yelling at him and asking how his father could take money from them. After that, he said that he didn't care about Youngji at all. My father held on to his cane and said that he felt sorry for his sister. But life went on, especially since the parents of those boys would have gotten them off anyway. He then added that it could be considered an investment in Yeonji. Jungsu was shaking. His eyes suddenly turned yellow, and he felt a rage and strength he had never known before. The father continued to say something to his son, but fell silent when he saw what was happening to Jinsu. He asked his son what had happened to him and was very scared. But Jungsu had already turned into a monster, and his mouth was about to devour his father. The monster did not spare anyone, and did not care about the screams of a loved one. Meanwhile, in reality, everything was on fire. Jungsu kept remembering Seok-gyo's words that it wasn't too late to make amends. They could deal with the infection and live a normal life. The guy looked at the fire for a while and left. He thought that he had already gone too far. The events moved to the organization's premises. The screen showed photos of students before and after the transformation and brief information about them. Gu-hyun told the audience that the students' appearance and appetite resembled those with disabilities, but it seemed that they remained human in general because their DNA had hardly changed. Someone clarified that superhumans were not involved, and Gu-hyun confirmed the hypothesis. The man with the mustache asked what kind of liquid they had found in the school, because it caused an instant mutation. Gu-hyun said that they found out that it was created from plasma. The man whispered to the others that their organization was already 7 years old, but this was the first time he had heard of blood-borne infection. Gu-hyun heard about it and commented that it could be a virus, and then added that there were no characteristic cells in the fluid. And then he added that preliminary data showed that the blood from which the plasma was taken belonged to an unruly person. The man with the mustache was shocked by what he heard. Gu-hyun said that their organization had about 900 people, and they found half of them in the last 2 years. He switched slides and said that perhaps this trend was global in nature. On the screen, he showed Seok-gyo and said that it was a new unruly that had a great regeneration, and added that earlier in the year they had only 1 unruly, and now they have 3. Gu-hyun went on to talk about Seok-gyo and added that the boy had easily recovered from his bullet wound. The man with the mustache said that it was incredible that Seok-gyo was able to survive after all that. Gu-hyun commented that mutating cells lost their stability during transformation, resulting in the organism suddenly gaining superpowers. Then he added that the existence of an uncontrollable that could turn people into monsters was quite real, and that Seok-gyo was an example of this. He said they had to find it and destroy it at all costs. Suddenly, the audience was frightened by what they saw. Someone said that they had a lot to do, and that's what caught everyone's attention. It was a woman who was closing her umbrella. She was saying that if they lay low, they would not be found. It turned out to be Yo-yeon, the first of the superhuman species. The woman spoke calmly, thinking over every word. Everyone greeted her as if she were the president. Yo-young had just returned from Jeju Island. She reassured everyone and said that they had faced similar situations before, so they would be able to cope now. Yo-yeon was angry, so her face started to turn into a monster. The newspapers screamed with headlines that said 16 teenagers had started a fire. The news said that everyone had fled and no one had been caught. There was even a hooligan raid as a hypothesis. Seok-gyo read the news on his phone, and the author wrote that he knew the whole truth, so he wondered if these events were connected. Due to the repairs, the school was closed for 2 Sundays. Suddenly, someone said that 2 Americanos were ready. Seok-gyo put down the phone and looked at Seo-hee. The girl looked very upset because she felt unwanted. The guy noticed this, so he apologized to her and offered to go out together because he had been given money. Seo-hee started to squirm, and Seok-gyo tried to persuade her when suddenly his phone started ringing loudly. It was Jong-hye. The guy thought she knew how to break a buzz. He had to pick up the phone, and immediately there were shouts that Seok-gyo should immediately run to the organization. He put the phone down and said he would be right there. Seo-hee asked who it was. Seok-gyo was very nervous, he was ashamed, but he said he had to go. The girl sighed sadly. Then she put on a smile and told him to go if it was so urgent. Seok-gyo apologized and promised to go out next time. The guy ran up and spoke to Jong-hye. Seo-hee was left alone. She regretted that she hadn't had time to ask him something. It was at school that she saw Seok-gyo bleeding and unconscious. Jung-hye and Jung-tae were screaming loudly, so she heard them talking. Seo-hee was very scared at the time because she was genuinely worried about Seok-gyo. She wanted to ask him if he was okay, but I couldn't and was left alone with 2 drinks. The events moved to a certain quarter. The guy was standing on the edge. It turned out to be Seok-gyo, who was standing on the edge of the roof. Cold sweat ran down his face and he was very nervous. He turned to the team and asked if they were serious. Jong-hae told Seok-gyo to stop chewing on his snot and sit down. The other 2 were on their phones. He was very nervous and said that he was afraid of heights. Then Jong-hye started threatening him with the subway. Seok-gyo agreed to come over. He looked down and tried to overcome his fear. 5 hours earlier, they all came to Gu-hyun's house. He had to solve the problem of the teenager's inability to transform. Seok-gyo stood in a stupor and did not know what to do. He said that there was no way he could do that. Gu-hyun said that they've had so many problems lately that it would have been easier to just kill Seok-gyo. Jong-tae was outraged and said that he could have said that in front of the boy. Then Gu-hyun stood up and reached for the knife behind his back. He abruptly grabbed Seok-gyo's face. After that, he put a knife to his face and threatened to cover his head if he did not convert. Gu-hyo even scratched Seok-gyo's face. Suddenly I heard the sound of skin breaking through. Gu-hyo's shirt was torn and his body was covered with wounds. Without realizing it, Seok-gyo turned into a monster and injured his friend. Gu-hyo commented that Seok-gyo only transformed in situations that threatened his life and was so uncontrollable. The teenager asked why he was labeled as such, because he had been called that before. Gu-hyo explained that the uncontrollables were a cross between superhumans and defective people. They had a mind, but their condition was unstable because of the same cells. Therefore, mutants with superpowers appeared among the uncontrollables. He added that Seok-gyo's ability to regenerate made a lot of noise, but the teenager didn't even know about this ability. Gu-hyo went on to say that until recently, the defective and the uncontrollable were one species and were simply exterminated more often. Seok-gyo was frightened. Gu-hyo explained that there was a high probability that the teenager would also be killed, but if he learned to restrain his transformations, they would help him. Seok-gyo immediately shouted out what he had to do, which made Gu-hyo smile with pleasure. But what he said next sounded crazy. The guy gave me a noose and said that first, Seok-gyo had to be killed. After a while, the teenager was already crouched in a tree. Gu-hyo asked him if he felt in danger. Seok-gyo said that he was even comfortable. Gu-hyo commented that it was probably because of his strong muscles that it wouldn't have worked. Then they decided to try the water and came to the pool. Seok-gyo was underwater for a long time. Suddenly it came up and gasped for air. The guy on the phone said that Seok-gyo had been underwater for 30 minutes and 26 seconds. Jung-hae was loudly indignant. Then they decided to try the subway. Seok-gyo asked if he would die if he didn't transform. Jong-hye replied that he wouldn't die even if his head was blown off. But the guy refused. There were too many risks. Thus, the team reached the roof. Seok-gyo still stood there, afraid, thinking about how his life had become like this. Jong-hye stood behind him and yelled at him to come faster. Seok-gyo looked down and made up his mind. He thought to himself that he could do it, because he was not the weakling he used to be. Suddenly, Seok-gyo took all his will into his fist and bent down. He was flying quite cheerful and happy. He felt some kind of power inside. Suddenly, Everyone on the roof heard a loud sound. They went to the edge to check it out. On that day, Seok-gyo broke his leg, and it took 6 days to regenerate, but he was still unable to transform. Seok-gyo was lying on the floor, saying that he needed help, but everyone was silent, and he thought that his friends had run away. The events moved into the room. The guy was listening to music loudly, and there was a watch on the table. Seok-gyo looked in the mirror and wondered why he hadn't dressed like this before. A love song was playing on his phone. He looked to the side. I wanted to see the watch with precious stones that Seo-hee bought. Last week, he received a considerable amount of money from the association. The guy picked up the watch and thought that nothing warmed his soul like cash. Seok-gyo thought that he also needed a reward. He deserved it. A dog with a leash in its teeth was sitting next to him. Seok-gyo said that he would not go for a walk with it. Suddenly, the guy caught himself thinking that he seemed to have gotten used to the dog, because he hadn't found an owner yet. The mother came out to her son and asked him where he was going. She would soon prepare lunch. Seok-gyo's hair stood on end. He started to get nervous and said that he had things to do and would eat in a cafe. My mother smiled and said that today was an important day and asked me to be home for dinner. Seok-gyo quickly ran away and told Seo-hee on the phone that he had just stepped out. The mother and dog stood in a stupor. Like here, the dog began to attract attention because he was never walked. The mother sat down with the animal and asked why Seok-gyo started behaving so strangely. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door and they said it was a delivery. The dog growled as if it sensed danger, and the mother said she hadn't ordered anything. Meanwhile, the events moved to the noisy street, or rather in a cafe. At the last table, a couple, Seok-gyo and Seo-hee, were discussing movies. More precisely, the guy was talking about the actor and how much he admired him. Seok-gyo did not stop talking. Suddenly, he noticed that Seo-hee was less enthusiastic, so he asked her if she liked it. But the girl said she really liked it, and Seok-gyo noticed that she didn't say a word after watching it. Then he asked where she wanted to have dinner and picked up his phone. Suddenly, Seo-hee turned to the boy, and then all his good mood disappeared, because the girl said she had seen him at school. She told me what she saw, and then added that after that, Seok-gyo also injured his leg and they didn't see each other on Sunday. After that, the girl asked if the guy was okay and asked if he had been involved in anything. Seok-gyo started to get nervous, but he came up with an excuse that he had just fallen down the stairs and blacked out, adding that it was nothing. But the girl didn't think it was a trifle. Seok-gyo decided to quickly change the subject and said that he had bought her a gift because the Doraemon watch was a bit plain. He pulled out his gift and handed it to the girl, so he became sad and silent. He reached for her hand and offered to put them on, but the girl quickly took her hand away and said she liked these. Seok-gyo's eyes went to his forehead because Seo-hee said she couldn't accept such an expensive gift. Then, the teenager became angrier and asked why she was carrying around this poor watch. Seo-hee didn't understand what was happening and said that her friend seemed to have been replaced recently. He had changed a lot. Suddenly, Seok-gyo started shouting and asked why he had to report everything because they were having a good time. He asked her what else she needed. Seo-hee completely changed her tone and said that she was just worried about the guy. After that, Seok-gyo slammed his hands on the table and said that she would not help him. Everyone in the cafe turned to them in horror. So he did not know where to go. She was ashamed. She forced a smile and apologized for meddling in her own business, but tears welled up in her eyes. Seok-gyo looked at her silently. Then he abruptly stood up and said that he had lost his appetite, so he was leaving. The guy just walked out without waiting for Seo-hee's answer. He walked menacingly out into the street. Seok-gyo thought about how she didn't know how strong the boy was and had no idea how hard it was for him. He remembered the girl's look and wondered why she was looking at him like that. Just looking at her made my heart scratch. Seok-gyo sat down on the floor and realized that he was wrong, so he should apologize. Suddenly, he received a message from his mother. It was at that moment that their normal life came to an end. In the message, their mother asked them to come home as soon as possible. I received a photo on my phone where the boy's parents were being held hostage, and a knife was held to his father's throat. Seok-gyo couldn't believe what he was seeing, and shivers ran down his spine. The kidnapper wrote that their patience was running out. Seok-gyo immediately ran and quickly dialed someone on the phone. But my father did not pick up the phone. The boy thought about why they had put the bags on his parents. It could have been a trap. But Seok-gyo rejected the idea because the couch had old scratches and the clothes were from earlier in the day. The guy decided that he had to hurry up and get out of there as soon as possible. He ran so fast that he didn't even look around. Seok-gyo did not notice the motorcyclist who almost hit him. Still, the accident was bound to happen. A pedestrian collided with a motorcyclist. The man immediately started shouting at the boy and saying that he had broken his bike because of him, so Seok-gyo had to pay him back. But the teenager remained silent and only looked at the vehicle while the man yelled at him. A few seconds later, Seok-gyo was already riding a motorcycle. He prayed in his head that his parents would be okay. Very soon, the guy finally made it home. He pulled into the parking lot to park his new vehicle. There was a black car behind Seok-gyo. The detective and his partner were sitting in the car. The man said that his partner had not slept because Seok-gyo had appeared. His assistant was really asleep and did not want to wake up. Meanwhile, the guy was taking the elevator upstairs. Suddenly, someone called him by name. It turned out to be a detective and his partner. The man said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Memories of when he was in the hospital surfaced in Seok-gyo's mind. The detective said he had a few questions for the guy. The teenager said that he was very busy and could talk later. But his partner did not give up easily and hinted that the teenager was lying, because when the massacre began at the school, only the boy survived. The man reached out to Seok-gyo, but he shoved him away and yelled that he said he was busy. Suddenly, he got a call on his phone. He picked up his cell phone and saw that his mother had called him. The guy immediately picked up the phone. His partner was outraged by this fact. Seok-gyo was very worried and asked how his mother was, but in response, he received silence. Suddenly, the other end of the phone said that the guy had to deal with this tale. The teenager had many questions, but the caller simply hung up. Detective Seok asked what happened to his parents. The guy was already furious, turned to the investigators, and thought that they wanted to kill him. Suddenly, Seok-gyo's eyes turned yellow. His body tensed. He felt that he was beginning to transform. Then my partner turned to the detective. The men were scared and did not understand what was happening in the room. Suddenly, Seok-gyo put out his long arm. He punched his partner in the stomach at high speed, causing him to bounce to the floor. The guy stood there and silently watched the man coughing. The detective sensed danger and took the gun into his hands. But a second later, there was no one in front of him. He was very surprised. Suddenly, Seok-gyo struck the man's neck. The detective got all twisted up and asked who the guy was. Seok-gyo said that they were also in danger, so it was better for them to run away somewhere. Meanwhile, someone was already taking the elevator to his floor. It turned out that it was Seok-gyo. He nervously looked at his phone and thought about calling for help. But then he remembered a conversation with Kim Philip, who said that all witnesses would be destroyed. Then he put the idea out of his mind because he realized that if his parents saw his transformation, they would kill him. Meanwhile, Seok-gyo had already reached the 10th floor. The teenager opened the door to his apartment, and it creaked. On the floor, he saw black footprints of someone else's shoes. The apartment was all smashed up, and he could hear someone watching TV from his room. Then Seok-gyo tried to get into the apartment very quietly. The guy walked into the living room and saw a party. His eyes widened sharply. There were several young men in his apartment drinking alcohol and smoking. On the floor, he saw people with bags on their heads. A guy with blonde hair was excited when he saw the name. He commented that he thought Seok-gyo would be taller, but the teenager did not pay attention and simply headed to his parents. He roughly pushed aside one of the men who was blocking his way. Seok-gyo pushed him so hard that he fell to the ground. The guy immediately started tearing the package on the hostages. Unfortunately, he saw something he regretted. His mother was crying under the package. Seok-gyo immediately rescued both of his parents and asked if they were okay. The father said that he did not know what was happening here, but it was better for his son to run away. Seok-gyo was furious. He quickly pulled himself together because he didn't want his parents to see his transformation. The guy said that everything would be fine and that he would think of something. Suddenly, someone hit Seok-gyo on the head with a bat. My mother saw this and screamed. Then a man with red hair grabbed my parents and told them to be quiet. It turned out that the guy had been attacked by a blonde man who laughed and said that everything would be fine. He beat Seok-gyo and said that he was a monster. The robber swung his bat again, but Seok-gyo grabbed his bat with his own hand. The guy started to get up. The teenager asked them to let his parents go because they had nothing to do with it. The mother called the boy again. She could not stand the sight. The blonde man said that he was in tears and added that Jung-soo was cheating. The guy could not believe what he was hearing. Two men grabbed his arms from behind. Seok-gyo asked if Jung-soo had sent them. The blonde boy said that they were ordered to beat the teenager to death until he transformed and then deliver him to someone. And then he said that if Seok-gyo died, it would be okay. He grabbed the teenager's head and asked him not to die. After that, he drove his knee into the guy's head. The characteristic sounds of bones breaking were heard. The guy's face and mouth were bleeding. Behind Seok-gyo, another bandit swung his bat. After that, he hit the guy hard on the back. Seok-gyo flew to the floor. My parents were screaming and nervous. They were very worried about their son and asked him to be released. Then a man with red hair hit my father in the face to shut him up. Seok-gyo saw this and became very angry. Meanwhile, all the gang members started beating him. The teenager tried to cover himself, but realized that he had to get out somehow. Then, Seok-gyo abruptly grabbed his supervisor's leg. He spun around her and wrapped his arms around her. A guy with white hair screamed like a girl. Seok-gyo grabbed him by the neck and threw him to the floor. Then the teenager pulled a gun from his pocket. He leaned it against the attacker's head and ordered no one to move and to untie the parents. But the offenders did not believe him and laughed at his weapon. Seok-gyo was not laughing. He shouted again to let his parents in, otherwise he would shoot. Then the gang leader said to let his parents go. A man with red hair told them they were joking and let them go. Seok-gyo called his parents over. They were crying, and the mother started to say something. Suddenly there was a distinctive sound, and Seok-gyo's eyes widened dramatically. Her mother started bleeding from her mouth. Several spines of paws cut into her body, thus cutting through her body. The mother fell unconscious to the floor. Seok-gyo looked at this and could not believe his eyes. His face was shocked. It was as if the ground had slipped from under his feet. His parents were lying on the floor. The guy screamed loudly. After that, Seok-gyo abruptly turned into a monster and grabbed his parents. The guy started to turn into a monster. His body became muscular and covered with hair. Seok-gyo quickly stood up. His mouth became a real monster's mouth. The teenager's clothes were torn, so he stood there completely naked, but that did not detract from his cool look. The girl drank in a stupor, as did the others, because they were told that the guy was uncontrollable. But it turned out that Seok-gyo was perfect. The gang thought they were being played. After all, there were very few of this species. The guy started to say something when he was suddenly interrupted by a monster that blew off half his head. The offender fell to the floor, blood pouring from his head. Seok-gyo was very angry and he wanted revenge. Then the team quickly transformed. The monster was running at them. Before the bald man could even do anything, Seok-gyo's fist had already sliced through his stomach. The monster found and grabbed the spine of the offender. After that, he took it out of the guy's body. Then a guy with red hair stepped in and threw his big arm at Seok-gyo. Parts of its paws pierced through the monster's body. But this only made Seok-gyo more angry. The monster did not care about his wounds at all. It attacked the guy with red hair. The teenager simply nailed him to the floor, breaking it. The offender's eye began to bleed. Then Seok-gyo pierced the boy's neck with his thumbs. The poor man begged for mercy, but the monster said he wouldn't even think about it. He abruptly grabbed the larynx of a guy with red hair. After that, Seok-gyo went back and saw the girl he hadn't gotten over yet. She was shaking and could not believe her eyes. But the teenager was quick to grab her by the head. After that, there was only one main offender left. Seok-gyo came up to him and asked if the boy couldn't have been transformed out of fear. He grabbed his head and said that he was going to die for a long time. The monster told him how he was going to kill him. Seok-gyo said that it was revenge for his parents. Meanwhile, Jong-tae and Gu-hyo stood on the balcony. A guy with red hair looked through binoculars and could not believe his eyes. He told his partner, however, that Seok-gyo was indeed a perfect species. Gu-hyo said that it was supposed to be a new degree of mutation. Jong-tae turned to his friend and smiled, saying how nasty his character was, because they knew they were coming to see Seok-gyo. He added that he should have warned the poor people, to which Gu-hyo said that there was no point in baiting them. Jong-tae continued to watch through his binoculars and rejoice in Seok-gyo's success. Gu-hyo joined him and suggested that next time he should slip Seok-gyo his. Jong-tae said it wasn't funny. Meanwhile, the entire floor of the apartment was covered with blood and bodies. Seok-gyo stood there completely naked because he had already transformed into his normal form. The boy put his parents on the curtains. He sat silently and looked at them. Suddenly the dog, Seok-gyo, began to bark. The animal was afraid of its owner, but came to him anyway. The dog started rubbing against the boy's body and crying. Seok-gyo is glad that at least someone survived and pets the dog. Suddenly, the teenager remembered what his mother had told him before leaving. Today was my parents' wedding anniversary. He looked at the bodies of his parents and thought about how they celebrated it every year. Suddenly, he took his mother's cheek and apologized for forgetting the anniversary. After that, Seok-gyo remembered Sohee, thinking that he had destroyed the world they had so carefully protected. Then he remembered his parents again, and he wondered what he was trying so hard to protect. Suddenly, tears flowed from Seok-gyo's eyes, but the boy thought that he wasn't even sad or sorry, he was just crying, as if it was just muscle memory. Then the boy stood up over the bodies of his parents and apologized for all the pain he had caused them. The teenager just wanted to be near them. Meanwhile, the news was reporting on the brutal murder of a family. The news reported on the details of the tragedy and said that this person was also suspected of a terrorist attack at the school. The news was on the TV in the hospital room. His partner jumped up and told the detective that Seok-gyo had killed his parents and fled. The man became more and more indignant. Sometimes the detective was just silent. He recalled how the boy talked to his parents and called them, and then the yellow eyes of a teenager popped into his head. The detective was deep in thought. Meanwhile, his partner kept on being indignant, and the detective told him not to shout so loudly. The assistant asked the detective what they were going to do, since he had been suspended from service because of the weapon, to which the detective replied that he immediately realized that the case was not easy. He added that they would slowly dig into how rotten their boss was. Meanwhile, the events moved to a residential building. In it, someone broke a water bottle on the floor. It turned out to be So-hee. She was watching the news and couldn't resist what she heard. Suddenly, her mother came up to her and said that she had no face on her. Seo-hee suddenly remembered all the manifestations of her boyfriend's aggression. But the girl didn't want to believe it. She hoped it was all a lie. Jung-hee and his brother also watched the same news. The boy asked his sister when their parents were going to return to work in Japan. Then she replied that it might happen in a year. The little boy raised his hands and started counting on them. After that, he said that 3 years had already passed. Jung-hae was angry about this, and she replied that their parents worked like hell, so the boy had to study hard. Suddenly, the girl's phone rang. She took it and got upset. Meanwhile, the weather outside was terrible and raining. Seok-gyo was sitting on a park bench with his dog. Suddenly, someone approached him. The guy looked up and said he didn't think she would come. It was Jung-hye. Seok-gyo immediately began to apologize to her and explained that he had no one else to go to. The girl looked at him with her dissatisfied face and told him to follow her. The teenagers were walking through a poor neighborhood. The girl opened the door to the house. At the entrance to the living room, my brother was sleeping. Seok-gyo held a gray t-shirt in his hands. Jung-hye rummaged through her closet and told the boy to put it on after she showered. It was her father's clothes, but Seok-gyo threw her to the floor and went to Jung-hye. He suddenly abruptly grabbed the girl by the arm of her wet t-shirt, which was completely transparent. After that, the guy threw Jung-hye roughly to the floor. He approached her and looked her straight in the eye. The teenagers were very close. Seok-gyo began to say in a rough voice that his life had gone downhill, but he didn't even miss his parents. He yelled at Jung-hye and said that his heart should have burst with pain, but it didn't. The guy thought he had become a different person, because he had changed a lot since his conversion. His hands began to clench, and finally he said that before he just didn't remember things. But now Seok-gyo didn't know who he was. Jung-hye listened to the teenager and stood up. She began to ask him rudely what he didn't know, what kind of child he was or how he used to live. After that, she added that she only knew his current self. And then she said that Seok-gyo was just being Seok-gyo. She suggested that perhaps the teenager had lost himself because of guilt over the crime. And then she added that his emotionality irritated her all the time. Jung-hye added that she thought he was one of the superhumans and was ashamed. Suddenly, Seok-gyo came too close to her lips. He did it so abruptly and was all red, just like Jung-hye. She did not know what to do or how to react. After that, they kissed. Suddenly, there was a loud sound, and Seok-gyo just fell to the floor. Jung-hye opened her eyes. She saw that Seok-gyo was all red and burning. Jung-hye started to panic and wake the teenager up because it was a good place to cook. After a while, Seok-gyo was lying under a blanket with ice on his head, and Jung-hye was talking to Gu-hye about how superhumans didn't get sick. The guy was not speaking in a very good atmosphere and said he would check everything again. Jung-hye said that then Seok-gyo would stay with her for a while. Suddenly, Gu-hye asked her if she was in love. After that, the girl just exploded, and Gu-hye said that she was furious all the time when she was being hurt. She just hung up and was very angry with Seok-gyo. Then the guy began to deliriously apologize to Seo-hee. This upset Jung-hye. It seemed like the girl really had some feelings. She suddenly remembered a terrible story when her mother and father shouted at her and asked her to stop. The girl said that if a superhuman begins to feel a sense of responsibility for what he has done, he will surely go crazy. But unfortunately, there is no turning back. After that, she said that now Seokgyo should just rest. The events moved to October 2016. Someone was watching a video on the website. The video opened with a guy in a cap saying that the search on Mount Cheery was very boring because he thought that a brave heart would shout loudly. He continued that he hoped to find the bat in an abandoned house. He added that the bat was stronger than a brave heart. Comments under the video were not very positive. It turned out that it was a live broadcast. The blogger read them and thought that his subscribers were completely naked. He then asked the audience if they knew of any interesting places to go. One commenter said he knew a place like that. It was a religious place with a strange ritual. The commentator said that he had to drink water, after which people started to get angry. And then he added that they recently found the body of someone who had undergone the rite and had the word victim written on his chest. Suddenly, the blogger received a notification. He opened it. There he saw a photo with an inscription on the chest and body parts scattered on the floor. The blogger was actually very scared when he saw it and thought it looked like Guru. But he pulled himself together and showed the photo to the audience, saying it looked like Photoshop. The man commented that the organization was involved in the occult. Meanwhile, the chat became active and started sending reactions. A commenter said that he could have gone with the blogger to that place because he was afraid. The man agreed to go along and ended the broadcast by introducing himself as Choi Seong-hoon. A few days later, the blogger actually came to church. He corresponded with Han Seok-gyo, and the guy said he couldn't come over because he had a lot to do. Choi Seong-hoon thought he was just scared. But he decided that it was even better. The man entered the room. Everything looked quite nice. He was met by a nice woman who told him that Choi Seong-hoon had to hand over his briefcase and phone before the initiation. He was confused by the fact that he had to hand in his phones, but a nice woman told him that it was customary to avoid mishaps. Choi Seong-hoon obeyed and gave his belongings back. There were a lot of people, all dressed in white robes. The man took out another phone. He deliberately carried a spare phone with him at all times. The ceremony began, and everyone made a lot of noise. There was a mini pool of water in the floor where people dipped. The priest said prayers and initiated the newcomers. The woman said into the microphone that the newly elected should go to the lecture hall. There were bottles of water at the exit. The blogger took one. He bowed and thought that it was something strange and similar to a devil's cult. Choi Seong-hul unscrewed the water bottle and thought he was wasting his time. Suddenly, he remembered that the commentator had mentioned water. It suddenly dawned on him that it was about this water. He thought it had been drugged, so he decided not to drink it. Choi Seong-hul took out his phone to start filming. He decided to film the main faces of the gathering first, and was shocked that even the police chief came to get the evidence. Meanwhile, the lecture began. The blogger was very excited about what the content would do. Suddenly, his phone rang loudly. Meanwhile, something was being drawn on the blackboard. Choi Seong-hul's phone was playing to the entire audience and attracted a lot of attention. The blogger began to panic because he hadn't remembered to put his phone on silent mode. The lecturer asked in a rude and angry voice whose phone it was. He turned to the audience because no one was answering. His eyes suddenly turned yellow. The lecturer turned his head 180 degrees, craned his neck, and asked who had brought the phone. Choi Seong-hul panicked, sweat dripping down his face. The lecturer was approaching the blogger, and everyone else could not believe their eyes. He started to turn into a monster and asked Choi Seong-hul if he was filming. The blogger was just shaking with fear and said that he had just received a phone call. He accepted the challenge by accident. It was Seok-gyo who heard the strange sounds. He heard someone being beaten and broken. Someone was screaming and asking why he was being treated like this, asking them not to bite him. Choi Seong-hul was shaking and holding the phone still. Seok-gyo asked what was going on there and if he was late. Meanwhile, the auditorium was all dark and strange sounds were coming. Choi Seong-hul quickly clicked on the flashlight to see what was happening. Suddenly, a monster appeared in front of him. He attacked the blogger and knocked him to the floor. Its huge, bloody maw devoured the man. The classroom was in chaos. The priest who was giving the lecture was eating someone, and there was blood all over the place. Choi Seong-hul managed to escape and was crawling on the floor. He grabbed his head and trembled with fear. Suddenly, his phone started ringing again. It was Seok-gil who ordered the blogger to get out from under the table. Choi Seong-hul listened to him. Suddenly, something was going to pounce on him. Something landed sharply on the table and broke it in half. Seok-gyo ordered me to duck to the right. The man did just that. Something cut his neck. After that, he was ordered to run quickly straight ahead, and then break down the door and run away. Choi Seong-hul did just that. He was suddenly followed by two monsters who were chasing the man. The lecturer shouted that he would eat the man. Choi Seong-hul was very worried and afraid. Seok-gyo ordered him not to turn around and to go down the stairs on the right. The blogger listened to all the caller's instructions because it was saving his life. Choi Seong-hul was being chased by the lecturer. He was about to get the blogger but only cut his collar. Choi Seong-hul ran fast, his fear giving him strength. Seok-gyo ordered me to run to the women's restroom. The blogger quickly opened the door, the monster lagging behind him, but the window was closed in front of him. Choi Seong-hul stood in a stupor. He was trembling and praying for salvation. Meanwhile, a monster was approaching the restroom. He started scratching at the glass on the door. Suddenly, the glass broke. The monster lecturer entered the room and shouted about his hunger. Choi Seong-hul then thought that he was finished. Suddenly, someone gave the command to lie down. After that, the window broke and a guy flew into the room. The blogger was shocked but lying on the floor. The savior flew straight into the monster. He stabbed him in the head with a knife, and the monster fell to the floor. After that, the guy pulled out a knife. He stood next to the monster and shook his head. It was Seok-gyo. He turned to the blogger and asked if he was okay. He then asked if he was late. Choi Seong-hul's tongue was numb. Seok-gyo didn't wait for an answer and left, ordering us to stay put and not go anywhere. The teenager said he would come back as soon as he cleaned up. Strange and terrible sounds of struggle were heard from the corridor. That was Seok-gyo fighting a monster. The boy fought with only a sword. Behind him, another monster was attacking. Suddenly, something flew over his head, but the teenager ducked. He pulled the thread over his hands. After that, the boy ran to the monster. He pushed off the wall so hard that it cracked. Seok-gyo flew over the monster's head so that it didn't have time to harm him, but only punched the wall. This made him very angry. Suddenly, Seok-gyo tightened the rope around the monster's neck, which he had tied earlier. The teenager watched with a cold look as the monster's body stopped breathing. After that, the rope cut through his neck and slipped out of his body. The monster fell to the ground. Immediately after that, another uncontrollable one with a mouth instead of a head screamed. Seok-gyo heard this and calmly turned toward the sound. He took a sword out of his briefcase. Then he ran to fight the monster. The teenager easily and maneuverably slipped under the monster, and he cut his body with his sword. The monster screamed loudly in pain. Then he fell to the floor, ending up like his brothers. Seok-gyo finished his work and cleared the area, so he had to inspect the audience. But there was no one inside the office, probably because the others had fled. Then Seok-gyo decided to return to blogging. Choi Seong-hul was sitting in the toilet, shaking with fear. The man noticed that it was surprisingly quiet. Then he decided that he had to get out of this madness. Suddenly, Seok-gyo walked in. Choi Seong-hul was so scared that he fell to the floor and screamed. Seok-gyo looked at him and said that he had told him to wait inside. The guy stretched out his hand. Choi Seong-hul screamed and begged him not to kill him. But Seok-gyo reached out to pick up the phone, thinking about what a coward the blogger really was. The guy just wanted to watch a video that Choi Seong-hul had shot. He saw the familiar face of his boss. He remembered that he had seen him at school. Seok-gyo showed this man to the blogger and asked if there was a tall teenager next to him. He was hinting at his classmate Jung-soo and started to make a face at him, but the blogger didn't see it. Then Seok-gyo asked if Choi Seong-hul was scared and explained that they knew his face. And then he opened his briefcase and said that he would keep the phone. The blogger asked what it was. Then there was silence. Suddenly, the teenager's face changed dramatically and he became angry and asked what the man had seen. Choi Seong-chul did not understand what was happening and began to tremble again. Seok-gyo then threatened him not to say a word on his channel or social media. Otherwise, he would take that photo with his body. Choi Seong-chul shook his head in fright. Seok-gyo said he would keep an eye on him. Meanwhile, a new day has come. A teenager was leaving a supermarket and talking on the phone. He talked to someone from the organization and said that he had hidden all the evidence and would tell the rest later. The teenager remembered that frightened blogger and wondered if he had overreacted. But it was better than being caught by the organization and dying. Seok-gyo thought that if the association found out that the teenager had saved his life, they would have a lot of problems. And then he ran away abruptly because he realized he was late. The boy ran to a nice pink house. He started slicing tofu, just like his mother. After that, he approached the wicker and tasted his dish. And then he set the table and invited the others to eat. Jong-hye's brother was very happy and said that with the arrival of Seok-gyo, they had a lot of food. He recalled how Jong-hye used to yell at him to cook if he didn't bring money. But Yoongi didn't know this, and he was eating the soup on both cheeks. Jong-hye scolded him and told him to eat in silence, and even Seok-gyo was scared. She began to educate her brother and said that she taught him not to speak with his mouth full and not to smack. Seok-gyo didn't know that Young Hae was so grumpy. After the meal, the girl said she would wash the dishes herself and ordered them to stay at home because it was dangerous to go out during the day. Seok-gyo was led by Jung Hye and Jung Gi. 3 months have passed since his parents were killed. For the first 2 weeks, Seok-gyo couldn't even leave the house. But the organization settled everything and now everything was surprisingly quiet. Seok-gyo did the dishes anyway because he was dying of boredom. The weather was beautiful outside. The guy was sitting on the porch with his dog and asked him if he could do his laundry. Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone. It was So-hee. She wrote to him every day and told him about her days. She asked how the boyfriend was doing and added that she missed him a lot. Seok-gyo also missed her very much. The guy remembered that night. He sat naked in front of the bodies of his parents. They were lying on the floor, and Seok-gyo was apologizing. The guy said they should have run faster. Suddenly, the son's mother called him a bastard and was indignant that he was running away from home because of this. The teenager could not believe what he was hearing. Suddenly, my mother's body began to break down. Something strange was happening to her. The mother called her son an animal and blamed him for their deaths. The woman screamed that it was not her son because her son was not a monster. Suddenly, my father joined the conversation. He asked if these were the hands that Seok-gyo used to beat them to death. Then the teenager began to shiver and grow hair. He turned into a monster and shouted that he was defending his parents. His father grabbed him from behind and asked what this monster had done to their son. Suddenly, Seok-gyo jumped out of bed. It turned out to be a dream. He was loudly shaking his head and cleaning himself up. The events moved to the association's premises. At the table was Gu-hyo, who was discussing the situation in the church. Seok-gyo told me what happened there. Gu-hyo commented that they brought superhumans and ordinary people together in one place. Then they would choose a victim and organize a hunt. Gu-hyo praised the teenager for his good work. Seok-gyo then asked about Jun-soo, whether he had heard from him, and was told that it was not Seok-gyo's concern. Gu-hyo said that he was like a cockroach. If you let him live, you won't be able to rest. The man spoke calmly and commented on Jung-soo's behavior, because they had to clean up a lot after the boy had endangered the entire species. Seok-gyo asked why the organization was so afraid of the media, and then added that the difference between them and the people was very big, so it would be better to prepare and come out of the shadows. Gu-hyo then asked if Seok-gyo really thought that humans and superhumans thought alike. He gave an imaginary example of a new species of talking monkeys being bred. And at first there will be a lot of excitement because it's incredible. But monkeys and humans have different mindsets, so the former could take up arms and attack. And then Gu-hyo asked what would happen if there were more than 5,000 of them. The man's eyes turned yellow. He explained that humanity would rather eradicate the source of problems at the slightest danger than accept their existence. If monkeys could talk and think, humanity would soon become extinct as a species. Gu-hyo added that there are still very few superhumans. If people found out about them, war would be inevitable. They could make a treaty, but there were no guarantees. After saying that, Seok-gyo simply turned around and said goodbye. Gu-hyo told him in the back to keep looking for Jung-soo, and then he added that it was this guy who killed Seok-gyo's parents. Gu-hyo seemed to be teasing the teenager and said that he had heard that Seok-gyo still couldn't transform and asked how the sweep went because he was working alone. Seok-gyo turned to the man, his face angry, and said that he was not suffering from hunger, but he ordered him not to interfere with his work. After that, the teenager slammed the door behind him. Gu-hyo had forgotten that Seok-gyo was much stronger than all of them, but the man found it funny that the teenager was so quick to take offense to him. Gu-hyo said that he would have believed him if Seok-gyo hadn't burned himself to death. He received a message on his phone. It was Jong Tai. He sent a photo of the body of the blogger Choi Seong-hul, whom he had just dealt with. Gu-hyo said that it would have been better to get rid of Seok-gyo, but he also had an ace up his sleeve and wanted to see what would happen. Events moved to a very poor and sad place. It was in the subway, where homeless people were sleeping on the floor and 3 men were talking. One of the homeless men was holding a lot of money and thanking the officer. The boss told the homeless men to do their job to the best of their ability, but they could go for a drink first and then put up the fence and let the others know what they were doing. The homeless man asked what happened to the other guys who were taken away by the boss, because they never came back. The officer's face changed dramatically and became angry. The homeless man added that it was hard for them without the young people. Then the boss said that they must have been working hard, so they didn't get in touch. Then he took more money out of his wallet and told them not to call them again. Then the man left. The homeless man was counting the money and was very happy. Then his friend asked why the officer needed homeless people. Because the others who had agreed to work had simply disappeared. But the man was blurred by his wealth and said that it was all trifles. The homeless man said that the man was an officer, so they were not trusted with anything serious and suggested that they go for a drink. Another homeless man in a cap was sitting on the floor. It turned out to be Detective Seok-gyo, who had just exposed Chief Kim Dong-jun. Meanwhile, the officer was walking through the subway tunnel. He knocked on some doors and asked to be opened. Jung-soo was there and said that the man came back late. He was told that the officer was meeting with the homeless and asked where the chief was. Jun-soo replied that he hadn't waited for his husband, so the two men discussed the boss and his business. Suddenly, the officer asked if Jung-soo Seok-gyo was looking for him. The teenager became nervous and said he had business with him. The officer then yelled at him and said that he had to clean up after that company. But Jun-soo only snapped back. The guy was opening some doors with a code. Terrible things were happening inside. There were operating tables with monsters. Behind the glass was the body of another monster. Suddenly, he flew into the glass and growled. Then he went on to say that he was hungry. The officer asked Jung-soo where Dr. Kim was, and he was told that he was at an autopsy. The guys came to the doctor for surgery. The officer said that he had been informed that only 2 survived the experiment. Dr. Kim commented that a few days ago they were both eliminated. The cells were stable for about 3 days, which is a success. Then the officer just exploded and shouted that he was told that people infected with the serum had become superhuman, and he came here to hear this. The doctor calmly explained that compared to other results, this was a huge progress. The officer looked up. There he saw a monster floating in the water. He was connected to machines and unconscious. The officer asked how long the monster would last, and he was told that it would be about 6 months, because even with proper feeding, the monster would still become violent. The doctor added that they had already tried to turn people into defective people with the blood of an uncontrollable, but they failed to increase the number of superhumans. The officer threatened that time was short and he was having fun. The doctor replied that as long as the sample was alive, he had to get the most out of it. After that, Dr. Kim removed the bandage and said he had a request for the officer. His mouth became a monster's mouth and his eyes turned yellow. The doctor asked if he could find more subjects, especially young and healthy boys. Meanwhile, Jung-soo looked at the monster in the water. It was a girl who was sleeping peacefully in the water. Suddenly, she opened her eyes sharply and looked at him. It turned out that it was his sister, who had been tied up in a warehouse. He thought about how he couldn't get rid of his regrets either. Meanwhile, the events moved to the noisy street. 3 schoolgirls were standing near the ice cream stand. One of them was So-hee, who couldn't choose a coffee. The girl laughed at the fact that it took her so long to choose. They were watched by Seok-gyo, who was returning home. He was happy to see that So-hee was doing well. The teenager recalled buying ice cream in the same store. They were so happy with So-hee at the time. The girl said that she could not learn to draw, and Seok-gyo offered to help her because he was good at drawing. Then they passed a toy vending machine with Doraemon. Seok-gyo decided that it was his duty to win the girl a toy. He finally did it, and so he was very happy. He recalled those times with great sadness, because now that life was closed to him, he mentally said goodbye to Seo-hee and promised not to come to this place again. Suddenly, he received a notification on his phone. It was So-hee telling us about her day. She said she would like to go out with her boyfriend on such a nice day. Seok-gyo was shaking. He abruptly turned back. I looked at the girls who were choosing drinks and quickly headed over to them. Drunk on it, he called out to his friend. Seo-hee couldn't believe her ears and was scared. Then she returned. As beautiful as Seo-hee was, the teenager realized it again. The girl looked at the noisy street. People walked by and didn't pay attention. Seo-hee was looking for Seok-gyo in the crowd. She knew that she heard her lover's voice, or was she imagining it? Then a friend noticed and asked if she had met her friend. Her friend added that they had to hurry because the movie was about to start. Finally, Seo-hee looked around the place again, but there was no one there, so they moved on. Seok-gyo hid around the corner and regretted calling Seo-hee. He did not want the girl to know about the monster that lived inside the teenager. Suddenly, Seok-gyo smiled because he realized that no matter how many times they saw each other, the teenager remained the same coward. Then Seok-gyo received a message from Jong-hye on his phone. It said that they had found out where the main base was, so the teenager had to go to them immediately. Seok-gyo called Jung-hye to tell him that he was leaving. Meanwhile, a bald man was walking down the street with a camera in his hands and was sweating. He looked at Sohee and thought to himself how beautiful she was. She was charming when she laughed. The man's face was sweating like a river. He said to himself that it was his sacrifice. He took a picture of the girl and held it in his hand, thinking that the next victim was beautiful. Meanwhile, the events moved to another noisy street. More precisely, to the organization's premises. In the audience, Gu-hyo gave a lecture about the religious organization. It was headed by the superhuman Choi Yo-han. He used to be a priest. The key people in the organization were police detective Kim Dong-jun and Dr. Kim Ki-dok, and they have not yet been able to identify the administrators. The organization stood out because it was currently 70% people. One of the listeners was shocked by such a large number, and yet they did not give themselves away. Another man commented that they were just brainwashed and people just fell for the fabulous promises. Gu-hyo said that this is how it went down. The organization first paralyzed them with drugs and then zombified them. The man added that they might be able to get rid of most of the members, but those who remain will add to the problems. So he ordered the youth chapter to deal with it. Jong-tae began to get indignant and angry, and his friends held him back so he wouldn't do worse. Then, Yo-yeon interjected, saying that the organization was not the biggest problem, because it was also still unmanageable. Gu-hyo said that they would mark on a map where he went and appeared, usually in the metro area. He added that because of this, they lost one of the main members of the organization because he used secret passages. Gu-hyo showed us a map and said that according to analysts, the most activity was concentrated in these areas. One of the listeners commented that it was right in the center, right under their noses, but they didn't notice it anyway. Gu-hyo continued that they had several secret military bomb shelters underground that were not shown on the city map. The man added that the location was good, so there was most likely something there. Yo-young's face suddenly turned into a monster, and she told them to deal with the uncontrollable, while the others would get the materials for the experiment and to prevent this from happening again, to clean up the mess. Afterwards, she asked Gu-hyo when they would start working, and the man smiled. She said the surgery would be in 2 days, on Monday at 2 in the morning. At the very back were Seok-gyo and Jong-hye. The teenager became angry and thought that Junsu would not be long, and he would take revenge on him for his parents. The event was postponed to Sunday, 15 o'clock at the shopping center. Jong-hye was walking through the parking lot. She went to the restroom. Then she closed the door to the stall behind her. Jong-hye wanted to climb upstairs through the hatch. The girl quickly completed the mission. After that, she took some kind of spray paint and pierced him with a sharp key. She repeated the same with the other cans and placed them near the ventilation. And then she calmly came out of the restroom as if she had done all the work. Jong-hye was on her way to the subway department's support service. She shouted at the reception to the men that the women's room smelled like gas. They did not believe her, but she did not give up and said that she almost threw up. But the workers still didn't believe it and said that the previous inspection hadn't revealed any problems. The men finally broke down and went to check it out, as long as Jong-hye didn't scream so loudly. She was pleased that she had managed to do this as well. After that, the girl pressed the microphone in her ear and said that the mice were trapped. Meanwhile, a gas service car had already arrived at the parking lot. The uniformed workers listened to the problem and promised to fix it. It turned out that the workers were fake. Seok-gyo took a flashlight and climbed to the top. After that, the teenager began to collect all the gas cans back. Meanwhile, rescuers talked to subway workers and said there were no serious problems. But the workers were worried and asked if the rescuers could quietly check everything themselves. The man looked at the frightened boys with a serious look on his face. And then, a small smirk appeared on his face, and he said that they would come at night when no one would be around. After that, everyone left. Seok-gyo and another guy were walking in front. He asked the teenager if he was the same uncontrollable person who had killed 20 defective people himself without being transformed. But Seok-gyo remained silent, so the boy told him not to be proud if he liked Gu-hyo, and then asked if the teenager had overdone it when he was mopping up the defective. The man was saying something else when Seok-gyo interrupted him, saying that there were 32 defective people. But the man didn't understand and asked again. So the teenager looked at him and repeated the number again, saying that idiots like him could easily be chopped into salad without transformation. After that, he abruptly grabbed the guy by the throat. Seokyo's eyes turned yellow, and he asked if the boy wanted to see how he could playfully wring his neck. The guy called him an asshole. Then someone put his hand on Seokyo's neck, and then they also put their hand on the guy's neck. It was Jongtae who wanted to reconcile everyone. Suddenly there was a sound of a blow. It was Seokgyo, and he hit the offender. The guy said that the teenager had become perfect and had taken on a lot. Jongtae said that when they first met, the guy was a rag, but now he has changed a lot and not for the better, like a different person. Meanwhile, Sunday evening came. The events moved to the street. Seo-hee and her friend were returning from class. Yeon-seo's friend was traveling by bus, and Seo-hee was driving. The girl was standing there waiting for the car. It was late, and they still hadn't come for her. She decided to make a phone call. The calls came from the trunk of the car. Inside it was the body of a man with a phone in his hand. It showed a call from Seo-hee. She decided that she would take the subway. Suddenly, a man passing by pushed the girl. She fell down, and then a man from the car grabbed her. It all happened very quickly, and in a few seconds, the girl was grabbed. Then they put me in a black car, and she left in an unknown direction. The girl's phone was left on the floor. The events moved to the subway. Detective Seok-gyo was riding the subway. In front of him were two people from the organization who were supposed to fix something in the subway. The detective noticed them, so he had to avoid being seen. He turned to the side. A man was pushing a cart down the hall. Suddenly, the detective grabbed him and put his hands over his mouth to keep him quiet. After that, he took him around the corner and cut him off. The detective dressed as an employee to avoid arousing suspicion. The other workers didn't notice him, so he could do what he wanted to do. Seok-gyo had a camera up his sleeve. He thought that their room was much bigger than he had imagined. The detective wanted to find out if Bon-chan was really connected to the church, and that's why he wanted to hush up the incident. Suddenly, the man saw two others carrying an unconscious Seo-hee. The detective recognized her. The kidnappers brought the girl and put her on the floor. One of them said that Seo-hee wouldn't be alive anyway, so he suggested that we have some fun one last time. But at that moment, the girl began to come to her senses. She opened her eyes and asked where she was. It was a man who was taking pictures of her on the street. He said hello to the girl. His face looked crazy. Seo-hee tried to get out, but the men held her tight. Then, the man ordered his partner to hold her tighter, because he wanted to be the first. Suddenly, a detective appeared from behind him, waving a fire extinguisher and asking the bastard what he was going to get. After that, the kidnapper was hit on the head with a fire extinguisher and fell to the ground. The other partner, although holding Seo-hee, asked him not to touch him, but his face also kissed the fire extinguisher. After that, the detective called them scum and promised to lock them all up when he got out. The man asked the girl if she was Seo-hee from high school. The girl said yes, but she was afraid of the detective and trembled. He noticed this and said that he wasn't being bad, he was just undercover. After that, Seo-hee cried. The detective hugged her carefully. The girl cried even more. She was very scared. Then the man asked how she got here, but Seo-hee didn't know. It all happened too fast. Suddenly, they heard some footsteps. It was Junsu and another guy. They heard sounds from the room. The teenager went inside and shouted why the men were lying on the floor. He was shouting that they were supposed to bring the girl, but she was nowhere to be found, and the ceremony was about to begin. Meanwhile, the man and the girl hid in the hood. They crawled on it to get out of the room. The detective said that they would use the ventilation shaft to reach the street. Suddenly, they heard screams. The man and the girl approached the hood and were shocked by what they saw. There was a hall where the ceremony was held. Everyone was shouting and praying. It looked like a real sect. Some even cried. The priest said that the end of the world was approaching, and that the earth would turn around and the sea would burst its banks. After that, his hand began to transform. It became bony and sharp at the ends of the fingers. The priest read a prayer and showed his hand to everyone. He was not afraid to give away his appearance. On the table was the body of a man held by two others. He was trembling because he realized that death was near. The priest read a prayer and then stuck his bony hand into the boy's body, and he screamed loudly. And then I tore his heart out of his chest. All the other spectators screamed. They were delighted with what they were seeing. And the priest held up the organ for everyone to see. The poor guy was bleeding all over and looked terrible. Suddenly his head rolled down the stairs, and then she fell to the floor. The audience became angry and attacked that head like a hungry man. The detective and Seo-hee were watching. The girl covered her mouth with her hands to avoid giving herself away. Meanwhile, Seok-gyo was filming everything with his camera. It was Monday, 2 in the morning. A black car was pulling up to the checkpoint. Workers said the parking lot was closed because of a gas leak. After that, they approached the homeless man and asked him to leave the room. People were also taken out of the underground tunnel, and they were loudly indignant. There were a lot of people in the middle of the mall, and a man standing on stage saying that they could have fun because the president would turn a blind eye to all their antics. Then, one of the men asked what to do with the people inside, because there were so many of them. Gu Hyo asked if they remembered that they were ordered to kill everyone. His eyes suddenly turned yellow, and he said that the hunt had begun. The men were sitting in the corridor reading something on paper. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The guy decided to open it and ask who was there, but there was no one outside the door. Suddenly, the man saw something strange on the floor. Below was a white toy car. He decided to bring it in and show it to others. Suddenly, the machine caught fire and burst into flames. After that, there was an explosion. It was very loud. Men were scattered around the room. After that, someone smashed the wall of the room with a fist. It was a big, pumped-up woman in a pink suit who said that if she had known there were so few people here, she would have come in through the door. Jong Tae cried and was outraged that they had destroyed his car, which actually belonged to the association. Other workers with machine guns came running to the sound, and there were many of them inside. Suddenly, a knife came out of Jong Tae's hand. He took it in his hands and shouted that the men should have come earlier because the machine had been destroyed for nothing. After that, he swung a knife and cut the head of one of the employees. Other men started shooting with machine guns and called the association heretics who came after the saints. The pumped-up woman shielded herself from the bullets with her strong arms. After that, she hit the perpetrators in the stomach and said that it actually hurt her. It was so strong that the blow sent the man flying into the wall and punched a hole in it. His partner saw this and started shooting even harder, but this did not save them at all. Members of the organization turned into monsters and became almost omnipotent. The monster alone could impale 3 people on its sword arm. The bodies of the workers did not matter to the organization. They handled them in seconds. Other employees saw this and realized that their lives were over. One of them tried to escape while everyone was busy. Jong Tae told his partners to look for the main man because he was being offered a generous reward. Noisy sounds were heard in the hall where the ceremony was held. The priest was indignant that their case was being disrupted. He was told that it seemed to be people from the organization, and then the priest went berserk. He asked where Chief Kim and Professor Kim were, but they were not there. The priest became angry and smashed the pulpit because he was betrayed. He ordered the others to spray the water quickly, but was told that it was not yet fully tested. For this, the priest broke the head of a woman who did not want to obey orders. He shouted and said that no one else would brainwash people, only he would. The priest told the other man to carry out the order. He began to pray to God and ask for a blessing. After that, water began to drip from the ceiling, and then abruptly it sputtered. People believed that these were the tears of God and happily drank this contaminated water. After that, they all began to turn into monsters. Their bones were breaking, they were becoming defective. The priest ordered the monsters to drink more water and protect him by killing the evil. In his head, the man hoped that he would have enough time to escape from the room. Meanwhile, in the corridor, we heard a creak from the hood. Seo-hee and the detective finally get out of the ventilation shaft. Suddenly, we started hearing explosions. It was very loud. The detective looked at Seo-hee, who was shaking with fear, and he realized that he had to protect the girl. Suddenly, he overheard the men who had left the room talking about the association that had finally found them. The men noticed Seo-hee and the detective. One of them asked his partner if this was the girl they were supposed to bring. Then the detective pulled out a gun and threatened him. Suddenly, the monster's large tentacles flew at the man. The detective flew at breakneck speed into the wall. His mouth was bleeding. Seo-hee screamed because she realized that the only defense she had just disappeared. 2 men turned into monsters and stood over Seo-hee, planning to take her away. She was shaking and could not understand what was wrong with these people. Then the monster lifted the girl by her hair, and the other ordered her to be careful with her, because she was their toy. Suddenly, someone from behind asked the guys what they were doing here. It turned out that it was Junsu. The boys began to warm up to him and invite him to their parties. Junsu's eyes turned yellow and he asked what the monsters were doing here and called them idiots. The men got angry and threatened the teenager, challenging him to a fight. They continued to humiliate Jungsu when suddenly the face of one of them was cut by a spine. His friend got angry and wanted to stand up for his partner, but a gun was put to his forehead. After that, there was a loud explosion and the guy flew to the floor. Junsu looked at this and asked if talking was really more valuable than life. He passed between the bodies of the boys. Suddenly, The man opened his mouth as if he were still alive. Then, Jung-soo turned and shot the guy again. Afterward, the teenager thanked Seok-yeol out loud and said that he had taught him for life. So he looked at this, trembling and hysterical. Jung-soo didn't expect to see her here, and then realized that she was a victim. So he started to choke and said that she was short of breath. Memories of holding his sister, who also had difficulty breathing, suddenly surfaced in the teenager's mind. Jun-soo looked at Seo-hee and cold sweat dripped down his face. He did not believe that he was really doing it. Jun-soo entered the room, holding Seo-hee on his shoulder. He laid her on the floor. She still couldn't breathe. After that, Jun-soo gave her a black cloth and told her to put it to her mouth and breathe slowly. Seo-hee politely followed the boy's instructions. Then he said that his sister had often had such seizures before. He explained why he had such seizures and how he had to cope with it. Seo-hee suddenly turned her face up and looked at her rescuer. After that, she thanked Jung-soo, which made the guy twitch. The guy decided to get back into his character and said that the girl had imagined a lot. Because she would not get out of here alive. No one would save her. But Seo-hee was not afraid. She just smiled and thanked Jung-soo again for his help. The guy was shocked that the girl never came around. Then, Jung-soo called someone and said that he was in the underground laboratory and the sample had been delivered. Then he called out Seok-yeol's name and asked if he was supposed to take care of him. The conversation was overheard by So-hee. Jun-soo noticed this and came up with a brilliant idea. He asked Seo-hee if she wanted to see Seok-yeol and offered to arrange a meeting. The girl was overwhelmed with emotions. She really wanted to see Seok-yeol. Then, Jung-soo bent down to her and said that those people would cut everyone down and spare no one. So he was scared for her friend. Jun-soo was angry that the girl didn't understand anything. He said that the Seok-yeol she knew was long gone. Seo-hee suddenly remembered the moments when Seok-yeol had indeed behaved differently than usual. And then when he was being carried after an incident at school. Suddenly, Jung-soo's eyes turned yellow and he said that Seok-yeol was a monster like him, who ate and killed people. Seo-hee covered her ears with her hands and refused to believe anything. Jun-soo said that ordinary people will never understand this. He added that he would give the girl another chance and handed her the contaminated water, saying that she had a side effect. But then she could become one of them. Meanwhile, the fight between the defective and the organization continued. A sword was stabbed into the man's drugged body. That was Seok-yeol. He still hadn't transformed and was fighting evil with his bare hands. He immediately took a swing at another monster. He stabbed him with his sword, and then he received an electric shock, and he electrocuted the defective. After that, he fell loudly to the ground. Seok-yeol approached the body. The monster was still alive and begging for mercy. After that, the teenager simply stood on his head and crushed it. Seok-yeol acted automatically without using his senses. All he could think about was the fact that there were many more monsters than he thought. But first, he had to find Jung-soo and strangle him with his bare hands. Others were no better off. Monsters were attacking the organization and did not understand how they found them. Jong-hye spread her clawed wings and waited for the attack. She controlled her body with skill and ease. So I quickly dealt with these monsters. Her face looked brave, without a drop of fear. The girl knew exactly what she was doing. Monsters were exterminated one by one, but behind her was a defective one. The girl looked around and saw that everything was clean in front of her. She turned around and left, because there were no survivors. Suddenly I heard a loud whistle. Jong-hye's face was about to be touched by the monster's tongue. She didn't have time to react and was frightened. Suddenly someone grabbed my tongue. It was Seok-yeol, who had just saved Jung-hye with a calm face. He just asked the girl how she was, holding the monster's tongue calmly. But Jung-hye blushed and yelled at Seok-yeol that he shouldn't have worried about her because she didn't need help. The two boys watched and discussed that Seok-yeol was really very strong. He killed everyone and didn't even transform or get wounded. While Jong-hye was ordering Seok-yeol to give her the bars from her briefcase, someone called her on her earpiece. Jong-tae spoke to her and asked for reinforcements, as they were dealing with the defective ones who had been sprayed with water. The boy barely managed to dodge the monster's paws and added that Seok-yeol should join him. Jong-hye listened to this with a calm face as she ate the bars. She told Seok-yeol that Jung-tae needed him and suggested that they split into 2 teams. But the guy said he had to find Jun-soo first. Jong-hye called him an idiot because he didn't even know where the guy was. And then she handed Seok-yeol a GPS and advised him to look for places where their team hadn't been before. Then she wished the teenager to fulfill all his dreams and smiled sweetly. The guy was walking along a corridor. He was looking at the navigator, and there was absolute silence in the corridor. Suddenly, Seok-gyo heard a sound. He opened the door to the room, and there was no one there. Suddenly, a detective attacked him with a pipe. But Seok-gyo had a very strong reaction and grabbed his weapon before he struck. He pushed the man against the wall and wanted to attack him back. Suddenly, his aggression decreased when he recognized the detective. The man also did not expect to see Seok-gyo here. The teenager grabbed him by the neck and lifted him up. His aggression increased again, and he attacked the man with questions about whether he was also a superhuman from a religious organization. The detective could barely speak, but he was able to explain that he was looking for Kim Dong-jun, who was working on the Seok-gyo case. After that, the teenager simply threw the man to the floor. The detective was shaking with pain. Seok-gyo seemed to believe him and asked him if he was sure he had nothing to do with the monsters. Afterwards, Seok-gyo noticed the man's wounds and said that he had to go to the hospital immediately. It is incredible how two completely different people were combined in a teenager, a ruthless killer and an absolute empath. But the detective ignored the guy's words and asked him what he was doing here and how he was connected to the sect. Seok-gyo became angry and shouted that the detective had already seen too much and he still didn't have enough. He then advised him to stay out of it. He told the detective not to walk around here looking for death and to go home, forgetting everything he saw. Seok-gyo calmed down because he had intimidated the man enough and said that he would show him the way out of the room, but the detective refused. He said that he wouldn't be able to leave here alone because Seo-hee was also with him and she was captured. At this, Seok-gyo's eyes widened. The detective said that at the school, Jung-soo had taken Seo-hee with him, and there was a laboratory in Sector G, and he thought the girl was there. Seok-gyo ran as fast as he could. The teenager was sincerely worried about Seo-hee because he had feelings for her. He cursed these bastards, because he deliberately stayed away from the girl so that she would not be in danger like his parents. Seok-gyo kicked the door of the room with all his might and shouted at Jung-soo to come out immediately. The guy stood calmly, as if he was waiting for a teenager. He smiled as if he was happy to see Seok-gyo. The teenager was very angry. Jun-soo said that he was a little late this time. Seok-gyo didn't listen to the bastard and attacked him as soon as he saw him. The teenager hit Jun-soo in the face so hard that he flew backwards. And then he grabbed him by the neck. He pushed his face down to the floor. Jung-soo released his spine paws into Seok-gyo, but the teenager had time to react. After that, Jung-soo swung at the teenager with his fists. But Seok-gyo intercepted his punch and knocked him to the ground. Jun-soo fell loudly to the floor. Seok-gyo immediately started punching him. Jung-soo defended himself at first, but eventually he ran out of strength. Then a smile appeared on his bleeding face. It made Seok-gyo even more angry. He grabbed the bastard Jun-soo by the collar and ordered him to shout and tell him where Seo-hee was. The guy told Seok-gyo that he couldn't just let someone who had seen superhumans go. And then someone approached them. The guy's eyes widened. He could not believe what he was seeing. He saw a monster that wanted to eat. The monster's hair was the same as Seo-hee's. Seok-gyo stood up and could not believe what he was seeing. He ran up to the glass and said in a trembling voice that it couldn't be Seo-hee. Suddenly, he saw something that made his heart break in two. On the floor was Seo-hee's watch, which he had once given her. Seok-gyo scratched his hand against the door. Suddenly, his arm grew fur and turned into a monster's arm. The teenager abruptly turned into a perfect man. He talked about how he would tear everyone apart, even Seo-hee. Jung-soo was having fun with this, although inside he was worried about the teenager's anger. And when the guy saw Seok-gyo's real accounting, he couldn't believe it. Jun-soo then abruptly pressed the red button. This opened the door to the bars behind which the monsters were sitting, waiting for their dinner. The defective ones immediately crawled out of their cramped rooms. Jung-soo said that these animals were used for experiments that could improve superhumans in the future. He added that without these defective people, Jung-soo would have been at a disadvantage, and that everything was fair. Suddenly, one of the monsters came up behind Seok-gyo and spat something at him. The teenager managed to dodge, but the liquid hit the wall and corroded it in a second. But Seok-gyo was furious. He couldn't let another loved one die because of him. He dealt with the monster in a second, and then another one came at him. The defectives attacked Seok-gyo and ate the teenager, but for him it was like mosquito bites. He handled the monster with one hand without much effort, then immediately with another. Like a splinter, Seok-gyo tore off the monster's head. Then he threw it on the floor, smearing it on the surface. Immediately afterward, the tongue of the next monster flew at him. He wrapped himself around Seok-gyo's body. The teenager was being attacked by 3 defective people at once. His arms and legs were twisted, and at that moment, a monster came from behind, trying to pierce the teenager. But Seok-gyo released his spikes on the back of his head. The monster's body became leaky. After that, Seok-gyo abruptly broke all the shackles that restrained his movements and body. And then he grabbed the monster's tongue. He pulled him sharply toward him. Seok-gyo dealt with the defective ones one by one. For him, it was as easy as drinking a glass of water. It was the turn of the last monster. Seok-gyo roared as he killed everyone. Suddenly, a claw flew at him. It was So-hee. Without thinking, the teenager immediately attacked her. He looked at her face, and suddenly, Seok-gyo remembered what the girl was like during their first serious conversation. His body was trembling, and he could not do anything about it. Spikes came out of So-hee's chest. She didn't hesitate to poke them at Seok-gyo, who was a real monster. After that, the whole room was covered in blood. Seo-hee's spikes were sharp and cut through Seok-gyo's hairy body, but fortunately, it regenerated quickly and the wound healed instantly. Seok-gyo begged the girl to stop. He couldn't and didn't want to hurt her. Then he grabbed her by the throat, and then he lifted it up above him. Junsu told Seok-gyo to kill her because the old Seo-hee can't be brought back. He added that now she was just a stupid monster driven by hellish hunger. Junsu provoked the teenager by saying that Seo-hee drank water for him without even thinking about it, even though she knew she would die by his hand. After that, Seok-gyo simply closed his eyes to avoid feeling pity. His hand trembled, and he wanted to attack and kill Seo-hee. Suddenly, he remembered all the sweet moments that had connected them. The teenager did not want to do this, but his consciousness was stronger. Seo-hee was charming, and Seok-gyo couldn't forget her. Something was holding him close to the girl, and he couldn't understand why. My last memory was when Seo-hee said that she liked Seok-gyo a lot. After that, the teenager could not kill her and simply hugged her. The sharp thorns of Seo-hee penetrated his body and went all the way through, but the teenager endured the pain for the sake of his beloved. Seok-gyo said that he would find a way to bring So-hee back, and if not, he would definitely not leave her alone. Jung-soo laughed out loud. He told Seok-gyo not to pretend to be a saint, because they were just monsters and would never be human again. But Seok-gyo didn't listen to Junsu and hugged the girl even harder. Then the guy said that in that case he would kill them both together. Suddenly, Seok-gyo heard a familiar voice shouting his name. Junsu could not believe his eyes. Seo-hee ran into the room and loudly recoiled. Her hands were handcuffed and bloody, and she was telling Seok-gyo to run. The teenager couldn't believe his eyes and was extremely happy to see his beloved alive. Jung-soo became angry and attacked Seok-gyo with a scream. Then, the head of the monster he thought was Seo-hee passed through the boy's body. Blood flowed from Seok-gyo's mouth. On the other hand, Junsu stuck his paws into the boy's body. He asked if it was hard for Seok-gyo to move when the blood was gushing from his body. But the teenager could not die. A new breath opened in him to save Seo-hee. Junsu said that he wanted to show Seo-hee the real account of Seok-gyo, but the plan changed, and now the teenager had to watch his closest person die. Seok-gyo shouted that Jung-soo shouldn't even touch her hair because the girl had nothing to do with it. The teenager's wound was not healing and blood was still pouring out of it, but he got back on his feet anyway. Then, the teenager noticed a briefcase with bars that could give him the strength to deal with Jung-soo. The guy approached So-hee and the girl was shaking with fear. She closed her eyes and prepared to die. Suddenly, Seok-gyo's fist flew into Junsu's face. The guy was knocked to the floor by such a blow. Seok-gyo was very angry, and his power became even stronger. He grabbed Junsu's paw. After that, he simply tore it out of the guy's body. And then Seok-gyo grabbed Jung-su's head with both hands and began to squeeze. Foam flowed from the offender's mouth. Then Seo-hee screamed out Seok-gyo's name. The teenager shivered as if he had regained consciousness. The girl said she was fine and smiled sweetly, although she was shaking. Seok-gyo saw her hands, which were bleeding. He wanted to get closer to So-hee to help, but he stopped because he saw his monster paw and realized that he couldn't approach it in that form. Seok-gyo started yelling at her to stay away from him. She didn't understand what was happening. The teenager turned his back on her so that she couldn't see his face and said that he was a monster, so he shouldn't have approached him. But the girl disobeyed and reached out to Seok-gyo. After that, she just hugged the teenager. Seok-gyo couldn't believe what was happening. He was so afraid that the girl would hate him if she knew who the guy really was. Seo-hee cried and said that Seok-gyo was not a monster because people are much scarier than him. She added that he had risked his life for her, and people with such a good heart couldn't be monsters. Seok-gyo turned to her and asked why she wasn't afraid of him. Seo-hee smiled sweetly at him. and told him that he had been through too much alone and apologized for not seeing it right away. Suddenly, Seok-gyo shivered. Tears began to flow from his eyes and the teenager cried loudly. He suddenly realized why he loved Seo-hee so much. She was stronger and kinder than anyone else. And then, Seok-gyo fell into the girl's arms and sobbed, saying how much he missed Seo-hee. The girl hugged the guy and offered to leave together in a sweet voice. Meanwhile, Seok-gyo had transformed back into a human being. He was completely naked, both inside and out. Seo-hee had made it clear to him so many times that he was still human. Meanwhile, the organization coped with everything and came back. Jong Hae spoke through headphones and was asked where Seok-gyo was. The girl said he went to look for the person who killed his parents. Then she was told that for a superhuman, the teenager had too many feelings. He added that Seok-gyo was acting like a normal person. This caused Jung-hye's eyes to widen dramatically, but she pulled herself together and said that it looked like the guy had something to hide from them. Then she was asked if she was in love with Seok-gyo. The girl exploded again and turned off the conversation as quickly as possible. They had another mission, to catch the head of this organization. Jung-hye realized that she had to get a share of the reward. The priest was surrounded by superhumans and shouted at them to get away from him, but the team just laughed at him because they mistook the man for a sick fanatic. Then the priest began to transform into a superhuman. The man's entire body began to deform. Then the priest roared when he finished the transformation. The other superhumans could not believe their eyes, because the report did not say that the priest was a perfect species. He abruptly grabbed one of the attackers, and then another one. He held them with his tongue. Then he just ate them all at once. Superhumans began to give out advice on how to cope with the perfect species and where its weaknesses were. Several superhumans attacked the priest at once, but he threw them aside in one fell swoop. The guys landed and just flattened out on the surface. Jong Hae saw this and realized that they had to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Because there were too many victims, it was impossible to get close to him. They had to use the monster's sluggishness. Jong-hye then shouted for them all to attack his legs, because then they could use his weight against him. The superhumans threw all their strength together and wrapped the monster's giant paws around them. After that, they pulled. It worked, and the priest really began to fall to the ground. Then there was a loud sound and the monster fell to the floor. The superhumans suddenly attacked him with all their might to hold the priest. Jong Hae realized that they would not last long, and there were still no reinforcements. Then something began to crawl out of the priest's body. It turned out that he hid his hands and grew them on his back. The team had serious problems. Jong-hye realized that something terrible was about to happen. Suddenly, someone let their paws loose by cutting the monster's body with them. The priest was furious and called his offender names. After that, he got another one, but this time in the face. It turned out that their savior was Gu-hyo, who stood there with the calmest face possible. Its arm was huge, with many sharp tentacles that had a blade at the end. Although Jong-hye was glad that she hadn't just died, she didn't show it as usual. The girl asked why he hadn't come earlier. The guy replied that he had collected the necessary information and sent it to the association. And then he added that tomorrow the news would tell about the explosion, so they had to clean up everything here. Jong-hye asked what happened to Dr. Kim and Police Officer Kim. Gu-hyo said that they offered to turn themselves in exchange for pardons. The guy added that they were very interested in the subway experiment, so they would only benefit from the agreement. Jong Hae remained silent. Then, Gu-hyo asked if it was Seok-gyo she was worried about. She responded with a very strange and emotional reaction. Gu-hyo smiled, knowing that Jong Hae was in love. Then he threw her the phone. Jong-hye picked it up, and there was a video on it. It turned out that it was a camera recording of Seok-gyo talking to a detective. Jong-hye's face changed dramatically when she saw the teenager's reaction to the words that Seo-hee was in the room. Gu-hyo's face transformed, and he said that Seok-gyo had violated too many rules of the association in a few months, and it would be difficult to turn a blind eye this time. He added that they had to take appropriate measures. Meanwhile, the events moved to the subway, so he lay with her eyes closed. Seok-gyo was by her side and asked how she was feeling, because she had a fever. The guy gave her first aid, but her condition did not improve, so she had to go to the hospital immediately. Suddenly, someone walked by them. The guy's body was covered in blood. It was Junsu. Seok-gyo asked him why he didn't kill Seo-hee, even though he could have. The guy stopped. After that, a nasty, smug smile appeared on his face. Junsu turned to Seok-gyo and said that he would like to give him some advice, no matter how ridiculous it sounds. The teenager said that if the boy wanted to protect his beloved Sohee so much, he should have left the organization because they were not to be trusted. Seok-gyo just exploded after saying that and started to cover Junsu's mouth. He replied that the boy would regret his words one day. He added that when Seok-gyo was talking about the danger to his family and the cure for the virus, Jungsu wanted to hit him so badly. And then he said that at some point he also wanted to be cured, and now he wants to be cured too. Seok-gyo was in a stupor, and Junsu said that he didn't care whether they believed him or not, but the decision was up to the boy. Then Seok-gyo asked me to answer one question. Was it Junsu who sent those offenders to kill his parents? But the guy was silent. Then Jungsu just turned around and left, saying that his friends would be here soon, and added that there was a warehouse behind the lab that could be used to get out. He ordered Seok-gyo to get Seohee out of here as soon as possible. Junsu's voice sounded so confident that the teenager believed him. The events moved to the emergency room. Seok-gyo, Seohee, and the detective arrived there. The man was almost at death's door as he was severely injured and was taken for surgery immediately upon arrival. Others were hospitalized. Sohee was lying under an intravenous drip and breathing heavily. Seok-gyo was by her side. Suddenly, she grabbed the guy's hand. Seohee stopped him and asked where he was going, again without saying anything. Then, Seok-gyo pressed her hand to his and said that he would always be there for her, and as soon as he finished all his business, he would come back to her. Seohee smiled and said she would definitely wait for him. Seok-gyo said that he would definitely come back no matter what, and then kissed his beloved. Meanwhile, the events moved to the laboratory. Junsu was there, holding contaminated water in his hands. He suddenly remembered a conversation with Seohee, who had asked him if she could accept and understand Seok-gyo if she drank water. She looked at the bottle and hardly hesitated with her decision. After that, she just wagged all the water on the ground. Seohee told the outraged Junsu that she could accept and understand Seok-gyo even as a human being. Seohee looked at the boy and smiled, saying that the main thing is to believe in your heart, and she trusted Seok-gyo. Junsu was warmed by these memories. He smiled and thought that even without water, Sohee was desperate. He walked over to the closet and thought that he should try harder. After that, Junsu opened the closet. Inside was his sister, who had been in the laboratory before. She opened her eyes and looked at her brother. Jungsu smiled at her and said that he didn't know how long they could hold out like this, but it was better than sitting alone. She could not believe her ears and eyes. Junsu picked her up and carried her. Suddenly, someone stopped him and asked him why there were such changes. Jungsu was frightened at first, but then calmed down and said that Seok-gyo's naive words were much more pleasant than the arrogant talk of the boss. It was Gu-hyo, standing next to Jungsu, and he had just been named the boss. The man began to approach the boy and said that something had to be sacrificed for the future of superhumans, and he, as the leader, was responsible for this. Gu-hyo continued that ordinary people were hard to understand, but he thought it was easy for superhumans like him. Yeonji was trembling and clung to her brother as if she realized that something terrible was about to happen. Junsu replied rudely to Gu-hyo that if you listened to him, you could die laughing, and added that the man had even tried to turn his sister into a monster, although he hadn't realized it before. Junsu became angry and said that for Gu-hyo, people and superhumans were all garbage. The man replied that it was ugly and that he would kill him, and then released his tentacles at Junsu. Gu-hyo did it with a smile on his face, without a drop of regret. Junsu said that it was too early for him to die, and pressed the button in his hand. Then there was a loud explosion. A pile of stones fell on Gu-hyo right from the ceiling. Everything was suddenly covered with dust like fog. The man survived and looked at the aisle where Jungsu was supposed to be standing, but now it was covered with a pile of stones. Gu-hyo-lige sighed sadly and said that they hadn't realized how many hemorrhoids there were. Meanwhile, the events moved to a noisy city street. The bar was noisy and fun. Men were sitting at a table drinking. Chief Park said goodbye to his subordinates. On his way home, he stopped by a 24-hour pharmacy. Chef Park decided to take something for his hangover. After that, the man left the store. Right on the way out, he saw a group of teenagers smoking and drinking. When Park saw them, he immediately thought of his daughter. The man suddenly shouted and started scolding the teenagers for crippling their lives and ordered them to go home. But it would have been better if Chef Park had just gone home. But the alcohol had already taken its toll. The boss saw that there would be no business and told the teenagers to go home for the last time. Then he left them, muttering something under his breath. The city was empty and Chief Park was walking home. He could only hear his own footsteps because there was a deathly silence. After that, the man heard more footsteps behind him, and then he heard someone hitting the pole with a metal object. Chief Park came back to see what had happened. The same teenagers were standing in front of him. The boss immediately decided to run away from them because he felt in danger. The teenagers ran after him with weapons in their hands. Chief Park was already regretting what he had done. But he kept running and ran into the first entrance that opened. The door was open in front of him, so he decided to run in. The man found himself in an empty room with large windows. Unfortunately, Chief Park slipped on a puddle. He fell face first into the dirt. The teenagers caught up with him, and the gang leader began to extort money from the man. Chief Park was trembling with fear and begged them to negotiate with him. The teenagers laughed at him. One suggested filming the man on his phone and posting it on the internet. Then the leader told him to smile and started counting to 3. The photo was taken with a flash, so they saw some kind of monster in the background. They clearly did not like it. But the flash quickly turned off, so the defective ones were not visible again. The teenagers began to sweat and check what they had photographed. Suddenly, they were attacked by a monster. Their leader was being devoured by a monster. The teenagers started running for the exit and screaming. Suddenly, the girl saw a guy entering the room and was very happy to see him. She asked him to help their leader, not noticing that he was holding a body. Suddenly, the teenagers were cut in half in one fell swoop. They both fell to the floor. The boy turned to the monsters and said that not only did they eat without him, but they also missed out on food. And then he asked why these teenagers were here at all. One of the monsters said that they came here themselves when they were all eating. The guy was in a stupor, and then he said that they had hunted in vain and threw the man's body on the ground, telling them about the organization's raid. They could be in danger. Then the monster said that the association was hunting for the perfect. He was indignant and angry that the organization was playing a game. Meanwhile, Chief Park was shaking. The man tried to get out and get home quietly and unnoticed. The guy noticed him, so the boss asked him not to kill him. After that, a lot of blood splattered around the room. A guy with green hair smiled and asked whom he was supposed to kill. Meanwhile, the events moved to the marketplace. Everyone bought wholesale products. A man who was the detective's partner picked up a package of drinks. And then he noticed Detective Seok-yo himself. He approached him and they began to whisper secretly so that no one would notice. After that, the man handed the detective an envelope with money and documents as he had asked. Then the man asked Seok-yo how he got involved in the story in the first place. The detective recalled how a man yelled at him for saying that his video was a production because Chief Kim Dong-jung could not have been involved. But Seok-yo tried to prove that the video was not a fake and that he had seen everything with his own eyes, and he was accused of using illegal substances. The man told the detective that he had had enough because Seok-yo had been fired from the police for these conversations, and he did not want to be the last one to go. The detective was seriously angry and said he would get the evidence, but the man told him to calm down. He looked away as the policeman's eyes turned yellow. The detective's partner asked the man again because he had been silent for a long time, but Seok-yo just left and said he was going to lay low. The events were transferred to the organization. Gu-hyo was reading the news about the gas explosion perpetrated by former police officer Seok-gyo. The article said that the officer tried to commit suicide after the death of his wife and child, but turned to religion. Gu-hyo happily leaned back and said that now they had to wait for the detective to come to them himself. Meanwhile, Seok-gyo and Gu-hyo had a conversation. The teenager wanted to leave the organization. He explained that he didn't see any point in staying because it looked like Jung-soo had been caught, but he hadn't seen him, so he wanted to work alone. Gu-hyo asked if Seok-gyo had seen the boy on the subway that day, and then he sat down in his chair and said that it was sad news, because they had tried for nothing. Seok-gyo said that he would look for him in other districts, because the organization was always assigning him other work. But the teenager was unable to finish because he was interrupted. He was shown a surveillance video of him, the detective, and Seo-hee. Seok-gyo rescued these people and took them to the ambulance. Gu-hyo said that he may not have found Jung-soo, but he saw other people and added that it was the cameras in the parking lot of Sector B. The man then smiled and asked Seok-gyo to explain. The teenager looked away and said that he had seen this girl at school several times, so he rescued her and told her to keep quiet. Gu-hyo's face suddenly transformed, and he said that it was forbidden to break the rules of the organization. Seok-gyo was angry and said that this was why he was leaving the organization, because he did not want to be responsible for the cases in which he was involved. Gu-hyo calmed down and said that if the teenager wanted to leave, he should. He hinted that he had to find a job and do it himself. And then he smiled and said that the organization is not the same as it used to be. Seok-gyo asked if he killed her, would they let him go? And then he just stood up. Gu-hyo asked him where he was going. Seok-gyo became angry and said that the conversation was over and he had no desire to look at Gu-hyo's ugly face, adding that the organization used to be different. The events moved to the school. The teacher was teaching a lesson, and then he told So-hee to read the piece, but the girl was silent, so the teacher repeated it again. So-hee was deep in thought. She recalled what she had seen in the subway, the priest who killed innocent people because of his fanaticism, and the guys who wanted to hurt her. So-hee was very scared and shivered when she saw the sight of these people. But still, the most terrifying was Seok-gyo. A classmate tapped So-hee on the shoulder to make her answer the teacher. After that, there was a loud sound, and So-hee fell to the floor and shook, coughing loudly. Suddenly, she realized what had just happened. Then she looked at her friend. All of her classmates looked at So-hee in shock, with complete incomprehension. The teacher decided to approach the student and ask what had happened to her. So-hee quickly stood up and said she was just thinking. The teacher decided to turn it into a joke, saying that the girl hadn't recovered from the vacation. My classmates immediately started gossiping that So-hee had been weird since last month, and that she had a bandage on her arm. They thought that the girl had tried to harm herself and was hiding it behind a bandage. So-hee recalled a conversation with Seok-gyo, who asked her not to tell anyone about what had happened, because then they would all be in danger. The girl could hardly hold back her tears and just agreed with everything. Seok-gyo told her to wait for him to return, even if it was hard. So-hee held her wrist and tried to calm herself down so that her classmates wouldn't notice. She was shaking with emotion and complete incomprehension. She was scared, but at that moment So-hee was thinking about how Seok-gyo had endured all this alone. Suddenly there was a loud sound of a door being kicked in. All the students turned to the sound and were shocked. A breathless Seok-gyo stood in the doorway. The boy went to So-hee while the other students wanted to call the police. The girl was as shocked as the others. Seok-gyo grabbed her shoulder. Then he just hugged the girl tightly. He said he was very happy that So-hee was alive and well. Tears flowed from the girl's eyes. Seok-gyo said that they knew everything and would come to kill her, so she had to go with him. The teenager would protect her. He promised that he would stay with her to the end, no matter what. So-hee smiled and agreed to go with him. The events moved to the train. Seok-gyo and So-hee were sitting in the carriage. The girl was looking out the window. Seok-gyo said they were supposed to get off at the next station, and So-hee asked where they were going. The teenager replied that they were going to Japan because there were also superhumans there, but this place was safer. So-hee concluded that they would not return soon. Suddenly her expression changed. It was snowing outside the window. It was the first snow of the year. The teenagers were walking down a snowy street. Then they went into a room that looked like a warehouse. So-hee followed Seok-gyo uncertainly, looking around. The teenager received a call. He said they had just gone inside. It turned out that they were not alone inside. The man said they were late. It was a detective who asked why So-hee was here. Seok-gyo said that they had found out about her, so he had no choice. The detective said they would have to make another passport, which would take a day, so the teenagers had to rest. Then Seok-gyo tilted his head and asked the detective about the scientist Jong-gong, who could cure him. The detective said he couldn't say for sure, but it was better than living on the run for the rest of my life. Seok-gyo was very sad because he had little hope. The man said that if he could not make a decision, it was better to hide. And then he patted Seok-gyo on the shoulder, supporting him, and said that in any business there are difficult moments, but you have to go on into the unknown. The teenager smiled because the detective's words really helped him. Meanwhile, it was snowing heavily outside. Seok-gyo handed So-hee a hot drink because it was too cold. He gave her his jacket and told her about his plans for the next day. They were to board a ship. So-hee said that she left and did not tell her parents and they would worry, and it was eating at her. Seok-gyo said that if they knew the truth, they would be in danger, so it was better this way. So-hee suddenly began to cry and tremble, asking if they would ever come back, because she was already missing her parents. She became hysterical and apologized, saying that she understood how hard it was for him, so she could not go soft. Seok-gyo just hugged the girl. He said that everything would be fine, and that So-hee would definitely see her parents again. He added that although the detective did not promise, the guy believed that he would be cured. Seok-gyo cheered up dramatically and promised to go with her parents to a place where no one would find them after they were cured. So-hee simply smiled and said she would pray that it would be so. They hugged each other sweetly. Seok-gyo promised that it would be so. He held So-hee's hand and ordered himself to protect the girl. Meanwhile, the events shifted to the organization. Jung-hye yelled at Gu-hye for saying that Young-chul was sick in the head and was fired from the organization for killing his own people. The girl said that he was worse than an atomic bomb, and Gu-hye hired him to kill Seok-gyo. But the man was as calm as ever, and said that she didn't understand, and then asked if she wanted to remove it herself. Jung-hye screamed that Seok-gyo might have become defective then, and asked him to think again, to which Gu-hye said that he had already received permission, so there was no turning back. And then he asked with a smile if Jung-hye had begun to experience human feelings as well. As usual, the girl was angry at these words. Jung-hye said she thought that if it came to a superhuman, Gu-hye would be behind her, but it turned out that she was wrong. Then she slammed the door so hard that it broke. Gu-hye was holding Seok-gyo's file. He recalled a conversation with a doctor about how the teenager could be cured. The doctor had said that when superhuman cells were destroyed, they became defective, and that this process had regressed in Seok-gyo. The doctor was screaming and saying that if all this came out, superhumans would be finished, and he said that he had to be killed before it was too late. Gu-hye said that it was better to make the teenager kill himself, because many people were interested in him. The doctor swore that he had destroyed all the data about it, but he didn't have time to finish. Suddenly his body was cut. It was Gu-hye who ruthlessly killed the man. He commented that if two people knew a secret, it was no longer a secret. If the doctor hadn't said anything to Gu-hye, he would have survived. Suddenly the man grabbed the case of Seok-gyo, and then he crumpled up the letter. Gu-hye became enraged, saying that Seok-gyo's mere existence was a threat to them, and that threats must be removed for the sake of their existence. Meanwhile, Seok-gyo had a terrible dream. A woman was yelling at him for bringing back what she thought were bad grades. The guy was on his knees and swore that he would do better next time. Another woman was watching. She also started yelling at him and calling him garbage. Someone passed by the door and Seok-gyo looked at the girl with long hair. Then the woman grabbed the boy by the head and turned him around, as she considered such an act of terrible disrespect. The guy apologized and asked him not to beat him, but a woman with glasses swung a stick at him. The weapon was flying at the guy at high speed. Then the boy screamed to his mother. Suddenly, Seok-gyo woke up and recoiled loudly, not realizing who the woman really was. Seo-hee also woke up and asked what the boy had dreamed about, calling him by name. But the guy was surprised and asked who Seok-gyo was. Seok-gyo could not believe what was happening. But the teenager jumped up and pretended that everything was fine, asking where the detective was. Seok-gyo didn't understand what was happening to his life and why he couldn't remember his name lately. He recalled the words of Gu-hye, who told him that when there was no memory and reason, it was closer to the characteristics of the defective or fugitives. Seok-gyo was analyzing all of this, because Gu-hye said that the defective people couldn't stand it for long, so they ran away. Meanwhile, someone entered the room. It turned out to be a detective who came in from the street and said it was snowing. The teenagers were happy to see the man. The detective brought Seo-hee's passport and told them that they were to take a ferry at 10 o'clock and gave them instructions. He told the teenagers to look for a man named Jean at the Genki Inn. The man also left them some money. It was supposed to be enough for 2 weeks. Seo-hee was very nervous and shivering. In fact, she was cold. The detective noticed this. He suggested that the teenagers go for a walk and buy some clothes because the school uniforms were very conspicuous. They did so and walked out into the noisy street. The teenagers were happy and ate ice cream as if they had no problems. They got to the vending machine, and Seok-gyo decided to get the girl a toy, just like before. Unfortunately, the teenager won nothing. Seok-gyo was sitting on the bench, upset, and So-hee was calming him down and then offered to try it herself. And so, the boy was already walking with a bag full of toys. Seok-gyo was shocked at So-hee's skill. Suddenly, the teenager noticed something. There was an incredible diamond necklace in the window. Seok-gyo couldn't even take his eyes off him. Seo-hee noticed this and asked what happened. But the teenager changed the subject to the fact that they had to buy clothes and come back. They went into a clothing store. Seok-gyo thought that Seo-hee was so beautiful that absolutely everything suited her. She went to the locker room and said she would be out soon. Seok-gyo was trembling with anticipation. After that, he told the worker that he was leaving but would be back soon. It turned out that the teenager had returned to the jewelry store. He wanted to buy that beautiful necklace. He was happy and thought how well it would suit So-hee. Suddenly, Jung-hye called his phone. Seok-gyo didn't understand how she got his number. From the other end, there were screams of indignation that the teenager had run away. The guy immediately began to apologize and explain why he ran away without warning and asked me to take care of his dog. Young Hae exploded and screamed. Seok-gyo asked what happened. The girl said that Gu-hyo wanted to kill the teenager, so he brought people, adding that he would send his photo and ordered him to flee immediately. After that, she immediately hung up on me. The photo sent by Jung-hye showed Young-chul holding the head of a superhuman. Behind him, on the wall, Seok-gyo saw something familiar and realized that he had to run. The teenager ran into the store and immediately took So-hee away. The girl was trying on clothes. Seok-gyo took the girl by the hand and they quickly ran away. Seo-hee said she was in pain, but Seok-gyo explained that they had been found. Suddenly, the teenager stopped. He saw Young-chul standing on the other side of the road. The killer's face was smiling and satisfied. At that moment, Seok-gyo realized that they were bound by an evil fate. The teenager looked at Young-chul. The man looked at Seok-gyo and smiled. The traffic light turned green. The crowd started to cross the road, but Young-chul was not there. Seok-gyo and Seo-hee were crossing the road with everyone else, and the teenager was tense. Young-chul seemed to have disappeared. He was nowhere to be seen. Seo-hee noticed that something was wrong and asked Seok-gyo about it. The teenager said they were being followed and had to hide in the crowd. The couple walked down a noisy street, blending in with the crowd, but some people on the street looked at the teenagers sideways. Seok-gyo noticed this and was worried, although he tried not to show it. He looked around and intuitively understood who was watching them. He realized that he had to act quickly and come up with something. Then he abruptly opened the door of one of the shops. The teenagers quickly ran in, with Seok-gyo dragging Seo-hee along. He took them to the roof of the house. Seok-gyo wondered if he had been too careless and if they would have been able to reach the port without incident. Suddenly, the teenagers stopped because some men came around the corner. They laughed at the fact that the teenagers came to them, as they expected. Seok-gyo was angry. Then he grabbed So-hee in his arms and asked her to be patient because it would be a little scary. After that, he pushed off the ground and bent down, leaving a dent in the ground. Meanwhile, the teenagers were surrounded on both sides. But Seok-gyo managed to break away from them by crawling along the walls. Pieces of stones from the walls fell on the gang from above. They did not expect the teenagers to escape. Meanwhile, Seok-gyo had already reached the roof of another building. He continued to hold So-hee in his arms and ran away. In front of them was a gap between two houses. But Seok-gyo didn't stop, and he sprinted to the next building. The teenager landed on the ventilation system, and then he bounced off her. He landed on the street and broke through the asphalt beneath him. All the people who saw it were so shocked that they jumped right off the roof. The teenagers did not pay attention to this, and Seok-gyo told So-hee to run faster after him. But there was a spy in the crowd who noticed the teenagers. They reached the Pabdo market. It's always a crowded place, so the teenagers went there and tried to hide in the crowd. But Seok-gyo could feel the presence of the Shippon, as if there were even more of them here. These people did not approach, but threatened from a distance, like trained hunting dogs. Seok-gyo realized that it was dangerous to waste time. Meanwhile, night fell. Teenagers were walking in a deserted park. Suddenly, So-hee fell to the ground. The girl shook her head loudly and said that she was fine and could go. But Seok-gyo understood that it was very difficult for So-hee. She was a human being, even though it was dangerous in deserted places, and they had to find something else. Then the teenager noticed a tall building. He decided to go there to hide. But they were being monitored through cameras. Jong-chul said that the teenagers unknowingly walked into a trap, and he had fun with it. Then someone said on the radio that everything was ready. The man came back and smilingly ordered the shutter to be opened, because they were starting. Teenagers were walking around the store with various cosmetics. Seok-gyo suddenly noticed something. His gaze fell on the perfume rack. Suddenly, one bottle broke. Seok-gyo then started collecting all the flavors he saw because he had a brilliant idea. The perpetrators' sense of smell and hearing were much more sensitive than their eyesight, so if you sprayed several scents, their noses would stop working for a while and the teenagers would be able to hide. Seok-gyo found a closet. He opened it, and there were some things there, but there was enough space for a person. Then he put So-hee in it, who could barely hold back her tears, and ordered her not to come out of the hiding place and not to make a sound. But the girl grabbed his hand and asked him not to leave, but to stay with her in the hiding place. Seok-gyo grabbed her by the shoulders and told her to trust him because he was much stronger than she thought, and the teenager would protect them. So he cried and asked me to stay, to go to Japan together. But Seok-gyo closed the closet anyway, knowing that it would be better. Inside, he knew that he just didn't want her to see what a monster Seok-gyo had become. He promised himself that it was the last time. Meanwhile, the robbers were already going down the escalator. One of them stood on the broken bottle and complained about the flavor. The whole gang could not breathe because there was a very strong odor. They held 2 men and a woman hostage. There was also a child near the mother who was screaming for help. Someone was hitting the microphone from the speakers on the ceiling, checking the sound. It was Jung-chul who said that he was disappointed in Seok-gyo because he thought he had already formed his accounting. But he didn't even last 2 days. The man said it wasn't interesting and offered to play. The rules were that if Seok-gyo killed all the thugs, Jung-chul would let him go. The man asked if the teenager accepted such rules, but there was silence. No one came out. One of the guys asked on the radio what to do if Seok-gyo didn't come out. Jung-chul was angry because his plan wasn't working. Then he ordered to kill the man they were holding hostage. A characteristic sound of breaking bones was heard, after which the man fell to the ground. His wife screamed loudly when she saw it. She screamed so loudly that the guy holding her almost went deaf. Then there was a loud sound of wind cutting through, and blood poured out of the woman's mouth. Jung-chul said into the microphone that he heard that Seok-gyo was feeling sorry for people, after which one of the boys grabbed the child by the neck. The child was crying so much and asking for help. At that moment, I heard the sound of stomping feet, and someone entered the room. It was Seok-gyo who came out of the darkness and called the robbers lowlifes. His face was turning into a monster, but the teenager's body did not grow hair. The robbers had already transformed and were ready to attack. Seok-gyo was all alone against the whole gang, but he still wasn't going to accept his perfect form. The gang leader was the first to engage, but Seok-gyo dodged the blow. He intercepted the offender's hand. He easily threw him back, hitting him in the stomach with his elbow. Blood flowed from the monster's mouth, and then Seok-gyo grabbed him by the tongue and mouth, and thus turned it upside down. Then he threw the monster aside like a rag. Then the next man went into battle. He grabbed Seok-gyo's body and flew with it to the wall. It seemed that the teenager could not move because his body was grabbed by a monster. But Seok-gyo pushed his foot off the wall. Then he attacked the offender with all his might. He broke through the monster's body, and then he shouted loudly to instill fear in the other gang members. After that, Seok-gyo hit the monster's head with his knee with all his might. He knocked out the man's teeth and lower jaw. Then the rest of the team attacked Seok-gyo. But the teenager easily repelled them all, intercepting their blows and using their strength against them. The enemies were defeated in a few minutes of battle. Seok-gyo grabbed the sword of one of the monsters. Behind him, another enemy attacked. The teenager cut the monster's head off with his own sword. And then Seok-gyo easily dodged the attacker's blow behind him, cutting his stomach. Then he plunged his sword into the monster's head. The man simply fell to the ground, staining the floor. Seok-gyo was furious and told Jung-chul to go out and talk less. The man was watching everything that was happening through the cameras. The guy sitting next to him was commentating on Seok-gyo's fight and praising the teenager. He told Jung-chul that he was not yet fully formed, so he suggested calling in other teams. But he didn't have time to finish because the leader grabbed him by the head. He obviously didn't like what his partner was saying, so he just smashed the poor guy's head on the table. Jung-chul ordered the man to close his mouth and think about what he was telling him. Then he returned to the team and ordered them to prepare the next game. Meanwhile, downstairs, everything was covered with bodies. Seok-gyo looked around the battlefield as if he had dealt with everything. Suddenly, the teenager heard someone crying. It was a little boy who had miraculously escaped and was calling for help. He covered his ears with his hands and called for his mom. And then, the child opened his eyes and was terrified. His parents were lying on top of each other. Seok-gyo understood the pain that the little boy was feeling, but he could do nothing to help. He stretched out his hand to the child and apologized for not coming earlier and saving his parents. Then the boy started crying even more. After that, he threw himself into the arms of Seok-gyo. Suddenly, the teenager's body was pierced by a paw-like spine. Seok-gyo did not expect this and felt a burning pain. It turned out that it was a case of a small, innocent boy. He turned out to be a monster and just laughed in Seok-gyo's face. He recalled that Jung-chul said to kill everyone in the room. After that, he removed the spine from the teenager's body. The boy stood over Seok-gyo and mocked him for being too trusting if he thought there could be no monsters among the children. For some reason, the teenager's eyes became very heavy and closed on their own. The little monster said that there was sleeping pills in his tail, so it was better for Seok-gyo to sleep. The teenager heard So-hee's screams. They found her and kidnapped her. Seok-gyo wanted to save her, but he could not resist the effects of the substances. so he was powerless. He just fell to the floor. Meanwhile, the gang was carrying a girl on their shoulder who was screaming and resisting loudly. One of the guys offered to kill her for being violent, but it was supposed to be a trophy. Then they threw her to the floor. The gang said they doubted that Seok-gyo was hanging out with people, and then asked if Seo-hee knew who her boyfriend was. One woman from the gang answered for her and called her stupid. Seo-hee was shaking and begging to be untied. She started crying and asked what was wrong with them all, why they were killing innocent people. And then she said that among those who died were their colleagues, so why did they bring pain? She was interrupted by Young-chul, who said that it was all for fun, because humans also hunt animals. And for superhumans, there was no difference between animals and humans. He turned to So-hee and said that it was a law of nature. The stronger dominated the weaker. Young-chul came closer to the girl and said that her boyfriend was the same way. He was attacked by natural selection, so everyone was hunting him. Seo-hee said with a calm face that she did not know who they all were, but she knew one thing for sure. The girl suddenly said that she felt sorry for them. Young-chul's face changed dramatically and expressed shock. Seo-hee said they were all unhappy and miserable because it was impossible to be happy when others were suffering. Young-chul was simply furious at these words and even stood in a stupor, not knowing what to say. And then he did what people always do when they lack intelligence. He grabbed So-hee by the hair and called her a woman of easy virtue. After that, he put a knife to her eye, saying that she could not look at him with that look. Suddenly, the man watching the cameras called out to the leader. Young-chul was furious and didn't pay much attention. Then the man said that Seok-gyo had disappeared. This had already attracted the leader's attention. There was only a blood stain on the camera, but the teenager's body was gone. Young-chul panicked because Seok-gyo was not visible on any of the cameras. The man said that he could only see the teenager get up and go to the second exit. He was interrupted by a child who said that he had definitely put him to sleep. Young-chul yelled at them and ordered them to shut up. Then, the leader took the microphone and told the teenager that he could not escape alone when his girlfriend was being held hostage. Young-chul began to threaten that if Seok-gyo didn't appear on the screen in 10 seconds. But he was interrupted by the sound of Seok-gyo's radio saying that if something happened to Seo-hee, no one would survive. Young-chul said that he liked the teenager's resilience since he didn't run away, and then added that they were a little off track. But it was time for the second game. Seok-gyo told him to tell Seo-hee immediately, and then he wouldn't hurt them all. Young-chul was pleasantly annoyed by the teenager's impudence. He clearly enjoyed playing games. The leader said that the hunt was for Seok-gyo, not him, so he was the one who could dictate the rules. Then the teenager said he didn't want to say it, he was sorry. Seok-gyo said something that even scared Young-chul, namely that he realized that the leader was not yet fully formed, because he first exposed his rats so that Seok-gyo could spend all his energy on them. The teenager asked with a smile if he was really that scary to Young-chul. The leader then became angry and began to threaten Seok-gyo with violence. The teenager said that this was not necessary and ordered him to go up to the 10th floor to the park. Young-chul abruptly threw the radio to the ground and smashed it. He was angry that Seok-gyo was dictating his terms. A man near the cameras said that an elevator was coming up on the 1st floor, but the cameras were broken. Most likely it was Seok-gyo. Young-chul opened the door from the hiding place and said that the teenager would die today. Meanwhile, Seok-gyo was in the elevator. There was a first aid kit near him covered in blood. Seok-gyo gave himself some help and wrapped himself in bandages. In fact, his wounds were not healing, and his transformation was not going so well. The teenager did not know if he could handle the leader. Seok-gyo wondered if they could escape before they left for Japan. After that, he put his head down and complained that he didn't remember anything about who he was before high school. I forgot my parents, what they were like before they died. Then he remembered So-hee. He thought that he would forget everyone and become a refugee. Seok-gyo realized that the girl was in great danger, so he had to send her away. They couldn't be together. What the teenager was most afraid of was forgetting So-hee with all the other memories. Suddenly, someone called Seok-gyo's phone. He took it out of his pocket. It was a detective. The teenager first asked why the man did not leave and was told that an adult cannot leave children alone and leave. And then the detective asked Seok-gyo where he was and what happened. The teenager thanked the detective and said that he had given him hope. Meanwhile, the gang had already reached the 10th floor. Everyone scattered in search of Seok-gyo. The man whom Young-chul slammed against the table ordered everyone to block the exit first, so that Seok-gyo wouldn't escape. 2 other gang members were watching the cameras and looking for the teenager. Seok-gyo was nowhere to be seen. as if he had a security camera card. One of the boys hypothesized that the teenager might have gotten off the elevator and climbed the outer wall of the building. Suddenly, someone approached them from behind and disappointed the men, saying that he had come down through the hood. They were frightened and turned to Seok-gyo, who was holding the boys' heads. After that, he pierced the table with them. Then, another man with a pipe attacked the teenager. He hit Seok-gyo's arm with it. The teenager's arm was shaking. He could not regenerate and felt all the pain. After that, the offender struck Seok-gyo again, but the guy straightened up and took control of the situation. He swung his fist and hit the offender in the head so that he broke the floor. But it also hurt Seok-gyo, and his hand trembled, as did his whole body. The teenager immediately started looking for So-hee. He saw her in the closet. Seok-gyo approached her. She was shaking and covering her head with her hands. The teenager tried to calm her down so that she would stop being afraid. Seeing the boy, So-hee immediately cried even harder. And then she abruptly attacked Seok-gyo with hugs and accusations that he had dumped her and that she was always worried about the guy. Seok-gyo felt guilty because it was because of her that So-hee was so worried. The teenager took the girl by the arm and said that they had to get out before those bastards returned. But his conversation was interrupted. It was Young-chul who entered the room, saying that he thought so. His face twisted and he asked if he really looked that stupid. Young-chul was very angry. He said that Seok-gyo was no different from the superhumans, who could only run away and betray. It seems that Young-chul was very sensitive to this topic. The man was transformed, but only partially into his full form. Seok-gyo came forward and ordered So-hee to hide. His face was fierce, and he was holding on with the last of his strength. His body was bleeding. Seok-gyo never fully transformed into his perfect form. Young-chul noticed this and asked if this was all he could expect from a teenager. Seok-gyo thought that he wouldn't be able to transform, so he had to deal with the offender quickly, otherwise he wouldn't last long. He jumped off the floor. Seok-gyo attacked first, saying that this would be enough for Young-chul. The teenager tried not to show fear and to be confident. He hit the man in the face on the fly, but Young-chul managed to push himself up and not fall to the floor. And then he tried to grab Seok-gyo, but the teenager intercepted his punch and Young-chul flew headfirst into the floor, breaking it. The man screamed. After that, Seok-gyo raised his head and swung his fist. The teenager hit him so hard that soup flowed from Young-chul's mouth, and then he swung again. Meanwhile, So-hee was hiding and shivering. She held her hands and tried to calm herself down. So-hee ordered herself not to run away like a coward because Seok-gyo was fighting for them both. Meanwhile, Young-chul was lying beaten on the floor. Seok-gyo also looked tormented and was loudly snorting. The teenager didn't know if he had completely defeated the enemy, but he had to find So-hee. When Young-chul suddenly got to his feet, Seok-gyo was shocked. A smile appeared on the offender's face, as if he had not just been lying near death. Then the enemy grabbed Seok-gyo by the head. He threw the teenager into the wall. Seok-gyo literally broke through it with his own body. Young-chul yelled at the teenager and asked if that was all he could do, because Seok-gyo had promised to kill the offender. The teenager's mouth was bleeding, so he could not stand it and screamed. Young-chul continued to push Seok-gyo. The boy flew into the control room wall. The attacker asked the teenager if he was really formed, because the fly was stronger than him. Young-chul said that the bespectacled man had told him to finish off Seok-gyo, so the man was hoping for a strong man, but he was wrong. And then he added that he had come to Pohang for the teenager and asked him to at least wave to him. Otherwise, Young-chul promised to kill So-hee. Seok-gyo revived and ordered him not to touch the girl, threatening to kill her. Young-chul turned around and left, saying to show his words in action. Seok-gyo realized that he had to get to So-hee, and he tried to pull a piece of the shard out of himself. The girl was shaking and moving back. Suddenly, she noticed a weapon near her. So-hee took it in her hands and threatened to hit her if Young-chul came near her. The girl tried to make a punch, but the man was stronger. He threw her into the wall. Seok-gyo screamed when he saw this. After that, he quickly removed all the shrapnel from himself. The teenager walked cautiously. His body was bleeding. Seok-gyo approached Young-chul and told him to fight him because So-hee was an ordinary person. But the man said that the teenager was not in his right mind if he tried to protect the girl in such a state. Young-chul lifted So-hee by the hair and lifted up Seok-gyo, saying that he was just a worthless person. And then he added that the teenager should look at himself. What happened to him while he was trying to protect her? Young-chul was furious and advised Seok-gyo to kill people and not to show weakness or compassion. He brought So-hee even closer and said that he was giving Seok-gyo one more chance to eat the girl and fight again. Seok-gyo said that if this was the definition of a superhuman, he was not one. The teenager broke into a scream and said that Young-chul no longer felt anything but the joy of killing, adding that it was better to just love and be loved. Finally, he said that he was a human being, not a monster. Young-chul just laughed at this and told Seok-gyo to look at himself because people didn't look like that. He added that an ordinary person could barely move and still break through the wall. And then he ordered me to stop pretending to be a weak person and fight monster against monster. Young-chul added that it was a pleasure to fight Seok-gyo, and he had a smile on his face. Seok-gyo was still shaking in pain, and Seo-hee noticed, so she had to do something in her power. She began her speech, because her words always resonated with Seok-gyo. Seo-hee said that there were monsters among people, but it didn't matter, because people could live in peace, because they felt the desire to help and protect others. Jung Cheol became angry. Seo-hee's words hit the mark and hurt him badly, and he threatened to tear out the girl's tongue. Suddenly, Seo-hee sprayed him in the eyes with a spray can. I used to use pepper spray for self-defense. Young-chul lost his eyesight and attention span for a while, so he was at a disadvantage. Seok-gyo realized that this was his chance to end it all. He attacked Young-chul, and then he bounced off the wall. Then he turned around and grabbed the man by the neck. There was a broken chair on the floor. Seok-gyo slashes Jung-chul's body against the sharp leg of a chair. The man's mouth was bleeding. Seok-gyo looked at the body of his offender, which was barely breathing. He hoped that was all and that Young-chul would not bother him again. There was no sadness in Seok-gyo's eyes. They were empty. He had long since ceased to feel ashamed of his murders because he was turning into a real monster. But the guy quickly switched to So-hee. Everything was fine with the girl. Suddenly, someone spoke on the radio. It was other gang members who reported that the children were placed near the emergency exit and on the first floor, and others would go there. Seok-gyo realized that it would be difficult to walk out the door. The teenager told Seo-hee that they were supposed to call the doll and change their destination. Young-chul, meanwhile, was still lying on the floor bleeding. Suddenly, his fingers hit the floor. The events moved to the B1 floor. Seok-gyo and Seo-hee went down the elevator, but along a rope so that they would not be noticed by the other monsters. The teenager left his blood prints on the rope. Finally, they reached the right floor. It was a floor with various climbing equipment. Seok-gyo was picking up various tools and ropes, and Seo-hee was holding them. After that, the teenager smashed the glass with a hammer. It crashed loudly and made a lot of noise, so soon other monsters will come here. The cold wind of the street blew on Seok-gyo and Seo-hee, but at the same time they felt free that they would soon be rescued. A man waved to them in the neighboring building. Seok-gyo said on the phone that Pam was visible and asked him to stay away from the window. He then hung up and swung a sharp stick with a rope tied to it. Then Seok-gyo threw her into a nearby building. She broke the glass and crashed into the wall. Seok-gyo asked the detective to tie a strong button because the teenagers were going to fly over it. The guy was the first to put So-hee down. Suddenly, someone's voice came over the speakers, speaking to Seok-gyo. The voice threatened the teenagers that it would look for them for the rest of their lives and break their bones. Seok-gyo nervously told So-hee that she would go first. She tried to object, saying that she wasn't afraid anymore. Then, the teenager started shouting because he was very worried about his girlfriend, saying that he could not fight and take care of her. The girl understood this, but she was still very worried. Tears flowed from her eyes. Seok-gyo promised to catch up with them. Then he started digging through his pocket. Then he put a necklace around So-hee's neck that he had bought for her at the time. The girl did not expect this. She was shocked. Seok-gyo said that he bought the necklace because he thought it would suit her, and asked her to just accept it this time. Seo-hee suddenly remembered the words of Jin-woo, who had said the same words to her when he gave her the exact same necklace for her birthday. Seo-hee suddenly asked Seok-gyo if he was really Seok-gyo, but the teenager was silent and just smiled, and finally said goodbye to the girl. He pushed her, so he screamed and flew down. Seok-gyo looked at his beloved and thought that whoever he was happy and grateful. He said goodbye to Seo-hee because he knew it was really the last time. At that moment, other gang members flew into the room. Seok-gyo looked at his hand. He recalled the words of Gu-hyo, who said that the teenager would not change if he was under severe stress that put his life in danger, and called Seok-gyo a cripple. Then Seok-gyo grabbed his body. After that, his mouth started bleeding. He hit the concrete with his fist and thought that even if he died here, he would not regret it. That was the end, and Seok-gyo promised to protect So-hee, risking everything he had. That was the meaning of his life. At that time, other monsters attacked the teenager. He growled and promised to kill them all. Seok-gyo immediately grabbed one of the monsters by the head before it could even make an attack. After that, I just flattened his head on the floor. Then they immediately grabbed his arm. The monster began to rejoice that he had caught Seok-gyo. Another offender attacked the teenager with a sharp bone, but Seok-gyo easily avoided the blow, pulling the monster toward him. After that, he shot down 2 attackers at once, and then he flattened them against the wall again. Seok-gyo breathed loudly, then looked at his attackers, instilling fear with his gaze. They shouted that Seok-gyo was a monster, and another said he was wounded. The teenager's body was indeed bleeding from the wound. Suddenly, Seok-gyo noticed something. Another monster was flying at him, and he ordered the others to finish off the teenager who was going to die soon anyway. But Seok-gyo intercepted his shot. Then another monster approached him. The teenager again killed them both in one fell swoop, smearing them on the floor. And then he lifted them up and swung their bodies. Seok-gyo suddenly began to remember something. He remembered his mother cooking his favorite omelet for him. She then laughed that Seok-gyo was too formal because he communicated like that. And then she smiled sweetly and said that the boy was still her child and nothing had changed. Seok-gyo had good and loving parents. Then he remembered So-hee, their first serious conversation which started their teenage relationship. He was so shy around her, afraid to even speak. At that time, he had a person who took care of him and calmed him down. Seok-gyo was sincerely jealous of this life. It was normal and everyday. But the reality was different. In it, Seok-gyo was a horrible monster who had to kill people against their will. Suddenly, Young-chul flew into the room and smashed through the wall. Seok-gyo didn't notice him because he was busy with the other monsters, who attacked him as a group. Young-chul jumped away from the wall. Then he attacked Han Seok-gyo, saying that he was going to die. The teenager did not have time to react. The last thing he saw was Young-chul's paw flying at him. Before he died, Seok-gyo thought that it all started in this place. He remembered how he and Seo-hee used to bask together. And then we ate ice cream and went for a walk. Then we caught toys in the vending machine. They were so carefree. His last memory was of Seo-hee confessing her feelings to him. Then, Seok-gyo's head started bleeding. After that, she fell to the ground. Seok-gyo just rolled on the ground like a ball. Young-chul stood and looked triumphantly at Seok-gyo's body. The man said he was going to chew the teenager's bones until they could no longer regenerate. And then it opened its mouth and pounced on Seok-gyo's body. The teenager could still listen, although his head was separate from his body. He recalled lying on his bed in his room and thinking about confessing his feelings to Seo-hee. Seok-gyo wanted to put on a romantic show for So-hee to show her how cool he was. Back then, he promised to protect the girl always. And so it happened. The teenager kept his promises. With that memory, Seok-gyo simply fell asleep, knowing that he had kept his promise, so he could rest easy. At that moment, So-hee suddenly felt some kind of anxiety inside. She was standing at the port waiting for her beloved. The ship was preparing to sail. The captain said they couldn't wait any longer. They had to hurry. The detective told Seo-hee that this was her last chance. But she asked him to wait a little longer because she loved and cared for Seok-gyo so much. Cold sweat ran down the detective's face. He remembered the phone conversation with Seok-gyo. The teenager had told him to help Seo-hee because he wasn't going with them. The detective was standing in a parking lot near a building where there were teenagers. Seok-gyo told him that he might be exposed soon, and that if he became a monster who lost his mind, he would be dangerous to both of them. And then said that no matter what happened to him, the detective had to take Seo-hee to a safe place. Seok-gyo then begged for help. The detective realized that something terrible had happened. The man gathered his thoughts to tell the girl the truth, but all he could come up with was that Seok-gyo would join them later alone. He grabbed Seo-hee and said that they had to leave first because Seok-gyo couldn't arrive on time. Although the girl tried to resist, she could do nothing, so they sailed away on a ship. Seo-hee looked at the pier and thought that she would definitely wait for her lover. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she thought to herself that Seok-gyo simply had to live and come back to her. She believed that these words would reach the teenager. A tear rolled down the girl's cheek. She loved this guy so much and saw only good in him. The ship entered the open sea and headed for Japan. Meanwhile, the shopping center was covered in bodies and blood. Monsters were scattered everywhere, even nailed to the walls. A naked man stood on a pool of blood. All the other gang members looked at him with fear. Young-chul's partner said that he would send a report to the organization about the work done, and then asked what to do with the girl who ran away. The man told the gang to just have fun, and he wanted to go first. Everyone else was shocked that Jung-chul had just eaten Seok-gyo. Meanwhile, the man was on his way back to his home, which did not seem to be located in a very rich neighborhood. He walked through the corridor, which was in a terrible state of repair, and no one had updated it for a long time. After that, Jung-chul opened the door to the quarters, which looked the same as the corridor and the street. He was met at the door by his mother, who was shocked to see him at home. Jung-chul was not friendly at all and did not say a word to his mother. The woman was worried about her son. Although their relationship did not seem to be close, she reached out to her son. But he sharply and rudely told his mother to take her hands off him if she didn't want to die. The woman was shaking as if she was afraid that her son was capable of such a thing, and said that she had prepared food and was going to work. After that, she quickly walked to the door. Jung-chul became angry and knocked over a pot of food, calling his mother a hypocrite. The guy was loudly shaking his head, and it was unclear what exactly provoked this behavior. It seems that Jung-chul was allergic to expressions of love and care. Suddenly, something strange happened to the man. He suddenly felt sick and grabbed a chair to keep from falling. But still, his consciousness left Jung-chul and he just collapsed on the floor. His mind was blurred, and his eyelids became heavy and closed on their own. Then the TV came on. A man with a monkey mask on his head was speaking on it. The radio presenter introduced himself as Kim Won-sungi, a biology teacher. He wanted to talk about violence in evolutionary psychology. There were two people, both of whom thought that the other could kill him. "I'll die if I don't kill him first," is the thought in both of their minds. They are tempted to pull the trigger first before the enemy does. This is called the Hobbesian trap. Violence is what happens between two people in an attempt to maximize personal gain. The table shows that when the enemy chose peace, the other could choose two things: peace and violence. If the other person also chose peace, he would get only 5 bananas. But if he chose violence, he would be more fortunate and could get 10 bananas. Conversely, if the enemy chose violence over peace, the outcome was the most unfortunate, because there was a risk of losing everything they had. So both had to use violence to lose less. In evolutionary psychology, violence is a scientific condition of carefully planned mental processes. Like the body, which has evolved over time, so has the heart. Nevertheless, many people have said that violence is a cruel act that was controlled by anger. But if you were in a situation with Hobbes's trap, what choice would you make? After this question, the monkey took off his mask. Han Seok-gyo was under it, and he asked what would remain after your choice, peace or violence. Meanwhile, the events moved to some nasty place. The man stood in a puddle of water, as if he was in a great hurry and did not look at his feet. It was a guy with a hood, running fast somewhere or from someone, but it turned out to be a dead end. The guy was hitting the wall and saying he couldn't finish like that. He reached into his jacket pocket because he wanted to take a pill. His eyes were yellow and he threw a blue and white pill into his mouth. But the guy didn't have time to do it because he was caught up by the person he was running from. The contact said he didn't care if the guy went crazy or something, but he had to pay. The guy shouted that he could not live without this drug, and then said unintelligible things about his legs. The man smiled and smoked a cigarette, saying that no one forbade him to take the drug. He just had to pay for it. Then, terrible things started happening to the guy. His body transformed into something disgusting, and he said that the price was too high. After that, blood flowed from his mouth. The liaison stood silently and watched what was happening. The guy was twisted all over. His bones were breaking, his face and body were swollen, and foam came out of his mouth. The man said that it was probably a side effect, adding that the boy should have followed the dosage. Then the contact took out a whole bunch more of the drug from the bag. And then he just turned around and ordered the 2 men who were with him to bury the guy somewhere in the mountains. The men immediately started wrapping him in plastic, even though he was still talking and alive. After that, they put his body in the car. The liaison finally thanked the guy for taking the drug and said they would see each other in hell. Meanwhile, the events moved to Jung-chul's room. The alarm clock rang. The man was lying on the floor, covered with a blanket, and reached to turn it off. He was undressed, as if the mother had taken care of her son's sleep. Jung-chul took hold of his head because it hurt so much, and he remembered dreaming about something, but he couldn't remember anything. Suddenly, Jung-chul shrieked loudly in shock. The man did not realize where he was. Then he opened the door. After that, he walked straight ahead, thinking that his last memory was of fighting with that man in the mall. Jung-chul could not understand where he was. Then he passed the mirror and thought he had to get out quickly and find the detective and Seo-hee. Suddenly, the man saw his reflection and screamed. Young-chul asked himself why it was in the mirror. He started touching himself and saying that it was impossible, as if he could not believe that it was his face. After that, Young-chul hit the mirror with his fist. He decided to pull himself together and think it over, because it was a trap. His face could not change. The man started shouting to someone and saying that he could not be fooled by ordering someone to leave and not play games. Then his mother, who was sleepy, came into the room and asked what had happened to him, calling her husband Young-chul. After that, he abruptly put his hand to her throat. He ordered the mother to tell him where he was and who hired her. But the woman could not say a word. She began to cry and asked to be released, not understanding anything that was happening to her son. Young-chul asked where Seo-hee was, but the woman only cried harder and choked. She couldn't breathe. Then the man saw and realized that she was human. After that, he abruptly let go of his so-called mother. The woman fell to the floor and covered herself with her hands, crying loudly and asking not to beat her mother. Young-chul could not believe what he was seeing. After that, he just abruptly ran out of the room. The events moved to a bustling city, namely in an internet cafe. Young-chul read the news about the fire in the shopping center in Pyongyang a month after the fact. The man sat and tried to find answers to his questions. What exactly happened in the mall, and why he had that guy's face in his head? Suddenly, Young-chul remembered something. He had memories of Seok-gyo in his head when he lost his memory for a month after the tour. And then, he remembered a conversation between Seok-gyo and Gu-hyo, who told the teenager that he looked like a defective person because of his memory loss. Next to Young-chul was a man who was burgering. The guy was looking right into his mouth. Suddenly, Young-chul remembered something again. He remembered how he had eaten Seok-gyo. Then the man abruptly stood up, cold sweat streaming down his face. He recalled that they caught and killed that guy. But what happened? The man recalled the last conversation between Seok-gyo and Seo-hee, the girl asking if Seok-gyo was really Seok-gyo, and then how they ran away together to the shopping center. After that, their conversation as they basked together. And then, he remembered a conversation between Seok-gyo and Jung-soo, talking about the cure for the virus and the threat to their loved ones. Jung-soo then seemed to open up to the teenager, saying that he also sometimes did stupid things. Jung Hae also mentioned how Seok-gyo screamed in terror and pain. He saw the bodies of his parents for the last time. Young-chul held his head. It felt like it was about to burst. Then he remembered the situation at school. It was the first time that Seok-gyo did not mention his name. And then he remembered Gu-hyo telling him that the arm wouldn't disappear by itself if you cut it off. The words of a mother who asked if her son was sick because he did not remember going on a field trip. Seok-gyo couldn't believe his ears that he had forgotten about the excursion a month ago. The events were rescheduled for May 12th, exactly 1 week after the tour. The guy was looking in the mirror and talking about his stomach. It was Jin-woo. The teenager was looking at himself and deciding whether to stay at home. But that woman would not give me permission, so it was better to leave. Suddenly, a girl caught up with him. She handed him a first aid kit with medicines. Jin-woo silently looked at what the girl was holding in her hands. He turned and began to show gestures, as if the girl was deaf. The teenager showed the phrase, "If my mother sees, she will scold me." And then he ordered me to return home. It looks like it was Jin-woo's sister. The teenager left the house, but the girl ran after him. She looked at her brother with puppy eyes and handed him the first aid kit. The guy seemed a little angry that she didn't listen to him. And then I just took the medicine. As he left, Jin-woo thought that he shouldn't have been around this child. Suddenly, he saw Seok-gyo around the corner. The teenager looked very strange and was breathing loudly, as if after a run. Jin-woo decided to ask Seok-gyo what he was doing here and how his trip went. For some reason, the teenager started apologizing to him. Suddenly, Seok-gyo's face changed and turned into a monster's face. He said that was the limit and asked Jin-woo to stop Seok-gyo. The football player panicked and asked if he should call an ambulance because his eyes looked very strange. Then a deaf girl ran out to them. Jin-woo told her not to go out and to run back because there was danger. The girl's eyes widened sharply. She was very scared. Behind Jin-woo's back was the hand of Seok-gyo, who was about to kill him. Then, the teenager's paw walked on the poor man's back. Jin-woo's blood splashed in all directions. He looked at his offender to understand what was happening. Seok-gyo began to apologize and said that he was very hungry, although he tried to restrain himself at first. After that, Jin-woo was attacked by Seok-gyo's mouth, which was drooling with hunger. All the poor guy could do was scream. Then Young-chul cried out sharply when he remembered this memory. Everyone else in the internet cafe looked at the man in shock. Young-chul was angry at the memory and wondered if Seok-gyo had eaten him. He asked himself who he was, because Jin-woo lived and looked like Han Seok-gyo. Then who was he really? Young-chul, or rather only his record, returned to the house where Seok-gyo ate him. He had a password in front of him. It seems that Jin-woo lived in a very rich house with personal security. But Young-chul subconsciously knew the password and entered it. He managed to enter the password correctly the first time. The man could not believe his eyes that this was really happening, and he was not going crazy under the influence of substances. In front of him was a huge, expensive house that looked familiar. He was in a hurry to get here, but the lights in the house went out, so everything was fine. Young-chul went inside and was confidently heading somewhere. Then the man opened a door and was shocked. In front of him was Jin-woo's room. There were various things that belonged to Jin-woo, even certificates and awards in his name, the table where the teenager was sitting. But everything seemed so familiar to Young-chul. He couldn't understand why this room seemed so familiar to him. He approached the table, and it seemed that the man knew everything inside. Suddenly, a good idea came to him. Young-chul opened the closet and began to look for something confidently. The guy took out a box. Inside was a necklace that he had given to Seo-hee in Pyongyang, but he gave it to Seok-gyo back then. Was it really Seok-gyo inside that body? Then, this body remembered Jin-woo's memory of giving the exact same jewelry to So-hee on her birthday. The man panicked and couldn't believe that this necklace could be the same as the one Jin-woo had given to Seo-hee. Then my body started thinking that he was Jin-woo, even though it was always thinking that he was Han Seok-gyo. But the man shook his head and thought that it was impossible. His memory was simply distorted because he had been eaten by that person. Although perhaps this was another property possessed by superhumans, he had too little information. If it was related to superhumans, the organization had to know something about it. The boyfriend recalled another memory of Seok-gyo when Seo-hee told him that he had changed and she didn't recognize her boyfriend. He thought he was Jin-woo, while he kept the memories of Seok-gyo, and he looked like Young-chul. No one would believe it. The man left the room, but suddenly heard some sounds. He thought that the residents of the house had woken up, so he had to run away quickly. Suddenly the man heard blood. He turned to the door, from which came a sharp and strong smell of blood. Strange things were happening inside. The woman with glasses, who was apparently the girl's mother and Jin-woo, looked bad and was holding a drug. A man, apparently the children's father, was lying on the floor. The woman told him that he did not want to give it to her, so he deserved to die. She talked like a madwoman about how if you take this medicine, you will stop feeling pain and suffering. The woman said this to a girl who was deaf and asked if she wanted to take the drug with a knife in her hand. She told her that thanks to the medicine, even the deaf could hear. The girl was scared and crying a lot. The mother grabbed it from her mouth and tried to shove the drug into the poor girl's mouth. Young-chul, or whoever was in his body, was listening in on all of this. He did not understand what was happening and what kind of drug it was. There was a lot of it on the floor. The events moved back a few years ago to the maternity ward. The doctor told the woman that there were problems during childbirth, so there was a risk that her next pregnancy would also be difficult. It was Jin-woo's mother. She was told that she had successfully delivered the baby, but there was one problem. Her daughter was born completely deaf. The woman immediately exploded and began to panic. A man was watching, and he just stood up and walked away. His mother tried to stop him, but he was very angry and would not hear anything. The woman was crying a lot and did not understand why this happened to her and how to live her life. The events returned to reality when the mother killed her husband. She talked to herself, saying that she was not to blame for her son's death. She seemed to be talking to doctors and accusing them of telling her to go to the hospital because his death was ruled a suicide. The woman did not realize how she stabbed her husband, who was also under the influence of this drug. After that, her mother picked up the pills from the floor and said that everything was fine now, as long as she had the medicine. The woman approached the child and threatened to take a drug to cure his deafness. The poor girl was crying because she did not understand what had happened. Her mother tried to force the medicine into her. The child immediately started apologizing as much as she could speak. It seems that this was a common situation with her mother, and that in such cases she should have apologized immediately. Then, the mother became angry and raised her hand at the girl, telling her not to dare to deceive her. The child covered herself with one hand, because the other was holding her mother's hand around her neck to prevent her from strangling her. Suddenly, the mother heard a noise that saved the girl for a while. The woman went to the noise with a knife. The child buried her head in her knees and cried loudly. She was shaking with fear. Then someone tapped her on the shoulder. She was scared when she saw who was in front of her. It was Young-chul, who gestured for her to be quiet. And then he said he would help the girl. He said that they should have left as soon as possible. And then he stretched out his hand to the girl. The child could not believe his eyes. After that, tears flowed from her eyes again, but they seemed to be from joy. The girl threw herself into the man's arms as if she felt something dear and close to him. Young-chul realized that there was no way to save his father, so they had to get out together. First of all, he had to take care of the child, because to a certain extent it was his sister. Suddenly, a crazed mother appeared behind him and grabbed Young-chul's shoulder. After that, she stabbed her husband in the body. His mouth was bleeding and he was in pain. The boy reflexively dropped the girl and she flew to the floor. Young-chul tried to restrain the madwoman from killing him. But the woman was very strong. The man could barely hold her back. He could not even move. Then his mother grabbed him by the neck. Then she pushed so hard that Young-chul flew away. The man landed on the furniture, which he even broke with such force. The woman was not in her right mind and was very dangerous for everyone. Young-chul thought she was also a superhuman, but from the outside it didn't look like it. The woman asked why she was so hungry and wanted to eat something or someone. Then she noticed the girl and said she still had her. The woman suddenly opened her huge mouth to eat her own child. Then Young-chul jumped off the floor. He grabbed the girl so the mother's monster's mouth just slammed shut. Young-chul jumped to the ceiling. It happened so fast that neither the mother nor the girl had time to react. After that, he jumped away again. A man with a child in his arms landed on the floor. The mother screamed at him to give her the baby back because it was her food. The girl cried and closed her eyes to avoid seeing this horror. Suddenly, Young-chul remembered that it had happened to him. When that woman was beating him, Seok-gyo had a dream about it the night before he died. He asked his mother not to beat him. It seems that this woman never really loved her children. Young-chul said that the fact of being a father did not give him the right to do whatever he wanted with his children, because children are not just a thing. He yelled at the woman and said she had no right to be a mother. The mother yelled at him back, saying that this girl always looked down on her. After that, the woman's head began to deform, flattening out as if large blisters were appearing under her skin. Then her body began to twist and her bones began to break. Young-chul could not understand what he was seeing in front of him. After that, the boy automatically called the woman Mom and screamed. Meanwhile, the events moved to the parking lot. Jong-hae was there. She worked as a regulator. Suddenly, the girl saw something that made her wary. Jong-hee just left and the other partners were surprised. She said her brother had called her and she had to go. Jong-hae walked through a dark corridor. The girl was very angry. She looked around the room. Jong-hee screamed and ordered us to leave. She was looking at one place, as if she knew someone was there. Then Young-chul came out of there. He looked down at Jong-hee. The girl was furious, and the first thing she asked was where Han Seok-gyo was. Before that, she received a message on her phone. Young-chul wrote to her that Seok-gyo was alive and wanted to pick up his corgi, arranging a meeting at an apartment complex. Jong-hae showed these messages to her husband and asked why he had called her. Young-chul nervously swallowed his saliva, not knowing what words to choose to explain what had happened. He decided to tell it like it is and said that he was Han Seok-gyo. But Jong-hee didn't even change her face, just thought that Young-chul had taken too much to drink. The teenager began to make excuses and panic, saying that he didn't know how it happened, but that Young-chul caught him and ate him. After that, Jong-hee immediately attacked him with a knife, not letting him finish. The girl said that it was all nonsense and that Gu-hyo had just sent her to kill her too. She added that if Seok-gyo was running away, she'd rather be the one to kill Jung-chul. Seok-gyo then said that Jong-hae herself had said that it didn't matter who he was in the past, only who he was now, and the teenager then reminded him of the rainy day. Jung-hee helped him and said those words. Only Seok-gyo could have known that. But the girl took this to mean that Jung-chul was just following her and continued to attack. After a while, the fight ended. Jong-hee stood over Seok-gyo and repeated everything the teenager had told her, making sure not to miss any details. He thought about how he wasn't sure yet, so he'd better not say that he was Jin-woo who was eaten by Seok-gyo. Jong-hee tied Seok-gyo up and said that even if it was possible for an enemy to take over the body of a teenager and eat it, it could be due to superhumans. The organization might know something about it. Jong-hee said she didn't trust Seok-gyo 100%, but she was curious, so she promised to try to find out. The teenager thanked him, but asked for one more favor. He led Young-hye to a little girl and her crazy mother. She approached the woman and said that, judging by her condition, she looked like a defective person, but with different symptoms. Jong-hye said that this was the first time she had seen this, and added that the organization should have known something about it. Seok-gyo supported him, saying that there must have been someone who prevented the information from spreading. Jong-hye thought that only a few people in the organization had this opportunity, and then added that the woman was dying. My mother really looked terrible. It was a very painful death. She began apologizing to everyone she knew, her son, her husband. After that, the woman suddenly fell silent. The little girl was scared because she felt that her mother had died. Then she lay down on her body and cried. No matter how bad a mother she was, her children still loved her. Seok-gyo watched this in silence and wondered what to do with the girl. He suddenly remembered the first time he entered his room as Jin-woo. Little Jin-woo was shocked by her and the luxury he had inherited. The woman came out and told him to turn to Auntie Jung whenever he needed to, and that they were already family, so Jin-woo should call her mom. It turned out that this woman had adopted the boy, and it seems that she did so out of guilt. Jin-woo cried after hearing these words. He thought his life would be better in this family. Jung-hye noticed Seok-gyo's condition and asked if he knew the woman. The teenager said he did not know her, but she was a terrible adult. After that, Seok-gyo started looking for something in his pocket. He took out the drug and gave it to Jung-hye, asking her to find out where it was distributed. The guy suddenly became angry and said he had to find out who the contact was. Meanwhile, the events moved to an abandoned building. A black Jeep was standing next to it. Then a white Jeep pulled up. There were teenage girls inside and they were ordered to get out of the car. Then a man who was a liaison approached them and asked where he had found so many children. The kidnapper looked bad and said that they were all between 15 and 18, and that they could all be used, and then asked for the drug. The contact commented that he was the one who used to be called the Father of Angels. And then he asked if the kidnapper really needed his hand that badly. The man screamed and said that they knew nothing about his suffering and asked for the medicine again. Then the contact took a jar filled with medicine out of his jacket, and then he just poured them on the ground as if he were feeding chickens. The man fell to the floor with his hand and started catching the drug. He was very happy when he got it. It was a real addiction. The contact thanked him for his cooperation and also said that they would meet in hell. Meanwhile, the teenagers were getting back into the car. One of them became very nervous and stopped. And then she said they came because they were told they would be given a job. Then she asked where they were going. The contact came back and said he wasn't sure. They would probably sell half of it to a dirty business and the other half to a laboratory. The girl panicked and said that she had never been told about this before, and then said that she wanted to go home. After these words, the man grabbed her by the hair, and then he just slammed the innocent girl's face against the car window. She began to cry, and the man asked if she believed the words of evil people, and then laughed that it was because she was an orphan. The contact said that life is a series of choices, and whether the choice is right or wrong, it will still affect our lives in the end. This was called logic. And then he just threw the girl and she fell to the floor. Then, the liaison told Kim to contact a professional to report that they had found the samples. After that, the car drove off. Then, from around the corner, a man came out with one arm missing. The sleeve of his jacket just blew freely in the wind. It turned out that it was Jung-soo, who said out loud that he had finally found Gu-hyo's weak spot. It was time to return the favor. Meanwhile, the events moved to an apartment where a woman was dialing someone on the phone. It was Young-chul's mother who apologized to her son and said that she had been a terrible mother. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. She opened the door, and there stood Seok-gyo, whom she perceived as her son, and began to apologize from the doorway. The man stood with the dog and the girl in his arms, looking guilty because he did not know how to explain what he had brought home. The mother was shocked by what she saw. Seok-gyo started to apologize and said that he was just distracted, and then asked if he could come in. The mother was shocked by her son's behavior, as he had never apologized or been polite to her before. Then, she asked Seok-gyo who the girl was with him, and the dog too. The man tried to think of something to say to his mother, because the situation in Young-hye's house was completely different. Seok-gyo asked to take in a girl named Seong-chul and her dog, saying that they had nowhere else to go. Jong-hye started shouting loudly at Seok-gyo and said she would beat the man if he didn't take back what he had brought. Seok-gyo did not know what to do because this woman was his last hope. Then the teenager switched to a tone that the mother perceived as better than Young-chul's and said that she was the daughter of his friend who was taken to jail, so she would live with them. Then, his mother shook and panicked. Seok-gyo thought he had overdone it, but then she smiled and got excited, saying that she thought Young-chul had gotten into something. Meanwhile, the girl was holding on to Seok-gyo's hand because she was scared. Her mother noticed this and called her to the table immediately. The woman's behavior immediately changed, as if she could only accept violence. Seok-gyo showed Seong-chul that she shouldn't be afraid and called her to eat. The family was already eating at the table, and the mother asked about the girl because she was deaf. It was not clear how the mother felt, but it seemed that she was used to living like this, in constant fear and stress. These were people who endured pain and suffering. They lived almost alone. They turned a dark page in the life of Seok-gyo and Jin-woo and became his new family. The news showed Kwang Moon, an athlete who injured his leg at the World Championships but miraculously recovered. And then they talked about the incredible cure of the Korean violinist Hong No-gu, who overcame muscle stiffness syndrome. His contact was watching the news on his phone, and he asked the star if he had taken the drug they brought him. The violinist said that he felt better. The trembling had gone and his fingers were more sensitive. The contact said that the man would have to drink them for the rest of his life, 3 times a week, as if they were ordinary vitamins. The violinist said that 200,000 for 1 jar was expensive, but it was worth it. Then a notification came to his phone. The man immediately got up and said he had to go. And again he said that they would meet in the afterlife. The events moved to the children's oncology department. There was a little girl lying there who looked very bad. A messenger, who appeared to be her father, came to her and brought her a teddy bear and asked how her daughter was feeling. She was very happy to see her father. The man seemed to be a wonderful father. He was holding his daughter's hand and expressing words of support. Her father promised that when she was discharged, she would be able to go wherever she wanted, but for now, she had to stay in the ward. The contact went to talk to the doctor. He told him that the next attack would be quite difficult to stop. The doctor told me to prepare for the worst, but my father didn't like it. He switched to a rude tone and said that he had paid a lot of money to this hospital, and they had been telling him the same thing for 2 years. After that, the man grabbed the doctor's clothes and started screaming. He threatened the doctor that if his daughter died, he would kill the man and his family. The doctor begged for mercy. Then the liaison officer said he hoped everyone had learned everything. The father said that if the doctor wanted to live, he had to help his daughter, not just talk. He threw the man to the ground and he fell. My father threw money at the doctor like a dog and asked if he was admitted to the medical school because of his connections. And then he said that he hoped for their hospital and treatment. The contact was sitting on a bench and smoking. His expression was completely bad. He was thinking that this drug was probably the only way out. Then he called Dr. Kim and said he needed another batch of the drug this week for personal use. Meanwhile, the events moved to a nightclub. Everyone was having fun and dancing. There were a lot of people there. Seok-gyo and Yong-hye were standing by the wall. They were here on business. The girl said that the organization had no information about the teenager at all. It was very strange, because everyone had something on them. Jong-hye said that it seems that the man who was involved in the situation in the church hid all the information about the superhumans. But he was allegedly caught recently and said that the laboratory had followed the research team to a very well-guarded location. And it seemed that a superhuman named Dr. Kim was in charge of everything there, and you couldn't get there without a pass. Seok-gyo asked if it was strange that they wanted to hide any information about him. Jong-hye got angry and said that she didn't know all the details, but it seemed like they had been doing this for a long time. And then she added that she learned that the drugs were produced in the same laboratory, but Seok-gyo didn't seem to be listening. He got angry and told Jong-hye to go somewhere. Seok-gyo saw his enemy Junsu. The teenager walked around the club as if no one was looking for him. The events moved to the elite floor, which was guarded by a bunch of guards and no one was allowed in. Junsu was sitting on one of the chairs with some girl and talking to some man who was here instead of his boss. They laughed at the teenager for not having an arm, but he didn't pay attention. Then the men asked if Junsu had brought money and warned him that if you try the drug once, you'll have to stay on it for life. Jong said he had heard they needed people. The men asked him how he knew this information. His sister seemed to be sitting next to the teenager and he was hinting at her. The man said that they had only been using since he was 15. Suddenly, they heard some sounds outside the door as if someone was fighting. Then someone flew into the room and broke the door. It was a guard who just fell to the floor. Seok-gyo stood in front of them, and behind him were the bodies of the guards. He saw Junsu and said that he was right and that he was the one who sold the drug, adding that he had been wrong to feel sorry for him. Jungsu did not expect to see Jung Cheol here. He was just trying to ask what the man was doing here, but he was interrupted because Seok-gyo immediately came at him with his fists. The teenager said that so many people died because of that water, and now he was selling some drugs. After that, Seok-gyo hit Jungsu, but the man managed to break with his feet and not fall to the floor. A weapon appeared in his hand from somewhere. Jungsu said that Jung Chul came out of nowhere and started fighting, which was not his style. But Seok-gyo attacked him and ordered him to keep quiet. Junsu stopped his attack with his stick. After that, he kneed Seok-gyo in the head. Then, the man began to rotate the weapon in his hand very quickly, as if it were a propeller. And then he hit the teenager on the back. Seok-gyo just fell on the food table and smashed everything. The teenager was very angry and thought that Jung-chul's body was bigger than his and that strength was oozing out of him. Junsu laughed that Seok-gyo had come here to have fun, so he asked if he had. Then he said that he was here for personal business. The other men selling the drug thought they were spies and ordered them to be captured quickly. They attacked Junsu together, but the man easily deflected their blow and hit one of them in the face with a stick. Another he struck out by twisting his arm. Within seconds, the men were lying on the floor. The other saw this and started running away, shouting in his wake that he remembered everyone and would take revenge. But he was chased off by Jungsu, who threw a stick at the man. He laughed at the man's revenge and said that they were not done yet. Then Jungsu was attacked by Seok-gyo, saying that he was still here. The man was very angry at this blow to the head. And then he noticed that the man had run away, but Jong-hee found him. She let the man escape, who was screaming loudly and looking back. Jong-hee realized that something bad had happened, so she went into the room and asked Seok-gyo what he was doing here. But what she saw shocked her. Seok-gyo and Junsu turned into monsters and started a fight. Junsu said that he was unlucky to have met Jung Cheol today, although they would have met anyway, so it was better to settle things once and for all. Seok-gyo said that he only felt sorry for him because of Seo-hee, but now he regretted it. The teenager attacked him, but Jungsu deflected the blow. Then the man thought about Jung-chul's words and did not understand what So-hee had to do with it. But the spine's tails could not be saved and they fell to the floor. Seok-gyo was pleasantly surprised that these claws could not only cut through bone, but also steel. Then, he decided to deliver the final blow to Jungsu. Seok-gyo attacked him with his claws. It hit Junsu's body directly, cutting him in half. The man's mouth was bleeding. Seok-gyo ordered Jungsu to tell him what he was up to and what he needed the drug for. But Jungsu said it was nonsense, because the pills were produced by an organization and said that Jung Chul was a member of it. Seok-gyo asked what the organization had to do with it, because Jungsu was once again pretending to help, while he was making plans behind his back. Suddenly, someone's paws flew at them, specifically to Seok-gyo. His body was sliced open like a vegetable grater. It was Junsu's sister who attacked the teenager and ordered him to move away from his brother. She was small, but she held Seok-gyo in the air and threatened to kill him if he didn't leave her brother alone. Seok-gyo was trembling. He could feel every bone in this child's body. Then someone hit the wall with a loud fist, leaving a large mark. It was Jong-hee, who called them all assholes and asked if they were paying attention to the situation because people would be coming here soon. She scolded them like a mother and ordered them all to turn back immediately. Because that man had seen them and ran away, they had to do something. And then Jong-hee turned to Jungsu and asked what he had said about the organization and the drug.